Hey, everybody, and welcome back to Set the Pipe. I am Sully. There's CK, and there's Bear, and Dave DeTinley, DDT. We are pretty fortunate today, boys, to have a legend in the sport of men's volleyball. Today we have the legendary Marv Dunphy, head coach, Pepperdine USA Volleyball.
Oh, beautiful.
Hi, Coach.
Look how that goes.
Hey, Marv.
How are you, Coach?
Good.
Oh boy, the lineup here.
I know, right?
But yeah,
we do it. We
characters.
like to do it. We like to do it right, you know, as we can. I mean, before they all say it, I'd like to say it's such an honor to have you on. Thank you so much for doing this with us and for us and talking volleyball. So just excited to have you here. So thanks so much.
Yeah, you know, life's a two-way street, and yeah, I'm fired up too.
Awesome.
We got three Long Beach State guys. Dave, I know you kind of grew up with the guy, and then I was roommates with him in college, and then Bear and I played together on that 91 team, and I was there for 4 or 5 years at Long Beach. And of course, Coley, the 3-time first team All-American that we have to emphasize as part of those two. So we really appreciate
Marv won't hear it.
Marv.
He's coached many of those, so he's fine.
Just a couple of them.
I'm the old guy in the room. Can I go first here?
Yeah.
So Coley.
Yeah, let us.
Whatever you want to do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go, Marv.
Yeah, Coley. You have a huge heart. You always have. And were you just born that way, or did you get it from your dad? Is there somebody along the way? And I've often thought about that. You know, how much do people change behavior? And my guess is you didn't have to change much. But and I mean that sincerely. I think everybody knows you have a huge heart. And where'd that come from?
Probably my parents. You know, I mean, you were so kind, to my father and to us, to me when I played for you. And I think I just was raised right, you know. And I had two loving parents that loved me and just gave me that opportunity to give that love to others. And I've tried to do that my whole life through back in those days. Kind of a competitor, but always tried to be like that. And I've tried to raise my boys like that and been with my wife and my marriage in that too. So I really appreciate you saying that. And, if we're talking about it, there's two things that I'd like to say about you that I still talk about to this day. One was, when you recruited me, I was kind of low on the radar, and Dwayne and Tom chose to go to Pepperdine, which worked out well for you. And they're still good friends of mine. You called me. You actually picked up the phone and called me and told me that and said you'd still love to have me. You didn't have any money, but you wanted to let me know that so I can look other places or whatever it was. And it was such a class move, and it was such a professional and amazing move. I never forgot that. And then the other one was, when my mother died, you sent me a letter, a card, and you were just such a class act. You were a college coach coaching against me. I'm a young kid at Northridge just trying to play volleyball and, grow up. And, you were there in ways that you wouldn't even imagine. And I've heard so many stories from Dane and Dwayne and Lee and so many others just about that. And it rang true. So, I'm so happy you're on the podcast, and it's just such a great honor to have you on here and talk volleyball with you. You've been doing this for such a long time, and you're on the Mount Rushmore of volleyball, and we're honored to have you here.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it. Hey, before we leave you, Coley, your arm. Well, first of all, you answered most of my question, but can you teach heart? That's for the whole group. How much people change?
I think you can. And I look at it with my children, like they were born in a different way than I was raised. I was fortunate enough to give them a few things just differently than I had. And I think at least in the realm of sports and a few other things, I think you can learn it if you want to. Reading a book about Kobe, for an example, he's one of my, he's my oldest son's idol. And I look at him and the way he went about his business, not everyone starts like that. He did, but some don't. And if you read stuff like that and watch things like that, things you've talked about, things you've done, I think you can evolve into that. There are some things that are maybe innate in human beings or innate in each other, and I might have a little bit in certain stuffs in the competitiveness, but I do think you can teach that. And I do think you have to have a willing participant who truly grasps what you're talking about and understand what you're showing them in, we talk volleyball like Karch, right? Like, not everyone was built like Karch, trained like Karch, but I do feel a lot of people tried to emulate Karch. And so when you do that, you might not have had everything that Karch had growing up, but you try to emulate that. And part of that is heart. Part of that is breaking your finger like my older son did in the last 4 games of his last college career, didn't say a word to anybody and just kept going through it. Or you can complain and not be that. But if you see that kind of stuff and you put yourself in that situation growing up or growing as an adult or athlete or whatever it is into that, I believe those can be taught. And I've tried to do that with at least my boys and a few others. And me and my wife continue to try to grow in developing certain ways in the best we can do with that. But that's a great question. And you always taught, a lot of the stuff that that I've heard and been a part of your camps working with you is the mental part and the emotional and spiritual part of competing and being the best version of yourself. And I think those can evolve as people if you want it to.
I got to ask Marv, did you try to recruit for that? Or is it it doesn't show up until they get on campus and you see what they're about?
Oh boy, no, yeah. So I think when I first started coaching, Dave, I would say something like, hey, this is a big decision. It's 4 years of your life. And what I found out early on is that you're going to have an impact on me as an athlete and vice versa. And it's going to be lifelong. And one of the very best things about coaching is you get to choose the people you go through life with. And I think, it's kind of like the old, in the workplace, hire slow, fire fast. And I would say in recruiting, hire real slow. And because, if I made a mistake, it's a little bit different now. And I'm not saying I'm any better or different, but if I made a mistake, I ate it. Now it's just they force kids out and kids jump ship, and it's a little bit different.
Absolutely, it's definitely different.
Yeah,
to say the least.
Character. Yeah, you don't go too far without good people, and that's the key to life. Is that people say, "Hey, you've been in the right place at the right time." For me, mostly with the right people, in life, Pepperdine, and certainly with the USA team, I was able to be around some of the best to ever play it. So
yeah, hey coach. So with that said, traditionally what we do on here is you need to sit back and relax and kind of let us talk highly of you here. I'm going to give you people out there the resume because, as you know, we're getting older, and younger generation may have forgotten who our legends are in the game. So, like I said, just kind of sit back and. Coach was 34 seasons at Pepperdine, retiring in 2017. He had a win record of 612 wins, 277 losses. That's a 688 percentage clip. 4 NCAA Division I championships, and that is in 1978, 85, 92.
Yep. 92, beating you guys.
That's Long Beach guys.
That might come
on the way to it. On the way to it.
That's right. 2005, 5-time national runner-up, 4 times against UCLA and 1 against Hawaii. I'd like to talk to you about that 2002 Hawaii, which had to vacate that championship. Coached 45 All-Americans. 30 of them were first-team honors. 6 of his players received National Player of the Year awards, and 11 of his Pepperdine Waves competed in the Olympics. He was named Coach of the Year in 2005. And then we go to his national team success from 1985 to 88. He was the head coach of the #1 world ranking USA men's volleyball team with a record of 197 wins, 31 losses. They were able to get the 85 World Cup championships, 86 World Championships, 87 Pan American Games, and the 1988 Olympic gold medal in Seoul. Pretty impressive coach. He's in 4 Hall of Fames, International Volleyball Hall of Fame, AVCA Hall of Fame, Pepperdine Athletics Hall of Fame, Southern California Indoor Volleyball Hall of Fame. Received the 1988 Coach of the Year award from the FOVB, and I said that in 1988. And his education, Pepperdine, master's degree from USC, and a doctorate from BYU. And our research says that you were a popular instructor at Pepperdine's sports medicine department, and you have continued to be there. And that is, in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, Marv Dunphy. we're happy.
I mean, that's
to
it?
have him on.
Unbelievable.
Look,
That's
I had
all
to
you
cut
have
it
for him?
down. It got too long at a certain point.
Yeah. We could have went on forever, but yeah.
Absolutely. So I have to say this, Marv, because I say this to everyone. As all four of us are sitting here listening to this, we were involved in your life one way or another. You coached against us. We've been around this. Obviously, DDT with Dejan. And how does it feel to listen to all that? Like to hear what you have accomplished? And you said it was with a lot of great people, and absolutely, there's so many people that you could probably thank and have helped you along the way. But all you've accomplished is when you listen to all that, does it, I mean, obviously, hopefully it makes you smile, but how do you feel about that?
You know what? To be honest with you, and I'm not being false humble here, I remember the people that, as you're saying all these nice things, I go to Fred Sturm, to Jim Coleman, to Gary Sato, to all the great people that where we did it with, and you said some nice things. Thanks, Sully, for reading all that stuff. But when you win it all, everybody sees this a silly emotion, of people jumping up and down and champagne and whatever, and that's all fun and games. But what you really remember, who you did it with, and how you did it, and those great, experiences, and it's something you may never experience again.
Yeah.
Teams are pretty darn special, and it's nice to win it in NCAA or internationally, and to have that warm, lasting feeling that at this point in time we're the best of what we do. And but what you really remember is the people you did it with and how you did it, and all the funny little stories and the ebbs and flows along the way. And it's very seldom do Olympic Games, World Championships, NCAAs, and life go according to plan, as you all know. So
Yeah.
you bet.
Right. Yeah. We talk about the podcast all the time, Coach, about the journey, right? When we're old farts now and we really look back, it is a journey. It is the people that you're surrounded by. I mean, we've got a couple Long Beach State guys, and we got a Northridge guy on here, and we love what we're doing. And Coley talks about all of his friends from all across the colleges that he's ever played against, and then he played with, and the same goes for us. But yeah, it's a journey for sure. If I can touch on real quick, 84, when they won the first gold medal, you took over an outstanding team, Karch, Timmons, right, Red. How was that transformation going from the previous coaching staff? Did you have a bunch of them still left to your coaching staff? Was it hard? Was it really easy to go from 84 to 88? How was that experience?
Yeah, so a brand new coaching staff, and so some of those guys stayed around to 86. And people ask me once in a while, obviously Doug Beal coached the team that won in 84, and I was part of the team that won in 88. And they said, hey, what was the better team, or what was the best team? And it was actually 1986, because we had, only, 3 or 4 guys went from 84 to 88. 3 pretty darn good guys.
They're okay.
But, there was a pretty significant turnover, in Powers and Berzins and Dvorak were on that 86 team with, Storks, Dverlik, and Partee, whatever, from 88. But, that was, I felt, the expectations were pretty high. And I felt when we won it, it was a little bit of a relief. There was joy, but you know what? We didn't mess it up.
We did it.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Hey, with the Olympics coming up, Coach, do you have any part of that? Are they going to ask you to do anything, since it's in LA and it's in our home state? Are you participating at all with that?
You know what? Thanks, Bear. So Karch and I, we had a great relationship when he played, and that continued. And I've been at the last 4 Olympics with him, and we've had a conversation about going forward. But Malibu, I don't want to spend my summer in Anaheim. Nothing against Anaheim. It's just,
It's Orange County.
I like being on our hill. But it's, what I mean by that is that drive down is not so bad. I usually leave at 5 to go, and I went on Monday, and but it's the drive back that it can get kind of cumbersome.
405,
especially And but Karch and I have talked.
Ran me out of California.
Yeah, and I'd do anything to help him, and obviously his staff that's there would do the heavy lifting. And if in some way, shape, or form, if I could help him, like a lot of people have helped me along the way, I'm in.
Great.
I don't know, Ubers, limousines to get Coach Shumphy there. I don't know.
Helicopters. We got to get a helicopter.
Whatever you do.
A big part of it would be a water taxi because the PCH is kind of messed up now.
You're right. I have a question talking about, obviously the teams from 85 to 88 that you coached and all those great teams back at Pepperdine from the 80s to the 90s. The game today, you're still involved in it. Like you've helped Karch and others. What's your take and the biggest difference you see in the game today than, let's say, in the late 80s, early 90s?
Oh, boy. I think the first thing, even before that, when I started at Pep, volleyball was kind of a cult sport. So people once in a while say, oh, yeah, the good old days when the players were players and the athletes were athletes. And the good old days weren't always the good old days. And it was kind of a cult sport, and we didn't have very many special players. And so I think the athletes, volleyball athletes today, male and female, are much better than they were then. And there was a unique hammer back in the day, Ernie Sawara and stuff like that. But I guess one of the things that comes to mind is when I watched the matches from the 80s, is that serving was so easy. And,
we talked about that.
Two-person receives and floaters.
We had to, everything with Berzins and Staverlik and Cry was the perfect pass. I mean, everything. And one drill we had before the team could leave practice, Cry and Staverlik, at first maybe Berzins, then Staverlik and Cry, they had to pass 20 in a row, good or perfect. And if you ask Karch about that, one of the things I remember is Pat Powers was serving. He wanted to leave, right? So he was serving easy.
Lollipop.
He wanted to leave.
And I got so ticked off. I said, back to zero. And I thought Karch was going to kill Powers and me. And
oh, that's awesome.
It's awesome.
We watch it, and the speed of the game to me is just remarkable. Like the speed to the setting to the pins, and obviously everyone's bigger, like you said, and just better athletes, or trained better athletes, I should say. I think a lot of the guys in our generation would be maybe just as explosive if they were eating the same way they are today and understanding the workouts and doing those kind of things. But the speed to me is what watching both the men and the women's game is remarkable. Like how fast it's, how low the pipe or set the pipe, which is what we are, but they don't call that anymore. Like the BIC and how fast and slow, and that's where I see the biggest difference. But I was just curious from your standpoint, being around the game for such a long time, it's at the highest level possible. You've been at the elite level in college and internationally, so very, very insightful. Thank you.
Yeah, lots of a lot more creativity, I think now, and going direct, on a first ball and either setting or hitting, and and you better have some schemes because they're coming out of the back row. And in the old days, you'd say something to a right side blocker, hey, be good on your hitter and react to this, but be good on your hitter. Well, now your hitter is the outside and the BIC. They're flying. And, I guess, Coley, while I have you here, your arm.
Oh, yes.
Can you teach? Actually, Dave, you have a good arm too. It's on the left side. But
Thank you.
I don't remember if you have a great arm or not.
I could jump. That's about all I could do.
He could jump. Yeah, that's funny.
It's recorded.
I don't know if you
can you teach that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think like the speed of my arm, for whatever reason it was, I don't think you can teach that. I think you can evolve to be a better hitter and you can work through some of the mechanics, but it's like watching people throw a football, which I got to do that too, or baseball pitchers. There's some people that just have it naturally, that just do it. I was lucky with that with my arm. That's one of the best, things that I had. I was very, very fast, so I was able to hit. I didn't jump. I wasn't the most explosive person, but to go back to your question, I don't think that you can teach. I think you can get evolved to a certain degree, but
Yeah,
I think that was
natural.
just, I got lucky and it was natural.
Yeah, from our Long Beach camp, Hilliard had a tremendously fast arm swing, and then Mark Cairns had a really heavy ball. I mean, when you tried to dig him, you're stung for a couple days. But Hilliard, if you got there in time, you can dig him. But it was so fast as well. Yeah, it's just different. I mean, Coley, along with his quick arm, and I think you would agree to this, Coach, his vision was really good, Knew where everybody wasn't, just really quick in the highest. You know, he's competing at such a high level every single time and bringing that passion with him. Then the arm swing, then the vision. I mean, it was a nice package to bring. So,
thanks, Sully.
Yeah, and that I people ask me, "Hey, Marv, are you a positive coach or a negative coach?" And I try to be a factual coach. And yeah, Philly, I remember you being a great teammate. And am I right?
You're right.
Yeah, for
You're
sure.
right.
Absolutely.
It's something I value in a lot. I mean, it's my team. So thank you again. It very, very true statement.
Yeah. Hey, Dave.
Marv, can I?
With
Yeah.
arms, before we leave arms here, I think arm, I remember in the backyard, you hit a pretty heavy ball, but it didn't help you much in ping pong.
Oh God.
What's that all about?
Yeah.
Look, ping pong and funiente.
Coach.
Ping pong and funiente are our volleyball games, and then obviously the backyard volleyball. But you brought
I don't
this
lose
up on
much-
our pre-call like last week.
Yeah.
That's
and
awesome.
I'm laughing.
I don't lose much in Finiente. I don't know if I've ever played you more, but I've played many a waves, and I love playing Finiente. And by the way, I'm actually, which of course I chose to be with you today, but I'm supposed to say hello to you from Dane and Matt Dalton. They're actually golfing. I was going to golf with those guys today, but work called, and then talking to you is a much better option. But those boys told me to tell you hello.
All right, Dave, you were about ready to answer a question, but before I forget,
Yeah, go.
Oh, great question. Let's get back to ping pong. My fault for interrupting.
You're talking about looking at recruits and character and all that stuff, obviously, and what I used to do is I wanted to on an official or unofficial, I wanted to play with and against the recruit, and because I would see sometimes like ping pong, it would be I missed that, and I don't want that guy, and and I remember played with him and against him in horseshoes, ping pong, everything. But I remember we had I don't know, maybe a half a scholarship, and I brought Brian Millar on a visit, and I played with him and against him. And I was ready to go take somebody else's money and give it to Ryan because it was still competitive. And I think once you see that special trait, it's like, oh boy. And all right, so your question, Dave, what was it?
Okay. I don't think I know this because for everybody on the call, like I really met Dijon 1986, kind of our junior year in high school, and I had transitioned from tennis into just loving volleyball, and then ended up spending basically the next 365 days at the Dunphy house in the backyard playing volleyball in this dusty, rutted out, trees covering it, volleyball net, and it was awesome. But I don't think I know the story on how you got to Pepperdine. And by the way, 1977, you win a natty the next year in 78. Did it seem like it was easy because you won it so early in your career there? But how'd you get to Pepperdine?
Well, so that 78 was my fifth year at Pep. I was an assistant for Harlan Cohen and Bert DeGroot and two great people. But how did I got to Pep as I was maybe looking at Santa Barbara, and then the coaches, the Pepperdine coaches said, "Hey, we're starting a program, and the university's moving out to Malibu in '72." And I was pretty lucky to be with those two guys, and that's how I got here. And then when I was done playing, I was finishing up a degree, and one of the coaches was going to move to San Clemente and asked me if I wanted to help out. And actually, I think, Dave, I was a better a better assistant coach than a head coach, and I enjoyed that.
Well, what makes a great head coach compared to a great assistant coach? Like I'll use a person that we all know and you talk to is Eric Sullivan. He's now the head coach for the women's national team, but he has been an assistant for a long time at Texas and has chose to stay an assistant. What makes a great assistant and what makes a great coach? And sometimes bad assistant to a great coach and vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of, as assistant, you're setting the table, and there's this balancing act with what goes up the food chain, because sometimes you talk to an athlete and they say, hey, what we say here stays here, and you have to be true to that. And I think part of the job for assistant, especially the NCAA, is you better be promoting the head coach, because it's not really the location. Hey, Malibu's great. But it's really the volleyball tradition that would get kids here, and part of that is the coaching staff.
Yep.
Yeah, head coaches. That would be interesting to hear what your take is on every one of you on what makes a great head coach, because I don't think one size fits all. Al Skate's the very best that I was ever aware of. He had his style. Bob Yoder at SC had his style.
John Price had his, for sure.
So did Ray Rattel.
Yeah, Ray and Alan Knipe, and I would think that every one of those is a little bit different. Some might be a little more, and today I see some of these coaches that are more like general managers, and then all this staff has, hey, you train the team, you recruit, you do this and that, and it was probably a little more well-rounded than the head coaches in my era. You had to recruit and do all the admin, but you better be a good coach. And because most important thing is when you're a coach, at least from my standpoint, is what are we going to do today? And what we do today is got to be based on some pretty good information, like modal learning and where we are with numbers and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's a great question. We've never talked about it. I think there's a lot of things that make a great coach. And like you said, there's so many coaches that are different, unique, have different styles. I would say trust. And, it's hard because I live in a little different with my kids playing basketball at this high level. And it's a little different on the basketball side than it is on the volleyball side. But I think just like you do, Marv, and you've already shown it on this pod, is caring. Ray Rattel had his, Ray was Ray, but Ray cared about his players. John Price, I'm going up to see John this Saturday. He cared. He still cares about me. I'm 54 years old. I played with him when I was 18 years old. A lot of coaches today I see, and again, I'm generalizing when I say a lot, like you said, are just GMs. All they care about is the bottom line, the money, how we can do this. And I think that's, for me, the biggest foundation is character and treating people the right way.
Yeah.
Screaming at them, it doesn't matter. Making them go back to zero and practice for another half hour, that's all great. That's how it should be. But treating people poorly as a human being is a big problem, and that's a big problem in today's collegiate sports. We'll leave it as that. And I think that's been lost. That's why you got into coaching, I'm sure, like my dad did. He did because he cared, and he wanted to help people, and he wanted to see kids go from kids to young men to men. I mean, I'm sure you can't count of how many weddings you've been to, and seen kids and grandkids of all the young men you've coached. It's got to be just an unbelievable reward for you, and that's, I think, what's lost. And for me, that would be number one, is if you have that where they're caring. And I'll just kind of a broad stroke, but I think from there you can just branch out to become a great coach.
I call it, they know if you care or if you don't care. And the expression statement is like, you can fool a fool, you can con a con, but you can't kid a kid. They know.
Yep.
One time I had to have a tough conversation with a young man from Chicago, and his parents came out, and at some point in time in the conversation, which wasn't going my way or wasn't going really well, I said to this guy, I said, how do I feel about, and I went through every player on the team, and he said, well, Coley's your favorite. Dave is, and he nailed everything. I said, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Hey, you're going to be on the team, you're going to get your degree, but you're spot on. And here I was coaching thinking, I fooled these guys, and you can't fool it. But going back to your question, what makes a good coach or a great coach? You said caring, obviously, and and I think that truly great coaches inspire, and I always felt as part of my job was to make you have to be based in reality, but make the players feel bulletproof, and that's how I wanted them to feel.
Coach, can we go back a little ways to like your playing days? We didn't really touch on that with all your
says no.
accolades.
Yeah,
Sorry to pivot here. And what got you involved in volleyball? And tell us a little bit about your playing days, could you?
Yeah, I got into volleyball late. It was after I was in the Army. I was in Vietnam.
Oh,
Yeah,
Thank you for your
1968,
service.
and came back and started at Pierce, and
Pierce.
I got in.
Big Daddy.
Wasn't
Know that.
yeah, one of the best coaches, the best human beings ever, and
Ken
Ken
Stanley.
Stanley.
mm-hmm.
He's having a rough go right now.
Right now.
Anyway, yeah. So and to get in the weeds here, we had a bunch of big guns at Pierce, and we played against Santa Monica City College that had Miles Paps, a great player,
Oh.
Long Beach,
Long Beach, yeah.
Carlos Fonseca, Butch May, a bunch of really
Oh,
good players, and they beat us in 5. And DeGroot and Cohen were at Santa Monica City, and they said, "Hey, where are you gonna go to school?" and so on and so forth. And I was up in the air, but Rudy Sawar was coaching in Santa Barbara, and I said, "Hey, you know what? I'm on my way there." And Bert DeGroot had encouraged me at that time to go to Santa Barbara. Well, a few weeks later, he calls and he said, "Have you signed at Santa Barbara?" And I said, "No, but I will." And he said, "I'll meet you at the Malibu feed bin at the bottom of Topanga Canyon." And so he drove me up to Pepperdine, and there was this new campus, and he said, "We're taking the job, and would you come to Pep?" So it was great, and
awesome.
I was pretty lucky. They were both really good, and I learned, I think, more from Bert than I did from Harlan, because Harlan was, teaching people how to pass. I couldn't pass. Teach them how to set. I couldn't set.
Me neither.
Couldn't pass either.
And Bert was a little bit of the block D guy, so that was great. And that's how I got here. And then early on, I got exposed to, well, at first, when I first started coaching, I said, "Hey, do this." And they said, "Why?" And I said, "Because I said so," or "Because the Russians do it."
Yeah.
And then I became probably early 70s. I got to spend some time. I got to spend a lot of quality time with Carl McGowan. So then I knew a little bit,
Another great human being.
Yeah.
but it wasn't. And then everybody passed. I wasn't a good player.
You weren't a good player.
Or not?
I was not.
Really? What position did you play?
In the middle. That's when they just put big guys that could do anything.
Couldn't move laterally. You just stood there with your arms
No
up like
offense,
this.
Coley.
Yeah.
No offense.
Yeah. No offense taken. I'm not a big goon anymore. Like I'm 6'5" and I'm just a drop in the bucket. I'm a libero in
He's
today's
still a
game.
goon.
So
Doesn't matter if
I
he's
am.
big or not.
You're
he's
right.
still a goon.
Very, very much so. Go back to the Pierce days. Playing for Ken Stanley, and did you just fall in love with it at that point? Like you just started playing it? Did you? When you obviously he's one of the best, like you said, to do it. After you're playing with him at Pierce, and then you got to go to Pepperdine. Did you kind of like all of us just started playing the game and fell in love, or did it just kind of go? As years went by, you started to say, "Hey, this is something I want to continue to do."
Yeah. So then Ken was coaching basketball when I was at Pierce, and when I first went there, he was coaching basketball with Denny Crum. They went on to assist at UCLA and then Louisville.
Yep.
Louisville.
And so I think it was just probably more pickup. It wasn't on the beach. A lot of people think, oh, Malibu, Southern Cal, you probably started on the beach and had this traditional whatever. But I went to Taft, and we never lost a Reseda in anything.
Of course you didn't. Of course, but that changed when I got there. That changed when I got there. It's great.
awesome.
I love that that we're both from the Valley, though. So yeah, and they were
LA City guys.
That's awesome.
LA City, absolutely. Yeah, that's funny. They still don't. Reseda doesn't win in much anymore either, but they need to. Their football's doing okay, but that's funny.
Yeah. So so Ken started with the volleyball program after I left there, and but I was pretty lucky to, in Southern California, he was John Wooden, and then right over the hill at Cal Lutheran, the Cowboys used to practice, and Gary Stato knew Dennis Thurman, a defensive back. And, so I went over there, and I think I saw in both of those guys and in Ken Stanley a way to coach that was a little bit different than what I had seen, which is fear-based. And when you attack people, they kind of retreat. And I never wanted to be one of those guys. But at Landry, Wooden, and Stanley, I just thought, wow, here's a way. And I tried to be those guys. And pretty soon I had to be Marv Dunphy and not, Marv Wooden.
Somebody, yeah.
Marv, I remember seeing your dissertation. I think it was on John Wooden, right?
Yes.
And did you ever meet him?
Yeah, a couple times. And then for the dissertation, I sat with him for, probably 5 or 6 days, from 9 to 3, and asked him, 150 questions in sport. And it was just an awesome time for me, because sometimes
fascinating.
yeah, sometimes, and he had a little condo, a little apartment off of White Oak, Coley, and it was pretty unassuming. And if sometimes you get closer to people, you realize, it's the players, it's the money, it's this and that. And with him, every minute was big. He's better than advertised. And even he stopped coaching over 50 years ago, and a lot of woodenisms, and people still recite things from him.
And his foundation of so many things, obviously the pyramid, but there's so many traits you can do. And one of his best quotes, I'm going to say it because I love it, it's my favorite quote, is he said, the greatest way as I just forgot the quote, it's amazing. Unbelievable. I'll get back to that. Thank goodness we can add it. Here it is. Here's the quote. Here's the quote. Okay. The greatest gift a man can give his children is to love their mother. And I've never forgot that one when I first learned it, before I even had kids. And that has nothing to do with basketball or sport, right? It's just John Wooden being John Wooden. And that quote to me has always been, I've always thought about that, like giving my kids the best thing I can is to love their mother. And I've tried to do that for 31 years. And I would have loved to just listen to him in a locker room. If I would have loved to play for someone like him. Yeah. Or for him, I should say. Yeah. It would have been amazing.
He knew the psychology of superior athletes, really, and sometimes, not everybody can coach the unique athletes. And I think he was able to, coach all different levels. And, it'd be interesting to hear the favorite quote. Mine was, "You have to earn the right to be proud and confident." And as I say that, with all of his quotes, here was so much that he reduced down to: be quick, but don't hurry. I don't want activity without achievement. And do you guys have any quotes, wooden quotes you can throw out?
The bench is your best friend. One of the first things I did when I became a coach, I read They Call Me Coach, just to get insight on how to be a coach. And obviously I was kind of kidding about the bench is your best friend, but he has so many quotes. It's unbelievable. He was definitely the man.
And my son, my wife played volleyball at UCLA, and my son was there for 3 years and got to play basketball at UCLA and went to the Final Four. And one of the foundations of it all, I mean, walking through their basketball, workout facility, is John Wooden's everywhere. The pyramids places, and Coach Cronin was very big on that, talked about it to these young kids. Everyone knows John Wooden, but it's really, like Sully said about you, like all these young kids that play volleyball, and again, you probably don't want to hear this being as humble as you are, but they should all know who Marv Dunphy is. I mean, you coach Karch in '88. Like we as volleyball players, we should know who you're talking about, who Fred Sturm is, who DeGroot is. All of these folks that have paved the way for this sport to be great, like yourself, us in the 90s, we talk about John Wooden. I think it's an important thing to never forget. And, it's just been pretty cool for me to grow up in Southern California and see all that. And especially in the volleyball world that we all four, you being 5, Marv, have been a part of, is just great people, great coaches, being around a great era of watching it just grow. It's been pretty special to see that.
Yeah. Crazy to think 15 years today, John Wooden passed away. That's crazy.
Wow.
Yep. Today.
Hey, there he is, right? You see him? That's Wooden right there.
Yeah, it is.
Who's that?
That's awesome.
John Wooden.
Wow.
No kidding.
Right
That's
there.
rad.
And that's
Wow, that's
me in
awesome.
his apartment. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my
That's
gosh,
amazing.
that's crazy.
Marv, I got to ask. I think I know the answer, but I don't want to assume. Did you have an arch rival? Is it?
It was Northridge because when he coached him against me, he was 2-8. So he was 2-8 against Northridge when Coley
like
was
any
there.
particular
Coley,
coach
let's just stick that in
program?
there, coach. I wouldn't take that.
college, international level? Like, was there somebody you were like, I want to win this?
You know what? I think pretty much whoever would get in the way, but during my time, UCLA had won, and to this day, the UCLA men won a ton. And Al was his players never did anything to hurt their chances of winning, I thought that they were really good. So that was always special to play against his teams. And then internationally, the Soviet Union, the Russians were good, and actually Cuba was pretty darn good at during my time.
So we talk about impact you coaches have on players. More of an impact in college or more of an impact on international players that you've coached?
I would think, probably NCAA level. Yeah.
Yeah, different times in their life, right? That's why I'm kind of wondering.
Yeah, it's a little bit more like an all-star team at that level. And
Okay.
I have a question for. We've asked a few of these. I was fortunate enough to wear it as well. You're a little different. You were in Vietnam, so you fought for this country. And then how was it for you to actually put on the 3 letters to represent the United States as a coach? How was that feeling for you, especially after representing this country in a war?
Yeah. It's special. And so then I don't know if you guys remember this, but we were year round, right? So we'd play 90 matches a year, all over the States or the world, whatever. And to this day, the anthem, the standard for me is arms at your side and not in front, not behind, and not giggling, whatever. And heaven help the people if they butchered the anthem, because I would dehumanize them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so pretty special. And in fact, some of my best memories, like in Tokyo, it was pretty emotional, and trying to sing the anthem, and Karch is crying, and rightfully so, right?
Right.
Pretty special.
Yeah, watching kids giggle or talk during the national anthem is one of my biggest pet peeves by far. They just don't get it. Don't get it. Don't get what you did for us and everybody beyond that. And then, like Coley says, it's because I bring it up all the time. I wasn't in that situation to where USA. Tim got to do it. Coley got to do it, and it's something that you always want to do. But man, I just the emotions that you just talked about. I mean, you've been around that for a long time, Coach, and that's just something that some people don't ever get to experience. So that's pretty deep stuff for me. That's pretty deep stuff because I was never able to do it.
Yeah, I got to think it's an honor for most to try to get there, and you've been there so many times.
Well,
but what's great?
I'm old.
No, I'm not saying you're old at all. Not at all. You look younger. You look younger than Bear and Sully and I. No, but it's just you've gotten the opportunity to be in multiple Olympics as a coach, as an assistant coach, as a mentor, all the other ways, and of course, the man you are, you're never going to take that for granted, but some do. And we had Holly McPeak on here, and she talked about her experience getting up on the podium, getting the bronze medal. And she said she still, to this day, and this was 25 years ago, can't still even remember it. She was just in an emotional,
blackout.
heart fog of just an amazing thing. And I listen to the national anthem all the time before high school games, and it brings chills to me. I almost have a tear in my eye from wishing I could play and just being grateful that my son is playing in this environment and playing here in this country, doing what you and many others have done to sacrifice for us. But just to be able to do it and to see you continuing to do it for the USA, and obviously it's special.
Hey, Bear, didn't you coach against Coach Dunphy? How'd that go?
Yeah, I'm 0-1 against you, Coach. I don't know if you remember that, but I was coaching at Hope.
Yes.
And you allowed us to go up there to Pepperdine and play you guys. And you were great. You were really hospitable to us. And then after the game, I don't know if you remember this, you come up to me and you're like, hey, we have some uniforms missing. Do you know anything about that? I'm like, there's no way that's my team, Coach. We're Hope, right? We don't do that. And sure enough, I had to eat humble pie a couple days later and mail you back those uniforms. I apologize.
Was the game over in 20 or 30 minutes?
It was done in 3 real quick. Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but some of your players said that you took them.
I couldn't fit in them, Coach.
No,
We're glad there's.
but you know what? I think that's sometimes when people make wrong choices, you get to know them better because you work on fixing them. I'm sure you had probably a good conversation with that young man, and
it was one of the players that I would think out of all my players wouldn't have done that, and we're still close to this day. And we had a heart-to-heart, and he apologized, and he felt horrible or whatever. And we had a heart-to-heart, and we actually bonded over that.
Yeah.
Learning, teaching moment. That's why you coach, right? We all, I don't even want to say all the things that I've done that I'm not proud of, but you learn from them, and that's a great teaching moment. If there was TikTok though, Coach, it might have been bad. They might have been dressing in the uniforms and doing videos and all those kind of things if it was in today's world.
So to start this off, Sully, you said some really nice things. You read off a lot of wins, whatever, but you said, I think it was something like 190 something and 31. I remember all 31 losses,
I bet.
Yeah,
that has come up a lot on these.
It's part of the
podcasts
deal,
with
and losing is part of it. Very seldom do you ever win them all, and
Right.
And I'd say I've lost, and the teams that I've been with have lost, and you don't have to lose to go through adversity. You can be close, but that's just part of the deal.
Yeah.
How important is losing, do you think, in the grand scheme of a season, a career, and embracing losing?
Well, I think you when you think of success and failure, I think you have to treat them the same. You have to learn from both and move on. And the biggest thing is to move on. Coach Wooden had this how long, philosophy. When something good happens, how long do you hang on to it? When something bad happens, how long do you hang on to it? And Coley, I'm thinking when you're at Reseda, there's some of the guys there that had good success, and they just said, "Oh man, this is it for my life," and then they refer back to that point in time. And so we won it all in '88, but my life didn't stop in '88. You just keep going. And
Yeah. And Coley, you hang on to losses probably a lot more than I know people hang on to losses. I think. Would you agree with that?
100%.
Yeah.
I still talk about my playing days. I could tell you almost every one of my kids' games from 3rd grade on when they lost, and but it's because I hate to lose, and winning is so great, right? But I think like Coach Dunphy just said, it's an important piece to never want to feel that way, understand what you need to do to get better and learn from it. That's what I've always tried to do. But yeah, losses still sting me to this day. I mean, I never ever forget May 8th, 93. That's the day we lost the national championship. And, it's all I ever wanted to do was to win a title, and getting there is remarkable for Northridge and for what we did. I'm very honored and happy to get there, but it still hurts. I mean, it still hurts after all this time. You're so close to your dreams and everything. It wouldn't change anything in the world. I'd still be talking to you, all of you guys here. I'm still the same person, but you definitely want to win that, if you get that chance.
And people that never really win and never really lose, they stay in the middle of the road. And I think we all like to be on the front edge of that.
Yeah. Euphoria.
I can't imagine any one of those 31 losses with that high performing team, right? The guys on that team went over very well at all.
Yeah. And, the interesting thing, not to go story time here, but we were playing.
Please do.
Yeah. So we were playing a lot of tours, right? And maybe we would play Korea five times in 4 different cities or something like that. And I would say to Karch, hey, I'm giving you the night off, and I'm going to see if John Root or a Troy Tanner can carry the load. And but ING had sponsored this tour, and they'd paid a lot of money, and people that attended these matches had paid a lot of money, and I would hear it. Hey, I didn't pay $50. These guys
Not see
Karch play.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
and I paid to see whatever. And or if the match was getting out of hand and I had to right the ship, I would just look at Karch. We had this little look, and he would just start warming up. And all 4 years, he never said no. When it was time to go, he went. And pretty unique character in that way.
You talked earlier about unique players that you've coached through the years, like Karch and Stork or whoever. How do you coach somebody that? And you admitted that you weren't that a very good player. So how do you coach players that are unique and are much better players than you ever were?
Yeah. Pretty much what I like to do is when the kids are little, right, you have to show them and tell them because they don't know. And then there's guided discovery. And then at some point in time, there's mutual exploration, and there's respect all along the way. But the mutual exploration is huge. And I'm thinking of 2014, we're at the World Championships, and Karch had me working with the setters. And because the setting guy couldn't make the tour, right, the championship, and I couldn't train the setter, but I could work with them tactically on stuff. And the timeouts, seriously, would be something like this. What do we got? And so then by open-ended, I would hear where they were coming from. And I could go with it, or I could stun them with the truth, or whatever.
Right.
And so I always like to do that, I inherited 3 Buck, and, Buck saw the game really well. Timmons played well, saw it well, and obviously Karch. And so I wasn't going to tell them how to do things. And,
Sure.
it was a mutual thing. And I tried to stay out of their way.
In all the years you've coached, from back when you were just starting out at Pierce, everyone has the LeBron and Kobe and MJ debate. Is Karch the best to ever do it? Is he the GOAT in volleyball? And is anyone even close?
Yeah, he's the best. He's the best that I ever worked with. And, and let me throw another name out to you, Eric Sato.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, yeah.
He was, he didn't play all around because we had, some bigger pieces. And, but boy,
Size for size.
he was, pound for pound.
Fun to watch.
Good as any volleyball athlete that I've seen.
I think he would. I mean, obviously, there's no think. If the game today with the libero was back with him, he obviously would have never come off the court. And like you said, his impact, it already was amazing, right? Esat's was just amazing. But had he been the libero, he'd have probably played in 4 or 5 Olympics, and he'd have changed the dynamics of the way, just being in there the entire time. It would have been really fun. And now that they can serve, I think it's on the one libero with the way he did. And I would have loved to see that. But that's an interesting, and I could see it for sure, of bringing, Sato in with Karch. And all of us that watch, if you talk to anyone that is not even a casual fan that doesn't know much about volleyball, they know the name Karch Karai. And, he's synonymous with volleyball, and he should be, right? He should be. He's, as you just said, he's, in your opinion, he's the best ever. I would think most would say that. I think it's always a fun to argue, and hopefully someone in the next 5 to 10 years or 15 years can reach that kind of capacity of what Karch did, and we can have that argument, right, of who's the best, or of generations or whatever, because that just would make our country, the volleyball in our country, just obviously that much better to have someone that's trying to be better long term than Karch of all time.
Hey, Marv, were you able to see any college games this year and see that setter from Long Beach, Moni Nikolov? Were you able to see him?
I saw him. They played here at Pep, Long Beach 1 and 5, and he was knocking people down with his serve. And then in NCAAs, he was a special server, and a little bit reminded me a little bit of Clay Stanley. And you're talking about great players. When when I was with USA team and when Clay would serve, I'd always stand next to the pole so I could another day, because I think half of his aces were just blowing people up. They couldn't get out of the way, kicking up this Scud missile, and I don't think anybody hit a ball kind of like him. Most, including Cole. Yours had a little bit of topspin. Sometimes his would just.
Yeah.
So how about internationally? In all the years you've coached, we say Karch is the best. If you can give me maybe top 3 or 1 or 2 of the best international players you've ever coached against that possibly are on that Mount Rushmore of volleyball as a whole. On the men, we're talking on the men's side.
Alexander Savin from Soviet Union, and I got to see, not coach against Wojtowicz from Poland, and Stan Gushiniak also from Poland. Great players.
Coach, you have a top 6 roster for Pepperdine starting 6, including starting 6 plus the libero from all your years of coaching.
Well, that's a tough question.
Yeah.
Putting you on the spot, Coach.
Do you have any children?
Oh, I have 4. Yep.
Which is your favorite child?
Who listens the most? Let me
Fair
listen. I'm
counter.
just kidding.
What day is it? I would think it's.
Yeah, well, you've had absolute studs come through, and if you can put a squad of 18 together, but you had to put that 6 out there. I mean, you had Buck, you had Sorensen. Yeah, I mean, we can go. The list goes on and
Tanner,
on and on.
Chip, Dwayne, Dane. I think Dane was a really, really good college player. I wouldn't say he was an elite college player, but obviously he's one of the elite beach players and one of the most elite
Thank you very much.
competitors that I've ever been around as well. So, but that I'm kind of taking you out so you don't have to put Dane in there because he did win a gold medal on the beach side.
On the beach, but
Sorry, Dane, I love you, bud.
No, but any true thoughts on that? I mean, I get your perspective about my kids and not having your favorites, but man, there's got to be a couple that you're like, yeah, you know what? They would be at least in the conversation of my starting 6.
Yeah, thinking outside, Sean Rooney is pretty special. Staverlik, certainly. Setting wise, you had Winder, McCaw, Stort, Rod Wild. Rod, probably, if I were to say, hey, locate a ball somewhere, Rod could probably do that as well as anybody. Middles would be obviously Craig Buck, Brad Keenan.
That's a Fountain Valley boy. That's where I went to high school.
Yep. Yeah. And a Paul Mitchell boy. He played with us in Paul Mitchell. So
and Paul Carroll had unbelievable range. And what's interesting with Paul is everybody thought of him as a great blocker, server, hitter, but defensively, you couldn't tip a ball on him because he was so long. He could pancake anything, and And what's kind of neat about that crew, Sully, is that Keenan saw the game pretty well, and so did Buck, and they're middles. And sometimes, we look at them as maybe 1 or 2 dimensional, but those guys are good all around players.
Interesting. How's Buck doing, by the way? I know he had a terrible accident.
He's staying the course and fighting the good fight, and I chat with him now and then, and I always enjoy our conversations. He's a pretty special character.
Yeah, it's good to hear.
Marv, with this being a pretty heavy Long Beach crew here, just curious, what are your memories of Staverlik transferring? I mean, he seemed to be a Long Beach guy through and through. Long Beach City College to Long Beach, then going to Pepperdine, and then the rest is history kind of thing. But is it the original transfer portal scandal, or what was your view of it?
Yeah, so then I didn't know too much of his background, right? And it was kind of one-sided where he was pursuing us. And he didn't, if I remember correctly, he didn't get released. So he was here for 2 years without a scholarship, and
Oh,
and he had to redshirt his first year, and yeah, and but if you ever saw his platform, I can't really show it here, but his right would be in
Yeah.
the middle of his hand. And when he first got here, I said, "Hey, use the conventional way to do it." And 2 weeks later, I pulled the other guys in. And I said, "Put your thumb in the front."
go back to where you were.
Don't change a thing.
Yeah, and I think the elite ones in any sport, there's a difference between competitiveness and toughness, and we could be competitive at ping pong or cards or trivia or bingo, whatever. But when when you're tough, you overcome things, and Bob was tough
Mm.
in a good
Now-
way. Yeah, not taking the baseball bat and beating up on the Gatorade cooler, but he was just tough when it was time to be tough.
That's another thing I feel is lost in a lot of these younger generations is just being tough, right? And it's not just about, like you said, competitive. It's about getting up. It's about finding ways to do things. And obviously Bob Stavert looks, one of the better players to ever do it in this country. And you personified that by who he was. And I hope that we did this podcast for a few reasons, Marv. One is to tell stories. So if you want to tell stories, we'd love to hear any you wanted to evangelize volleyball. It's done so much for all of us, just like it has for you. I'm so grateful. My whole life is because of it. But it's also to try to maybe help the younger generation. There's 12-year-old kids listening to this that play club volleyball, and there's parents that are listening to this. And, I think we need to go back some generations in a few different ways. Maybe not the athleticism and the training and stuff, but the toughness, the certain character issues, the dealing with adversity, failing and it being okay, not walking into your teacher's office and tell the teacher you need to give your kid a B because it was hard.
Yeah,
like, no,
accountability.
your kid got a C and they deserve a C, but for some reason in today's world, they end up getting a B. And I think all of these things need to be addressed. So I really love hearing these from you. And I again, more nuggets that you can give us, because my hope is that people do listen to this and we help mold the next generation of athletes of conforming from the best of our generation to what's amazing in this generation, right? This generation is so good and it's so fast and it's so much involvement of training and believing and watching. And, we talked about girls and women's volleyball. When we were playing in the 90s, you barely saw it. It's on NBC on a Saturday during college football season. There's pro leagues and there's so much for young women to watch, which is great. But again, it goes back to what I just said about that extra toughness and certain things that I hope more younger generation volleyball players can start to understand that and pursue toughness and heart, like you asked, and learn to grow those things into their game and not pout and whine and complain and have their parents do everything for them and have no accountability.
Yeah, all these highly structured programs, I think they have a place, but one of the things that's kind of lost is the skill of winning. And so when you think of inner city basketball, you had to win to stay on. When you play
Right.
doubles and triples, you had to win to stay on.
Yep.
And also you played against bigger, stronger, better players quite often. And so you learned a little bit earlier what goes and what doesn't go. And I think we do them a disservice, these young players, where they play same height, same weight, same age, same level of competency, and then they go off and play, eat at Chuck E. Cheese. Do they still have Chuck E. Cheese? I don't know.
They do. They still do. I used to take my kid there all the time. But you're right, Marv. We talk about this all the time, and this might be a good segue to understand, since you've been around the game, the international. The international players are taking over all sports. You look at volleyball, like Northridge has 9 international players on its roster for men's volleyball. You look at, basketball and the NBA, like the best players, except this past year when SGA won it, the last 4 or 5 years, it's been a foreign player winning the MVP of the league. They train differently. They work differently. I agree with you. We play way too much here. There's 4 or 5 games in a weekend. So if you lose on Saturday, it doesn't matter because you're playing 4 more on Sunday. And you're like, oh, like you said, go to Chuck E. Cheese. How do we change that? And what do you see the biggest difference between the way the European model is of training kids from 12 on to what we're doing here?
Well, I think maybe I'm not answering your question directly, but I think just the better players see the game better. It used to irritate me to no end that Rod Wild would come in with, sand and dirt up to his knees, right? And then he would play on the beach in the morning, practice, and then he'd be sneaking in with the intramurals at night, and it used to bug me to no end. But you're talking about there's volleyball in his blood, and same thing with John Mayer. And so I think the better players see the game better. And I remember at one point in time, I think we used the Palisades Volleyball Club that I was part of, and it got to be a little bit of a divisive, because some of the parents said, hey, the blue chip parents said, we want them to get scholarships and go on. And then another segment said, hey, everybody plays. And so then we ended up dividing up. Hey, blue chippers, you stay at Palisades. The rest of you go to Venice. And, and we made peace with the parents. But the reason I mention that is that, so the practices were on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I think. And I suggested that Wednesday we let them play, right? And I was with the blue chip parents, and they thought I was a communist. No, we need to train the heck out of them. There needs to be this highly formalized whatever. And I looked at it as an opportunity for them to play. And I think you'd agree, the better players play 8 days a week.
But agreed. But the difference is they're playing, like you said, Rod, and we had Casey Patterson on. He used to talk about just going out to the courts. Yeah. The difference with Rod going to the intramurals and down to the beach, he's doing it on his own, and he's doing it unstructured.
Yep.
Again, this is my opinion, and I've talked to many others, and they kind of feel it is the structure of it these days here in the States is so much with youth sports and the tournaments and the money and all of that stuff. Yeah, they're playing, but they're not playing with the purpose that Rod did. Rod went to the beach to get better and win.
Yeah.
He didn't go because his parents were paying $1,000 a dues, and you're playing on the club team, so you're playing 8 games this weekend. I think there's a big difference in that, and that's where I think we need to get back to, hopefully, like, not just training 24/7, but less games and making games mean more. Like you said, it's I don't want to call it a skill, but competitiveness and winning is why you play sports. It's why we'd play ping pong or Vignette. You beat me, I'd be bummed, but and it's not going to ruin my life. But we're not going to play ping pong just to hit it. We're going to play a game. You're going to try to beat me, and I'm going to try to beat you. And I think that's lost again in today's generation because we play so much. I wish we would go back and not like at the park when I grew up in the Valley. You'd play one game on the weekend. And that game meant the world to you. It meant the world to you when you got to play that one game after practicing. And now again, there's so many. So I was just curious what you thought, because I know the Europeans don't do that as much at a younger age. Structured playing, I should say, not playing, but too much structure.
And when you mentioned parents, Trent Dilford came here. His daughter transferred, and he was hanging out in the gym, and I introduced myself, and I said, hey, I coach men's volleyball. And he said, oh, yeah, I was at the match last night. First men's volleyball match I'd seen. It's a reverse sweep, with us and Irvine. And we started chatting, and I said, what are you doing? And he said, well, I'm just waiting for my daughter to watch this basketball game. And I said, hey, come on up in my office. And so we were up here for about, I don't know, hour and a half, whatever. And his daughter came up, and he goes, no, he'd come back later, because, we're chit-chatting about coaching. And I really love some of his takes. And one of the things, he has a pickup truck and 3 daughters. And he put two hats on the dashboard, a parent hat and a coach hat. Mm-hmm. And after a practice or a game, the child got to pick what they wanted. And it was the oldest one only took the parent hat, right? Middle one, 50-50. The young one only took the coach hat. Give it to me. And, I think, I think that would be wise for some parents to hey, let them choose what hat they want.
I wish I would have heard this 20 years ago. Yeah. I'm way different with my second, but I was a little bit more gnarly with my first. What a great way to do that Trent did that for his children. I love that. So if you listen to that, make sure you're doing that, parents. Let your kids choose what they want to hear on your drive home. Yeah. Let them choose.
That's a good idea. Hey, just a little spin on Pepperdine. So Servertlik was the one that inspired me to continue to go to Long Beach State, right? And then my first assistant at Long Beach was Robert McNutt. Crazy man himself. Look at him smiling. Yeah, Coach is like, yeah, right, McNutt. crazy, man. But I actually went into Coach Ray Rattel's office, and he's like, "So, like, what do you want to get out of Long Beach State? Like, what do you want to be?" And I'm like, "I had to emulate Stabertlich, right? I want to be the player of the year." And he just kind of tilts his head, and I said, "I want to win the NCAA championship." And he laughed. Ray Rattel laughed. And in front of my dad looks at him like, what are you doing? But I got to tell you, Coach, what you guys did at Pepperdine during my time, that was late 80s, I guess, mid to late 80s, was unbelievable. And to have it on national TV, that was a big deal for me. So I'm just giving you kudos. And Rod Wild called me to, talk about coming to Pep and stuff. But I just think that Pepperdine was a real stable along with UCLA back in the day. And just to let you know, that catapulted me into not choosing football, but to go into volleyball. So just I let you know, that was awesome for me.
Inspiring, like you said it, Coach. That's a big part of coaching is inspiring young kids. Nothing more that I get a kick out of is traveling somewhere and someone say, "Are you Coach Kyman's son?" My dad, and they tell me what my dad meant to them or what my dad did for them growing up, and as a coach. And for me, it's pretty awesome. And like I said, I'm sure there's multitude of young men and their kids that could say the same about you.
Yeah, for sure.
I was talking to Sue Enquist. The topic was Coach Wooden and how he would say he never wanted to corner a lion, and so I gave her a few stories why. And Sue Enquist, do we know who she is?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Multiple national championships as a player and a coach, and just a fabulous person. And she was telling me this story. You guys will love it. I think it was UCLA Cal in the softball regionals, and Cal had maybe one great player. And so all they had to do was, pitch around her or get through her, and they win. And then, like softball was 1-0, 2-1 was a big score, right?
Yeah.
And so I think it was the first inning, and so the UCLA pitcher pitches the ball, and this gal for Cal hits it to the moon. Sue walks out and goes to the mound like, "Hey, what's up, whatever." I don't know if she said anything, but the player said, "I don't know how my pitch hit her bat. Go back to the dugout." I love that. It's kind of like the game within the game. And, I love that. And
That's awesome.
yeah.
Hey,
Can I
guys.
ask- Yeah.
Go, no, Dave. Well, I was just going to say we're at an hour and 10 minutes on this. We can still continue. I would love to have Coach back because I think there's a lot more stories within his stories. And I think we just kind of relinquish just having Coach telling the stories. I think that'd be awesome for us. So up to you guys. But if we want to shut this down, what do you guys think before I give us a little send off?
Look, I wanted him to tell the Jeff Stork story.
Let's hear it.
Because you've brought Stork up a lot over the several episodes.
One more story.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Marv, the one where I told you, so I was joking with him. He would host barbecues at his house, and there would be national team players, and the Satos were always there and stuff. And I remember playing my heart out in front of, like, Jeff Stork just happens to be playing, and I dove for a ball. Stork picks me up and goes, "Kid, you're trying too hard." And so Marv, I'm serious. And then Marv, you were telling this great story about asking him, when did you become a good setter, or when did you feel that? And it was like 5 years after the 88 gold winning match.
No
And
kidding.
I thought that was a great story to share. So Marv, can you share it?
I think what happens is that maybe too often is that we get pigeonholed and they're saying, hey, the setter has to be the leader, the setter has to be the captain, the setter has to be this, and so on and so forth. And that hasn't been the case, really for me. And it's whoever is the natural leader, right? And they do it in different ways. Some guys are rah-rah, and some, like Karts, are leading by example. But I was talking to Jeff. I said, when did you feel like you were really confident in your own skin as a setter and good at what you did? And he thought for a while, and he goes, I think after we won it in Italy, which is 4 or 5 years after he had won a gold medal. And
That's crazy.
That's incredible.
That is unbelievable.
But that shows you the being one of the elite athletes, how their heads work, right? Like, they're never satisfied. I mean, he won a gold medal and he didn't even think he was where he should be, right?
Yeah.
And he was one of the better setters in the world at that point. I mean, you had all those guys around him, and then to not, of course he believed in himself, but not to realize like, I still have so much more to go. And then to reflect on that years later to say like, yeah, my best was here is pretty remarkable. To hear that.
Yeah. And then just with Stork, another story is that it was kind of like it was a late recruit. I got him in the summer, and I saw him hit, and he had big paws and a good arm, and so when he comes here, he wanted to hit, and so we go back and forth, and I said, hey, 6'3" hitters are a dime a dozen. You'll have a better career. You touch the ball pretty well as a setter, and so we had a two-setter offense. I think his first year, and then he went on to have some good success. And because I told him, as you go through life, you want to have options, and he's going to have more options as a setter. And we kind of struggled a little bit. And so we won a gold medal in '88, bronze medal in '92, and in '96 he was on the team, but they didn't medal. And but leading up to '96, he came to me and he said, "Hey Marv, can we meet?" I could tell by the tone, the serious conversation. And so Italy was pulling him to go to Italy early, and the U.S. was offering, some money, but he was up in the air about, what he was going to choose. And I just kind of smiled, and he goes, "What are you smiling at?" I said, "I'm going back a few years, now you have these options. You get over thousands of dollars or the USA team and so on and so forth." And he goes, yeah, I know. And, but you want to have options in life. And we kind of smile about that to this day.
I bet. That's awesome.
That's great. That's great.
Really cool.
Great story.
Okay, guys. Like I said, we can have Coach Dunphy back anytime. So again, Coach Marv Dunphy, such a wonderful guest, great career. We really loved you having on, and we'd love to have you back on Set the Pipe.
Thanks
for
so
coming
much,
on.
Coach.
Yeah, Coach, thanks so much
Marv.
for being here and just sharing all your insight on everything that you've done. And, you mean a lot to me too, just for all these years. So just so great to have you on this, and thanks for joining.
Yeah, honored to be with you. And next time we dig a little bit more into your lives.
Thank you.
Would love
We can do
to.
that. Sure.
And I got to get up to Malibu soon because I think I can take you in ping pong. Just saying.
Hey, Marv, just bring your 4 rings with you. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
So maybe the last thing here, Cole, you were working my camp, and
Yes, I was.
we had a staff match, and Romaine was also working the camp, and you were playing on the side with, I think the guy who was from Australia, George Petru, whatever, and he boosted his left. He's going to block Romaine on the D or the front row. I don't know. You couldn't tell a difference from him because he's coming
Right.
from such a high play.
Yeah.
And Romaine hits the ball, and this guy is yelling, "No, no, no!" And you were in the middle, and you just you might want to zip it because he cleared you. And I just love the way you said that. It was only it was for his ear, but you just calmed down a little bit.
As you said, reality matters sometimes when you're talking to people.
You might want to
and
zip it. He just hit over you.
Yeah.
All right.
So funny.
That's awesome.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Marv.
Yeah, so good.
Sincerely.
Yeah, you guys take care.
Okay.
All right, everybody. Hey, welcome back to Set the Pipe. I am Sully. CK's here with Bear, my other hosts tonight. A little different tonight. Michelle Mooney, Kyman, Coley's wife, NCAA champion at UCLA, 1991. Mooney, welcome to Set the Pipe.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one because we definitely want to hear some stories, not only about Coley, but also your adventures. But let me tell everybody what's going on with Michelle Mooney. She graduated with a psychology degree from UCLA. Again, she was an NCAA champion her freshman season in 1991. After her collegiate career was over, she went to play professionally overseas in the Netherlands. And then she got into the AVP for 3 seasons. And that's true, correct?
Couple summers, yeah.
Couple summers,
Yep.
And then she actually got into the coaching realm with El Toro High School. She's a certified personal trainer through the National Academy of Sports Medicine. And then the hardest job of all is being married to Coley Kyman, and she has been blessed with 2 kids. So everybody set the pipe. This is Michelle Kyman. Welcome.
Thank you.
Cool.
Welcome, honey. Wow, she's in the
Finally,
building.
I've been listening
So
through
one
the door.
thing she told me, she's like, if I'm going to come on this thing, I'm your guest, so you can't talk. So I said and everyone that's listening that knows me knows that's really hard for me to do. Not because it's not out of the heartfelt that I want to listen to what you're saying. It's just something I got to continue to work on. So I'm going to try my best to keep my mouth shut.
Okay,
and let
so
the young
Mooney,
lady speak.
Does he have a hard time shutting up in normal life rather than just the podcast?
Yes.
Oh.
There's a need to just keep talking and sharing. And it's like this stuff he has to get out. It's unbelievable. Sometimes I just say, honey, I love you, but can you just stop talking for 5 minutes? Just don't say a word for 5 minutes. And sometimes he can't get through those 5 minutes.
Okay, we could have Mooney on here a lot more, Bear. I'm just telling you right now.
Why do you think she's stoked I'm doing the podcast?
Yeah,
when I was
you're
like,
right.
asked her if I could do it. She's like, oh my God, you're going to talk for 3 to 5 hours?
Yes. Go for it. Yeah.
Get the daily words in.
Yeah.
Hey, so we're going to keep Coley on a leash a little bit. So let's go back prior to Mr. Kyman meeting you. You know, let us know how this all started. Where did you play high school? Tell us about the recruiting process through UCLA. And Coley says it time and time again with a lot of affection and love about the UCLA connection with you and your son going there.
Yes.
But how did that all start from you from high school and on the recruitment end and your time there at UCLA? Because it is a storied program, men's and women's both.
Right. So I grew up, my first sport was softball.
Oh, no
I started at the age of 4 and played till 8th grade. That was my sport.
Okay.
I think my dad wished he had a son first, so he just threw me into sports right away.
Yeah.
And then I got to high school and I learned how to play volleyball my freshman year of high school.
Okay.
Which you can't do nowadays, right? And go to college. It's just, you can't do it. So, walk in freshman year tryout.
He was 6'2", though, as a freshman. 6'2", walking into high school.
Hey, Bear, did you just
Coach.
see that? He interrupted her already.
Yep.
And we're what 2 minutes into this thing?
See, you
Goddamn.
guys?
We do it.
I just add color. I'm adding
No
color.
one's adding color. I can do my own color, I think.
Yes, you can.
And you know,
This is a husband and wife.
Yeah, the problem you guys doing it together in the same room is I can't mute Coley. I have to mute both of you, so there's a problem there. So I'm gonna have to figure that about. But anyway,
I
so
am going to be good.
Michelle, continue.
Yes. So I come into tryouts right before my freshman year. You know, the coach thinks I'm actually coming in for the coaching position that he's, hiring for the JV. And I said, no, I'm a freshman. I'm 13. I want to try out for volleyball. And so that's where it started. I wasn't even thinking scholarship, college.
Sure.
I was just like, hey, this is a fun sport I want to learn. So made the JV team. I went to high school with Elaine Youngs. So she was a senior when I was a freshman. And so she was just like, oh my gosh, I want to inspire to be like her. She's so great, So kind of, then I started playing club. And that was a hard year for me because most of the girls on my team had played a year or two, and I was still really raw trying to get my timing to jump to hit the ball over the net. That's where I was.
Were you
at,
uncoordinated or at that time, like a baby giraffe kind of thing?
Probably
Or
a
were
little
you
bit.
Okay.
Probably a little bit, yeah. But I did. My freshman year, I was good enough. I got pulled up for CIF.
Okay.
So that's actually a fun story.
Yes, please tell it. I was about to say, please tell this one.
The girls that played at El Toro at the time, Carrie Appleman, she went to Stanford. Our junior setter went to USD. Elaine went to UCLA. So we've had a pretty good team. Junior went to Colorado State. So me and my girlfriend get pulled up. We don't think we're going to even sniff the court, right? We're just there for the experience. So we're in the quarterfinals. We're playing Huntington against Lori Jones and all these people. And one of the middles goes down. She hurts her back. She has a back spasm. And the coach is panicking and he looks down at the end of the bench. And me and my girlfriend are like, leaning
pick
back,
me.
like
Don't
he's
pick
not
me.
looking at us. And he's like, Mooney, get in there. And I was like, okay, so I'm at the net. Elaine's up there with me. And he's like, just jump with the middle. Whatever you do, just stay with the middle. Just jump with the middle. So I got a couple blocks. This is like the fourth game. We go to 5. I'm played in the 5th game. So I was successful. They didn't set me at all or whatever. And we end up winning and going to the semifinals. And I was just so nervous being there. I didn't want my teammates, like, you're making a mistake, freshman. What are you doing? This is CIF.
Pressure. Yeah.
Yeah. And so we get on the bus and we're winning. We're all excited. And the coach gets on the bus and is like, Mooney, I've got you for 3 more years. And so I was like, okay, it gave me some confidence. So
Yeah.
I'm waiting for you to tell them about the practice with Elaine, your first practice.
Oh,
this is, and I love EY, by the way. Love her. This is
a good one. So it's our first varsity practice after season, and now we're going to go, train with the girls for CIF. So it's a Saturday morning. We did a thing called circle drill, which is what we did in college too, but you're running around the gym for 20 minutes. You stop at every corner, you do push-ups, and you do sit-ups, and you block jumps.
The 4 corners, right?
Yeah, yes. Yeah. So 20 minutes, which is so bad. You don't do that in volleyball, right? Like you're running for 20 minutes. So I'm already stressed out. Like practice is already hard in the warm-up. So me and my best friend Kelly, we're in the drill. She plays opposite, so she's in the right back. And Elaine just hammers her ball down the line, and it hits her in the face, and her nose starts bleeding. And Elaine starts laughing at her. Get this freshman out of here! Just laughing at her, like no big deal, like get her out of here or whatever. And I was like, oh my
She's interrupting practice.
Oh my God.
EY's trying to win.
That's
yes. Right. And I was like, oh, so then, the next year comes by and everyone's like talking scholarships and playing in college. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I want to play at Stanford or UCLA.
Right.
Let me set the bar high. Right.
Sure.
So have some success in club, have some success in high school. And here comes the UCLA offer and I am elated. And so that was kind of my, high school experience and just really happy to be following Elaine in her footsteps because she was at UCLA and stuff like that. So
heavily recruited or just was it UCLA and that was it?
They sent letters back then, so you get your letters. So I did go on a recruiting trip to ASU. I really loved ASU. I had one set for Colorado State and then UCLA was late. I didn't go till like my
probably senior year, probably.
Yeah, senior year, January. And offered me right on the spot. And I was like, yes, where's the pin? Let me sign, and so from that point on, it was awesome.
So I have her here and I'm going to ask a question because I think it's a great transition for her to tell her story after college or right when she got to college. So the three of us have played at a high level and competed, and we always wanted to be the next best thing in college, or maybe we want to play on the AVP. She, when I first met her, had a different mindset when she first came out of high school. Not bad, not good or bad, just a little different. And I think it's a great thing for you to share because your story comes so far in so many different ways, but how you felt when you got your scholarship and how you showed up at UCLA.
So I get the scholarship and I'm like, oh, this is all I wanted. Free education for my parents, free education for me. And I've made it. That's all I wanted. There was no goal of, I want to come in and start. I want to play on the Olympic team. I want to play professionally. None of that. That has no desire.
Earn a scholarship.
It was like, I've made it. Yeah, I've made it. That's it. There's no other, like I look back at Jake and stuff, and he's like, I want to, play in the NBA, and I want to go in and start, and I want to do all these things. Well, I never had that goal. Right. I was just like UCLA, I'm there, So leading up to college, the summer before my freshman year, they send the packets and this is the lifting schedule and this is what we want you to do. So you're prepared when you come in August. I didn't do one workout. Oh, I didn't do one thing. I was like, this is my senior year. I'm going to go to the beach. I'm going to live it up. You got in
the trap.
Oh, I'll be fine.
And UCLA won the national championship
the year before
her senior year in high school.
In 90.
And I was coming in, and Andy Janikowski, when he sat down with me, he's like, listen, your future in my eyes is you're going to come in, you're going to redshirt, you'll probably sit a couple years and then play, at the end of your time here. And I said, that's fine.
Yeah.
And I knew the players they had 6 All-Americans, and the team that won in 1990, they only graduated Holly and Samantha Shaver and a couple others.
That
But
90 team was down 2-0, right?
I think so.
Right?
Against Pacific, I believe. Yeah.
'Cause
And
you guys beat us.
Mhm.
Right?
Yes,
right?
my freshman year, 91.
And we were
December
up 2-0.
21st, 1991. My
We were
birthday.
up 2-0, correct? Is that right?
Yes,
Yeah. Okay. I was
yes.
at that match. I'm like, holy crap, we're going to sweep
Yeah.
UCLA. This is unbelievable. And you guys,
Yeah.
Natalie Williams was on the team, right? Or no?
Yes, it was
Oh,
her
yeah.
hit that they called a touch on, and we don't know if there was a touch or not, but we won 15-13 in the 5th after that swing.
Yeah,
So
I remember that.
so I was just, in my mind, I was just like, I'm going to ride on the coattails. I'm going to get a national champ. I'm going to get a ring. This is all good. I'm going to have fun in college. My dad, he was a cop, so he's really hard on me. So I was like, your curfew's earlier than everyone's, you're not going to date boys, and, I'm going to give you the whole breathalyzer when you get home. And so for me, growing up in this strict household, but I'm glad he raised me that way. But so I got to college and I was like,
What?
party?
Yeah,
What? And I did.
Cool.
Boy, did she.
That's how you met Coley.
So, yeah.
Funny. Hey, so
I love her stories, by the way. I love her stories. I think it's awesome to, like, we're doing this, by the way. Hit subscribe and always set the pipe. That's one thing we didn't just, right? Hit subscribe.
Oh yeah, hit subscribe.
That's right.
This podcast to me is rad because it's for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's from juniors to seniors to college players to retired players. I could go on, and like
Husband
her
and wife.
story's awesome because she got to UCLA. She thought she had made it.
Yeah.
And she did. I mean, she won a national championship. She got to play her senior year and start most of that season. But it's just a different approach and trying to hear different people's stories, right? And when I first met her, it was unique to me because I was surprised that she didn't have those goals to want to be a pro or make the Olympic team or anything like that,
Yeah. So Mooney, your path was you sat for 3 years and then you played, for the most part, it sounds like your senior year.
Mm-hmm.
How would you do the same route in today's game with the transfer portal that you can leave so much? Would you stay with those 3 years and grind and then hopefully you play your senior year, or would you have transferred? Because probably back then you had to sit out, right? And if you transferred, you had to sit out a whole year, you'd miss a whole year. But with today's rules, how would your career have been, you think?
I would have stayed, for sure. I knew I wanted to be there. I knew going in I was going to sit, right? It wasn't like, what do you mean? I thought I was going to play. Like it was clear cut. And like I said, the team that was there, the girls, my first 2 years, I mean, there's 5 or 6 All-Americans. I knew. I just wanted to be on a team that had the ability to win a national championship every single year.
Yep.
Sure.
And that was our goal. Like we'd have meetings. We met with a sports psychologist every Monday for an hour. And the goal was these 4 numbers on your jersey are so important that it's not an individual sport. It's about these four letters, and we are expected to win the title every year.
Right.
That was the goal.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
That's why I brought that up to Alfie the other day on the pod, you know, about what it's like to be at UCLA. And, you know, Jake's team went to the Final Four, and they don't hang banners for Final Fours.
No, it's championships only.
It's period, right? And like a lot of schools would, and they conference championships. And so like that was a unique thing that she went to. And like I said on one of the first podcasts with Holly is, you know, the game's changed a lot, and it's hard to say in today's game, but I still think that 1991 team, her freshman year that beat Long Beach that you guys talked about,
right.
To me, if not the best, is one of the best women's volleyball teams of all time. And every one of those women that played on that team would have no problem playing in that game today with the speed and the quickness. They would just have to, you know, train it a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy because I just we've talked about just a little bit how the game has changed so much, even from serving from the right side to you can serve anywhere. It sounds funny, but and people still want to change it today. And it's probably another pod we should do is how much literally the rules have changed and how the fly. I mean, and forget about the speed, right? I mean, that's an obvious thing, but just the rules itself. I mean, it really has changed the game that I don't even know if you can compare eras anymore because of that. I mean, we didn't have a libero back then. We didn't. Right. And so
we also couldn't throw the ball.
Right.
With our hands.
Yeah, couldn't throw it. Like Coley actually had to play defense in the back
me.
row, right? I mean, there was no libero to come in for him. And then how would that been for Coley hitting out of the back row? Because would he have been in the back rows? And would, you know what I mean? It's just been so different.
You asked the question, so let me answer it. Yes, I would have been in the back row because I would have had a hit.
Wow.
Back to
backhand
Mooney.
him anytime, Mooney. You can
Back to Mooney.
anytime. This is your interview. You can backhand him anytime.
The fact that she's dealt with me for 31 years, and it's 31 years ago yesterday. We met.
Award. I keep this to my
You're
girlfriend.
right.
Like, can I get an
You're
award or something?
absolutely right. Yep. You're right. And you know what? On that thing that you guys are using, there's a mute button on there for his microphone. I'm just putting that out there for you.
The second red button.
Yeah.
But anyway, good stuff. So you get through, and how did you go pro? Okay, so this isn't a put down. This is because going pro overseas wasn't in my wheelhouse. It just wasn't. It wasn't how I was raised, kind of like you, right? But now you're around UCLA that are doing that.
Right.
I mean, when people were going overseas, it was Hilliard, best in the country, and then all of a sudden I'm like, Bear's going to France? What are you
saying there?
Right?
You didn't think I could
You know what I mean? No, like I just didn't think it was part. But then to find out how he got there was through Eric Sullivan, as like who you knew, and his agent, and all that kind of good stuff. So
Tim Kelly,
TK, right? But knowing that you weren't this Olympian, All-American, how did you get to the Netherlands? Was that networking? Was Banikowski a big part of that? Was your network like? How did that come about? Really curious.
So I graduated. So I was at UCLA for 5 years. So I redshirted my second year.
Okay.
So I graduated in '96, moved home, got a sales job. I was at that point. I was playing some 6-man. We started playing at nationals. And so I still had the itch to play, but my mindset was a little bit
too. Didn't you play that as well?
Yeah, I forget what year that was. So then I kind of stayed with a little bit of volleyball. So like, even though I was working, I stayed in shape. We kind of played on the weekends or whatever. And so in '98, a special team kind of popped up. So Tim Kelly was the one that was kind of organized it. So, when you go overseas, you're like usually the only American on whatever team. So this time it was going to be.
What was the name of the team?
Martinez.
Oh, Martinez. Okay.
Yes. In
Amsterdam.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
it was a little bit south of Amsterdam. So the city was Amstelveen.
Okay.
And TK had a hookup there. And so my best friend, Allison Randick, she had been playing overseas every year. Right. So she'd had that experience.
Okay.
And he said, hey, I've got a team and I could bring, like 4 Americans over. Would you and Joy Mackenzie and Al want to go over there together and play? And I was like, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to get out of this sales job.
Right.
I've been married for a year. I need a break from this guy. I want to
Not even time out. This is part of the story. Not even a year.
right before.
Not even a full year. We haven't been
But
married
I
a year.
gotta give Coley credit. He's like, go. Right.
Yeah. Yes. So
Newlyweds, and he said, go.
I know.
That's awesome.
And he had went to Finland my senior year of college. So he's like, listen, you got to go. You got to experience this. This is a chance of a lifetime. You're with your best friends. And there I go. 98, I'm off. And I had this whole different mentality. I don't know why. I felt confident. I felt, oh my gosh, I'm a professional. I'm going to give everything I had.
Yeah.
And I was, my junior and senior year, I flipped the switch and I worked really hard at UCLA and I lifted into all that stuff. So I was different then. And
she met someone.
We had a great
Sully,
experience.
that
Someone kind of
helped her with that.
Helped me with my confidence. But yeah, went over there and had the best experience. And I was so glad I did it.
Yeah.
And actually ended up having knee surgery over there before I came home. A little scope. Yeah.
since I'm on the pod and I'm still part of it, I got to bring up part of that story. So I surprised her. I don't need to get into it, for our 1-year wedding anniversary with the top of our cake. She had no idea it was coming over. Al and Joy. But the reason I'm telling the story is this one reason only, is she talked about how hard she was working, what she was doing to get in shape. So I don't know if they sell anymore, but there's a product called Rip Fuel. It used to have ephedrine in it, and we used to take it, lift weights, you get cut stronger. So I surprised her, and she's like, oh my God, tears. Oh my God. She comes up, she gives me a hug, and I thought I was like hugging Hulk Hogan. Like her back was like super jacked up. And like, I'm like, damn, someone's been lifted. Someone's a pro athlete, like a real pro athlete over here. I was like, damn. No, but what a great experience. And the New Year's, why don't you tell the New Year's story? Because I think that's pretty rad.
The New Year's story.
Yeah, about how everyone congregated the year you were there, over there for New Year's Eve.
Oh, yeah, that was awesome too, because you don't come home because you only have 4 or 5 days off. So we just had, oh my gosh, 15, 20 of our friends come over for New Year's because we've got friends staying in Amsterdam. Let's go to Amsterdam for New Year's. Right. And wow, we had the best time.
But part of the story, though, I think that's rad, is it was about maybe, let's say 8 to 10, maybe, I don't know, 10 folks from the U.S. flew over. But there was 10 to 15 folks that were playing pro volleyball throughout Europe that also trained in. Oh, yeah. They came into Amsterdam. So there was like 15, or like Barnett was there. I mean, I could go on down the road, but there's probably 20 of us at a steakhouse in Amsterdam for New Year's Eve. And again, half of them, flew over for me to party and see moons, and but the rest of them were playing volleyball professionally.
No
and they're
kidding.
Like, hey,
I didn't know that part of it. I knew they came over from the States,
awesome.
But they're all in Europe. That's awesome.
It was such an awesome experience, and a bunch of people that I played against in college. Barnett, a good example. The Hughes brothers, like all these folks that we hadn't seen, and it was just such a cool experience. And then my newlywed wife is playing with a couple of her best friends, living just outside of Amsterdam, making money playing volleyball. Like, I like to say, that's good living right there.
So who did you guys play? Was it just other teams in the Netherlands? Did you travel all over Europe? What other teams?
We stayed mostly in the Netherlands. We didn't travel too much. My first tournament, which is funny. So we had 2 Canadians, but they played in the U.S. So Americans. And Dana Cook, so she played at Michigan State, but she's considered Canadian. And then what am I forgetting her last name? Outside hitter. So long ago. But we had an Ohio State outside hitter that was really good. So what was the question?
Who'd you play? Who you guys played? Did you guys travel internationally over there? Or?
Yeah, we kind of stayed within the country, but our first tournament, we went to Germany. And I remember we drove out there and we're warming up. So the Americans, they've got their banana. We've got our banana. We're stretching. We've got our Gatorade, doing that stuff. I wouldn't drink Gatorade now, but I'm just back then. Yeah. And here are the Dutch girls smoking cigarettes and drinking their espresso coffee. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, you're smoking a cigarette for our games? And that was like their warm up. And here we are, doing our stretching and stuff. And I thought, wow, okay, this is a little bit different. But we stayed with mostly played, Netherlands teams. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
It's awesome.
So then you come back from the States. So how many years were you there in Netherlands?
Just 1 year.
Just the one season.
Just one season. Yeah.
You went for it and you said, I'm done. Time to go home.
Yeah.
Wow. And did he sucker you back home, or was that your decision?
No, I was ready to, Yeah.
So she comes home, and no joke, we owned a condo together, and she flew home. And I picked her up from the airport in the morning, and we bought a house in the afternoon here.
Oh, we've been looking at a house
where we live in Orange County. It's a new development. I'm like, we gotta go. And so
where you live today, that's your only house, right? Yeah, that's your one and only house.
We same city. We bought a house 2 years after that and moved in the one we've been in for over 25 years. But it was crazy because we both missed the game. She missed the game. She just played, so we started to coach. So I think talking here at the pod would be a great next step from getting into coaching and then getting into what you do for a living now.
They had they tried the indoor league probably in 96. I think it was called the NVL, National Volleyball League.
Okay, yeah.
So I did play in that for 2 seasons before I went to Amsterdam. I forgot.
Oh, before you went to Amsterdam. Okay.
Yeah, and so it was like $75 a game. They'd fly you out. you'd practice with some of the girls in your area just to get practice, and then they'd fly you to your teams. Like, so I started out on the Colorado Thunder.
I went to a couple games, pretty fun.
Thunder.
They played at Regis University,
Yeah.
which was great.
And then the next year it was the Arizona Flames. So, you know, it wasn't about the money. It was just
So
about
do you still have your jerseys from back then?
I don't. We couldn't keep them.
Oh.
It was like a recycled thing.
I mean, that's
right?
kind of like a
This
big
is
Coley and Bear thing. Well, you know what? I still have my Long Beach jerseys. Do you still have my UCLA jerseys?
No, we never got them. We weren't allowed.
You have
Plus,
nothing.
we wore the unitard, so it wasn't even like a jersey. It was the whole
it was a
unit.
one piece.
It was a one piece. I didn't want.
And your teammate in Amsterdam was Gabby.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, that's the
Jokes.
sight to see.
Yeah.
Beautiful, by the way.
Yeah. So, why don't you
hey,
so you start coaching?
well, actually, you know what? You played club like U.S. Nationals.
Yes.
Did you have a unique team name?
So my freshman year, I played at Cal Juniors.
No, we're talking about U.S.
You
Nationals.
have to-
U.S.
Oh,
Open
USA
Nationals.
Nationals.
Yes.
Team
My understanding.
Trim.
What was that?
Team Trim.
Because you guys are so thin and gotcha. You're right. Okay, I just heard, so I needed to ask.
Yes.
That's awesome,
Yes.
by the way. Team Trim.
And I guess the rule was that if for Team Paul Mitchell that you guys played on, was no girlfriends were allowed, right? No wives, no girlfriends. You keep those. They keep them at home. This
Keep
is
them
the
there
guys'
to
trip.
compete for a
We're here-
championship.
We're here to
That's it.
compete and get our sleep. You know, do that thing.
One and open.
And so the next year, in '96, we make a team, or in '97 we make a team. And so Coley's like, well, wait a minute.
Well, you went the year before when we traveled and we got engaged on the trip. You showed up to Dallas. That's when was there back in the day before you played.
Yes. Well, that was always on a trip, so that
Yeah.
I was kind of allowed to be there,
Oh,
but
there knows.
we all
I've
know.
heard the stories.
A
Trust
lot of
me.
people in the volleyball community.
Mooney
know
was
that
there.
story, by the way.
I was there.
It's well
I
known.
was there. But then the next year I was allowed to go because now I had my own team, you know,
Okay.
because it was like, okay, the girls.
First of all, there's no allowed. You could do whatever you want.
I know, but you know, it was like, okay,
We're
this
there
is
to
the
win.
guy thing.
We're there to win and
we're there to
open.
win
Yep.
and stay focused.
That's right.
So yeah.
So you guys
so
all
the
got
trim.
together. Who
Any
named
good
this team?
stories?
Well, first
Oh.
off, who named this team? Because there's a ton of stories, by the way, and I would love to hear it from Mooney's perspective, not Coley's perspective.
For the first couple years, me and my girlfriends, we got invited to play on the Exterminators, which was a guy who just loved volleyball. He was
Steve is a great guy. If you're listening, Steve,
yes,
how you doing, Steve?
Super volleyball
a
fan.
lot of people out there like him.
Yeah, and
Good man.
He'd save up all his money from his exterminating company, because we were called the Exterminators, and
Exterminators,
he
yes.
would save up all his money to pay for us to fly out there and stay and play because he wanted to win so bad. That was
There's
like his
a lot.
goal.
There's a lot of pocket of people out there for us.
Yes,
actually,
yes.
That's
So I think
big-hearted. Yeah,
We did win one year.
You did. You
Yeah.
won. I remember.
And I remember he was
Might have
so
been
excited.
Kansas City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the tournaments kind of blended together because we
bit.
played so many years.
But it mattered to him, and it was a
No,
big
it did.
deal. It was a big
Oh,
deal.
for
That
sure.
was our first introduction into playing.
Right.
And so after that, we thought, okay, well, let's do our own team. And how are we gonna raise the funds? Like, how are we gonna get, you know, because we don't want to pay for ourselves to get there.
of course. Yeah,
And then we got
sponsored somehow.
sponsors and stuff. Yeah.
And so
So-
you named your team
How'd
Team
that come
Trim.
about?
I don't know how that came about.
It's, come on, let's be honest.
Maybe you guys called us that, and we were like, okay, we'll just be Team Trim, you know. And
Okay,
some people
so
were
I'm
like,
gonna set the record straight here for
Okay.
once, so if everyone's listening,
For sure.
and it's not a bad thing. In the movie 48 Hours,
oh yeah.
okay, if you've ever seen it, he's been in prison. He comes out of prison. He's got 48 hours to help Nick Nolte,
Yep.
do his thing.
Eddie
And
Murphy.
he says, "What are you going to do?" And the first thing he says, "I'm going to get me some trim," which you would assume is, "I'm going to go get me a lady." So the term or the adjective trim has transcended our pocket of people, which is a plethora of people. You say you have a plethora, but a plethora of people. And it's nicknamed in many things. Trim could be a woman. It could be a guy. It could be a shirt. It could be what you're looking for. Trim shirt, trim
Haircut.
this. Haircut could be
Yeah.
Team Trim.
Yeah.
Team
It
of
was
women
scissors.
playing
Was
volleyball
there scissors
who won the
on
gold
your-
medal.
on
They
your
were
jersey?
Team Trim.
Ooh, there was a
Scissors.
warm up.
Didn't
One
have
of our
scissors or something?
girlfriends, yes, made warm up T-shirts with scissors in the back.
scissors.
Yeah.
So
He's
why
like,
don't you tell
we
me?
don't want to explain this. We just
Yeah.
consider us, just
Yeah.
bunch of barbers or hairstylists. We're fine. Wow.
I got a couple pictures I'm going to send you that hopefully we can put on the pod.
I'll put them on here.
But why don't you tell them about the trim party in Arizona?
So we're playing in Tucson, and we make flyers for a trim party. So
A Team Paul Mitchell trim party.
Paul Mitchell
Oh.
trim party. So our team and their team kind of was like co-hosting it, kind of.
Danger.
And yeah,
It means a lot
and
of things.
so
Danger.
a women's team from Nebraska, and they're trying to pass out all the flyers to, none of the men's teams, all the women's teams, because they want to be the only men at this party, right?
Gosh, so
So-
weird. That's such a weird idea.
So
Brilliant.
this team from Nebraska is like, oh my gosh, are they giving free haircuts? It's Paul Mitchell. It's a trim party. And we're like, yeah, you got to come. It's going to be awesome. So they show up and they're like, so who's giving the free haircuts? And so the guys are like, wait, what? And they go along with it.
Matty
Yeah.
Younger was
Yeah,
playing
yeah.
on that.
And
at that point.
so Matt's like, well, me, are you ready? You want to get your haircut now? Or he's like, okay, well, let me go get my kit. So we're scrambling through the house to get this.
The girls are.
We
By the
are.
way, they're in on this, helping as well. It's not just
A
us.
spray bottle, brushes, whatever, because we're going to see how far we can go with this. That's
Yeah.
so bad. So we come back and the girl's like, okay, so she's sitting in a chair and everyone's, drinking and stuff, having a good time. And so here's Matt, using the spray bottle and trying to brush hair. And you can clearly tell that he doesn't cut hair, right? And so the girlfriend doesn't see anything. They've wet her hair, and her girlfriends are kind of like, wait a minute, I don't know if this is the,
You
and
guys
we're like,
finally
oh,
stopped
sorry,
her.
and so he's getting ready to cut the hair. And we're like, no, we can't we can't let you do this. And so she's like, well, what do you mean? And we're like, well, we were joking.
Right.
No one here can cut hair. A
You
trim
got the
party
scissors
doesn't
right by your
mean
ear
something
and just
else.
started
And they were all just,
Oh my gosh.
and we were going through photos the other night, and we actually saw the picture of Matt getting ready to cut the girl's hair. Like you can see the hair. And
I'm
so
sending
we,
you that
yeah.
short.
So we,
Hilarious.
So then
yeah.
I've heard other stories in the grapevine about being a couple stories up further than Paul Mitchell, and then things being thrown out the hotel window, the balcony. What kind of clothing were being thrown from the balcony?
Yes.
was it Dallas? So it was one of the hotels that are kind of open in the middle.
Oh yeah,
No,
yeah, like
so
an
the whole
atrium
thing.
Yep.
Yes, and so they had this huge structure hanging from middles, all these spikes. It was this art thing that was just floating down the middle of this, and with spikes going up. So after practice, after we play, we take our dirty G-strings and flick them to see if they could land and get stuck on one of the the pokey
These are
things.
women. These aren't juniors at a high school tournament.
Right,
These
right.
are
And
the
grown
ones-
women. A lot of them with kids at this point.
Yeah, married, right? Yep.
And the ones that didn't get stuck, would float all the way down and to the escalator and land on the ground. But
It
no one
wasn't
wanted to go down
on a
and clean.
bar. Somebody had a
Yeah.
bar. Nothing. Okay.
But to get them off this, floating structure in the middle, there was no way these people were going to be able to get it off. And let's say the ladder. Or
Bear,
whatever.
you have another
Hotels had a bunch of
story.
Jeez.
Bear has another story for the same hotel, I think, or maybe a
Yeah,
different
right.
hotel with the
Well,
same look.
Something to the effect. I think that could have been the Omni. I'm not sure. The Omni Hotel,
In
possibly.
Atlanta, maybe. I think you're right.
Oh, maybe. And one of our friends lost his voice and he started whistling at you, and you're, I don't know, about 20 stories up, and somehow got your attention. And is this the story you're talking about, Coley?
Yeah.
Keep going, brother.
Do you remember this? I don't
yeah.
want to. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
it was a nice show. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
What was the show,
Went in a room.
Bear?
No, come on. Good times. Good times.
It was like New Orleans kind of a show. Like there were just
right.
no beads.
I
right?
think
No
I put some
beads.
beads
No
to
beads
her. Trying to get some
required.
beads to her.
I have another story I'm going to let Bear and Mooney tell, but I'm going to say this. We're not going to mention the other woman's name because we haven't asked her for her permission, but she is part of this. So we're just going to use her as a volleyball teammate of Mooney's. I want you and Bear to talk about the Dallas bar with the shower, please.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, put that
Bear,
to
you
your
can
mic.
start that.
well,
Yeah,
yeah.
so I'd like you to tell them the story. Both of you,
perfect.
'cause you guys were there.
Yeah, so we're in a I guess a club or a bar downtown Dallas, and there happens to be like in this club there's a shower that fits, I don't know, 5 to 10 people possibly. I think there was a couple shower heads, whatever. And I was still actually in decent shape at that time, so I had no problem taking off my shirt and had a couple coldies and jumped into the shower and danced with a very famous volleyball player, female,
Mm-hmm.
and had a great time. And then I think you guys followed, both you guys. Didn't you guys jump in afterwards?
Mm-hmm.
Mooney did.
So we're talking all
Okay.
clothes on in this bar.
Clothes on,
Eh,
except I had
kind
my
of.
shirt off.
Okay.
Yeah,
I had my shirt off with my jeans.
yeah, I had
Mooney
long
was in
jeans
her
on.
bikini or panties and underwear. It's kind of the same thing. They're both the same thing. I mean,
Dancing
really.
in the
She's
shower.
dancing in the shower
In a
by
bar.
herself after Bear and this other volleyball player. So everyone's like, oh my God, like who's, so Mooney goes in. She's dancing there for a minute or so. And so finally I go in and I'm having the best time of my life. I'm with my wife, and everyone that doesn't know the 50 people that are volleyball, the rest of the crowd are like, how the hell did that bald
Bald guy
dude
get in
there with her?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome. You got
So
to
I
know
guess I
him.
told the story.
You got to know him. You got to love him.
Yeah.
Oh my
was
gosh,
definitely
it's
a
so
fun
funny.
night.
And I know
So
there's
that's
a
just
lot more
nationals. That's how
That's
awesome.
that's how nationals run. So to bring it back a little bit, Mooney, so you're coaching high school,
Right.
You come back from Europe, you start to coach high school volleyball. We coached for 7-8 years. We have a great run at El Toro. What got you in? Because I think it's an important part of, it's not important because it's who you are. Why don't you tell like what got you in to fitness and health and how you live your life today because of it?
I think it was a little bit because Coley was like, "Hey, why don't you try to play beach? Like, you have nothing to lose. Just go out there, see if it's something that you want to do before you close the book on volleyball altogether." So I said, okay. So I was like, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to hire a trainer. I'm going to get in the best shape so I have no regrets. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I could say, okay, I did it.
Right.
So during that time is when I really started focusing even more on like my nutrition. I always loved to work out. That wasn't really, hard for me to do, but it was more like focusing into my nutrition. At the time we had Jake, so I was toting Jake along to the beach for practices and stuff. But I think just having to run around in a bikini on the beach was also,
Motivation.
Like, okay, yeah, let me get
Right.
super fit if I can. And so from that point on, played a couple summers. I wish I would have started earlier because the girls that I was playing against, they were on the beach, 3, 4, 5 hours a day. And here I am like kind of working. I have a son that's 3. I may be putting in two days a week practice, which wasn't cutting it. And so after that, I just was like, I'm really loving this nutrition and fitness thing. I want to be like a personal trainer and help people with their food. And so that's kind of how I got into it. It wasn't like I always wanted to be a trainer. It wasn't even on my radar, but because how I felt, how good I was feeling and how much I was changing my body once I had a trainer, I was like, ooh, like this is something I could do. And so kind of led me into that path. And then I've been doing that for 25 years.
And your
more.
website is M Body Fit and Food, right?
Yes.
Fit and Food says EM as in Elephant Mary, Body Fit and Food.com.
Yeah.
Has a ton of information there about Michelle. I think it's a well done website, by the way. So that's
thank you.
all good stuff. So how did you get into coaching? So, I mean, in terms of fitness, I mean, everybody goes to your website, you're going to say, okay, yeah, she works out, rock body, right? That whole deal. And Nicole's been talking about your nutrition for a long time now. But reverse back, why did you get into coaching? What made you go, hey, I might be pretty good at this? Just except for, I mean, you're a player, right? But sometimes that playing doesn't translate into being able to coach. But then it also bleeds into, you're probably a better personal trainer than some because of that coaching background. I mean, that's just a guess of mine, but explain that journey a little bit.
So
That's how we met.
yeah, so I coached actually my first coaching was in college. So,
Oh.
you're not supposed to have a job when you're on scholarship, right?
Right.
And so our good friend Jarrett Elliott, who's
Okay.
Happy birthday, Jerry.
yes, his birthday today, who's the coach at
okay.
University of Texas.
Happy birthday.
He had a volleyball club called West Side. And so
Okay.
he had a lot of coaches from, UCLA, Geeter was a coach. My friend Heather was a coach. So because it was my first year coaching, he gave me like the 15 sevens,
Right.
right? Like the
Yeah.
the
This
basic.
is boys, right? Boys volleyball.
This is girls
Oh,
club.
girls. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And it was during that time that I was coaching it was where Coley and I met because he had another team also that he was coaching.
31 years ago yesterday.
So-
and you got to tell me how that all happened because we're looking at Coley going,
Oh,
okay.
this isn't my finest
Michelle's
moment.
a blessed individual to have Coley. We understand that, but like, what did he like really? How
So
did because we know Coley. you know?
Yes. So he had taken over for Lisa Hudak, who was my teammate. at
Another
UCLA.
sub story, which is amazing. But
And she couldn't coach for some reason. And so Jerry was like, Coley, can you cover this team? Like, I don't have a coach. And he's like, yeah. So we both have practiced together at Uni High School in West LA. And I knew of Coley because he was in our Daily Bruin and he played in the national championship. And so I was like, I kind of know who this guy is, like,
Yeah,
okay, he's a stud, like whatever.
Yeah.
So I see him at the gym. He has practice. I have practice. He's wearing socks, Birkenstocks,
You're like,
kind
I
of
gotta have him.
tight, not loose, but tight denim shorts.
Oh, so
great
you
look.
got to have him.
He has a Billabong t-shirt, like a surf t-shirt, but it's tucked into his jean shorts. No joke, you guys.
I'm not.
818, baby.
I can
818.
picture it.
A
That is the valley.
brown braided belt
Oh,
and this crystal that he wore forever around
First
his
road
neck.
trip ever as a college freshman.
And
I
a
bought the-
terrible haircut. Like it was all
Still-
this it's like shaved on the side, but kind of a mohawk kind of thing.
oh yeah, Coley.
But I
yep.
was like, okay, this doesn't have great style, but it's, I was impressed with this guy's a stud. Like he's
So
confident.
you were,
He's an
you were in awe of his resume.
Yes.
Okay.
Not his
Until the-
looks. Not his looks.
Up until the first. Okay, I'll be quiet.
Not. And so I'm like, okay, whatever. So we have practice. I introduced myself. Oh, do you play volleyball? I said, yeah, I play at UCLA. And he goes, no, you don't. And I was like, and so this is 93. So this is my sophomore year.
Going into your
Yep.
junior.
Yep.
Trying to play kind of like, ooh, that hurts really bad. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
right.
I'm on the team.
Right.
Like, and I go, I am. And he goes, no, you're not. He goes, I know all the girls on the team. He goes,
Such a dick.
he goes, you're not on the team. And I
Wow.
was like, this fucking guy, right? And so I was like, what, whatever. Screw you.
Right.
So then, that was my first impression. That was our first meeting.
That was on a
Wow.
Tuesday.
That was on a Tuesday.
26th of April.
So then we have practice at Samo High on Friday. And I have practice from 6 to 8, and he has practice from 8 to 10. Well, I think he kind of had a thing for my teammate Irene Renteria because she had she was also
Irene.
on the team. And so we both had practice from 6 to 8, and he was going to be by himself from 8 to 10 with his team. So he was like, "Hey, girls, does anyone want to stay back and like help me with my team and practice and whatever?" And Irene's like, "No, I'm out. I got to do this or whatever." And I was like, maybe I'll give this guy another chance.
Maybe he
Like,
wasn't as charming
so I
as.
was like, maybe I'm gonna give this guy another chance because I was like so attracted to like this awesome volleyball player. Like maybe. And
Right.
so I stayed and helped him with his practice, and I was like, okay, like he's a little bit nicer, like okay, because I knew I was gonna be seeing him every week for
Right.
to practice, and so
Yep,
I was like, at least let's be
Okay, I'm gonna let her tell the rest, but I got to jump in real quick. So that's on Friday. So now it's Sunday. We're having a party out in Northridge, and our friend Heather, it's our friend. She went to college with me. Her and her are coaching together. She ended up being at our wedding, and they're still best of friends now. I see her at the party. I'm like, Heather, what's up with your friend Michelle? And she goes, wow, funny you ask. She just asked about you today at the tournament.
Oh,
And I said, oh, can I get her number? She's like, sure. So we have to walk to her car. I get her number. And by the way, for all the young, there's no cell phone.
No cell phones.
I have to go back.
Pagers.
I have to go
That's what we
back
had.
to the house phone where we're at the party, pick up the house phone dial, and she picks up the phone.
Oh.
I invite her to come out to the party, and Westwood to Northridge is no traffic, 25 minutes for anyone that is listening. So she'd have to get in her car on a Sunday evening and drive. And she gives me I got a midterm.
I did.
I can't
To this
make
day,
it.
he doesn't believe
I
me.
believe you. But she's like, I got a midterm. I can't make it. So I was like, okay. So I figured that was it, right? That's Sunday night. No chance I see her again. That was it.
So on Tuesday, I call him and say, hey, I'm sorry about Sunday, but would you want to come out to Taco Tuesday and go to Poncho's in Westwood? It's the only place that takes my fake ID because I'm 20. And let's go out to a bar, but they take my fake ID. He's like, sure, I'll come out. It's awesome. So he comes out. He's with my roommate who's dating a football player. And then another football player comes, a friend of mine, to have dinner and have drinks and stuff like that. And he is just crushing Terry Donahue, the football coach at the time. He sucks. What is he doing? Whatever. And my two friends that play on the football team are like, who's this fucking guy?
Yeah.
Like,
who's this
he's
ass?
coming here and he's like crushing us. Like, go back to the valley.
And I play
Go
football at
take
Northridge.
short-
I'm heckling UCLA.
and go back to the valley.
Right.
And I thought, well, God, he's not making a good impression, on my friends or whatever. And so he's like, I heard that, female volleyball players can't party. Can you party? And I'm like, I can party. What are you talking about? He's like, okay. So they're sending those little test tube shots around, that filled with terrible tequila for like $1, right?
Yep.
And he's like, okay, let's go 1 for 1. Now I have volleyball practice at 7 a.m. on Wednesday. And so I'm like, I can do this, shot for shot with him to try to prove to him
Right.
And needless to say, he came back, he slept on the couch, no
What a
kiss,
gentleman.
no nothing. I went to practice the next morning. I threw up all practice. I don't think Andy believed that I had food poisoning because I was like, it's something I ate last night and just threw up
course
the
he did.
whole
Taco Tuesday.
practice.
Right.
Andy's like, sure.
I can smell
But
it
that was
on
our
you.
first date. Yeah. Trying to prove to him that I could, hang and party.
So it sounds like, Cole, you got 2 strikes. You didn't quite get to the 3rd strike is what it sounds like.
It's like, geez.
No, it was a tough one. So that was our first date. And then the next day we didn't see each other. And then the next day after that was Cinco de Mayo. And we probably saw each other for weeks after. It was, some of it wasn't my prettiest moments. But the fact that, she stayed with me during those times is even crazier to see that was that long ago.
Well,
But
I mean,
gosh,
which
it was
is
so
crazy
fun.
because
it was so fun.
his character is so fun, right? I
Right.
mean, it's so competitive, but it's so fun. He's quirky, gets these one-liners, like movies all the time.
Thank
so
you.
to hear his first strike and second strike was just kind of like being rude. That's
Yeah.
just kind of throws me off a little bit. You know
I
what I mean?
know.
Because everybody loves Coley because Coley's Coley, right?
Right.
And,
It wasn't
and the
rude.
conversation, and the gift of gab, and you weren't rude.
It was more like cocky-ish rude. Like it
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
trying to be like, it was like, dude, like I like, cause Elaine, Natalie, all the girls on her team, women
Dude,
on
how
her
can you
team.
be cocky when you're talking to UCLA linemen?
I know. I was like, wow, what an idiot. What an idiot I was, but it was amazing. But we had so much fun in those early days, right? Like coaching for Jarrett and just running around doing it.
Yeah.
So, but to get back to it, that was really fun coaching club. So he was asking you about your coaching career, and then you led into
Yeah. So I had a couple years in college and I was like, oh, I kind of like this coaching thing. So my, he was a teacher when I went to UCLA and he had the volleyball team but he was a true softball coach.
Okay.
And he calls me and says, listen, we have 10 freshmen that have played club volleyball. They're probably good enough to play varsity. I'm really not, I'm really not, what's the word I'm looking for?
Like equipped.
Yes.
equipped. That's a good word for it.
Equipped
It's Sully, good
to
word.
take these girls and really train them and make something of this team. Would you be interested in coaching? I'll take the frosts off. And I was like, oh, that would be kind of cool. Okay, yeah, I'll take it. And then Coley was like, yeah, I'll assist with you. And so just being back at
Good
my
times.
alma mater and being at El Toro, it was great. And so we started my first year there with these 10 sophomores that had played club, and we took them the next 3 years. In their senior year, we went to the CIF finals. But I brought in the very strict coaching that I had experienced as a player.
Sure.
You know, like if you're on time, you're late. You know, if you don't touch the line on sprints, we're all starting over. Not just you, we're all starting over.
Right.
You know, you're not talking back. You don't miss practice. You know, that whole thing that I was brought up with, I use that as my coaching strategy too.
Do you think that's bad today?
Like, no.
Yeah,
no.
I think we need to go back to that.
Yes.
But I think you need support from the administration, whatever school you're at. Because I was just having this conversation with a high school coach the other day when I texted you guys when I was with Dane and at that high school event.
Right. Well, yeah.
And friends of mine coaching, and he was telling us about a parent like freaking out, cussing at him after the games. And I was telling him about Michelle, and I like, why don't you do what we did, which was we wrote almost like a syllabus, like 10 things, say this is what it's going to be like. And I love
expectations are.
Yeah. What's your expectation? I love being her assistant coach because they were scared to death of her. The girls were scared to death of her. I was the rah guy and the cheer and the fun.
Yeah.
They were scared of her, and rightfully so. Woman, played volleyball at UCLA, knew what she was talking about. But we made rules, like for an example, one would be like, if you miss practice, you have a disciplinary action. Parent would raise their hand. Well, what about if they're sick? That's great. They still miss practice. They have what about if there's an SAT? They miss practice. There's a disciplinary action. The disciplinary action for going on a recruiting trip or missing the SAT is a lot different than sitting in the bathroom smoking a vape. Okay, right. Like you might get one or two swings. It's just part of the process of that's what you miss practice, right?
Right.
And so
accountability.
And we were, at least our administration back then, supported everything she did and that we did.
I also felt though too back then, this is
99,
is a lot of the parents didn't know a lot about volleyball, so they kind of didn't know what to complain about.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I felt like they were learning as they were going, but I always said to them, if you want to come to practice, we have an open practice, please come and watch, and you should be able to see why your daughter is or isn't playing or whatever. Come and watch, you know. And I would put the girls against each other, and I was like, I never had I had my set starters, but it didn't mean that girls on the bench couldn't fight for position and beat somebody out.
Right.
You know, I kept that open.
We have a generation of an entitlement. If I'm a star at the beginning of the year, I have it for the whole year. It's not how it works.
Right.
It's not how it works.
And what's rad about it, and I think you should, again, continue to talk about your coaching career, but what was rad about it for us is we both played at a high level. We both were trained at a high level. She trained in Europe. I trained here. So we've had tons of different coaches. So we tried to emulate our practices after a lot of the things we did, which was specifically a lot of teaching and then right into competing.
Right.
And, I'll never forget, Wally came to one of our practices and he went up to Michelle and he's like, wow, Michelle, he's, recruiting a couple of our girls. And he's like,
sure,
you guys run a really great practice. I was like, well, Wally, I mean, we're just modeling it after Price and Banikowski and, some of the people that we've done of what discipline is and how you work on, the stuff to work on to get better. It was really fun coaching with her, and we're going to do it again someday soon. And I can't wait for that.
You guys coached boys there as well, though, didn't you?
We did. So the boys coach before got fired. And so after the falls or the girls season, they said, hey, we haven't found a boys coach. Would you guys want to take over the boys program? And I had found out I was pregnant. So I'm like starting boys season with like 4 months pregnant, right?
With Jake.
Yeah. And so I was like, okay, we'll take it over, but Coley's got to come and coach, and he's got to hit all the balls, like I'm here, I'm pregnant, whatever. Yeah. So we take over the boys program. What the coach had done before was like he'd let him show up late. He'd let the boys take his Corvette, drive it around. He'd have Playboys in the back. There was no discipline.
Fired. Yeah, that's why he got fired. You're absolutely right.
They'd warm up playing soccer and kick the balls around.
Nothing wrong with that.
So it's the first day of practice, and we've got some kids that can play in college. They were all showing up late.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Was there a guy named Justin Wally at that time, or
Yes.
was that later?
No,
No, he was.
we coached him.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Yeah, I know. I
second
just
year.
didn't know if
Second
it was
year.
right away, and that's why I'm interrupting.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
This
he
is-
reached
Love
out to me the
Justin
other
Wally.
day. He played for me at Golden West, and he reached out to me the other day and wanted me to say hello to you guys. So,
Oh my gosh,
Justin,
love
yeah.
him. He was a
Yeah.
good one.
Yeah,
was
he's a
good
great-
So
one.
you
Yeah,
guy.
he's a great kid.
I had to interrupt there for a sec.
Yeah. So I feel like the first half of that season was just trying to get the kids to be on time.
Yeah.
No
Foundation of
cussing.
what- yeah, foundation.
No
Yep.
cussing, working hard, not giving up. And a lot of it was the sass and the talk back and the F-bombs. So anytime anyone ever threw out an F-bomb, the whole team lined up.
Okay.
And it took half the season to finally have them like,
we had our starting middle blocker with 2 nicotine patches on just to try to
Oh.
break smoke and
Yeah.
but I will say this. In Orange County, Orange County is one of the best high school hotbeds in the country for boys volleyball, period.
Yeah.
Every year, they're always one of the best. We were ranked number 1 in Orange County for a lot of that year. We were legit. And we lost in the quarterfinals 15-13 to the team that won it. I have 2 stories that I'm going to let her tell both of them, but I'm going to lead up to and why she was a gnarly coach and everyone feared her. We had rules. She had rules. We played Tribuco Hills. They're 1.6 miles away from El Toro. Like the 2 schools are that close, less than 2 miles. The bus is leaving at 3:30. If we win the league outright.
Okay.
If we lose, we have to beat, I don't remember if it was San Clemente or someone else the next match to win the league. So this match matters. We're way better than Tribuco Hills. So the bus is supposed to leave at 3:30. So, and I had a job, I was a sales job, so I would drive in and she'd go on the bus. She's the head coach and whatever. So why don't you tell them
so
what
we
happened?
had some of the boys that would be, 4 or 5 minutes late. And I'd be like, you guys have to be here on time or we're going to leave you. So I said, listen, bus is leaving at 3:30. If you are not on the bus, we are taking off. So half the team is not there.
Oh,
And I said, bus driver, take off.
Good.
And so here you see the bus is pulling away slowly. And here you see the boys running along the bus.
Mm-hmm.
Stop the bus. Stop the bus.
All 6 starters.
No,
Bye-bye.
we had a
Oh,
couple
we had 1 or
starters.
2.
Am
Okay.
I-
Sorry.
you're telling
You're
me
right.
It's
You're right.
okay,
Sorry.
Jade,
I was waiting for this.
Welcome
Waiting
to
for this.
Set the Pipe,
My-
Mooney.
Set the pipe.
So I literally waving to them,
Oh,
like,
good.
get your own ride there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm inside. I'm like, okay, I've got to stick to my guns where I'm not going to start these guys. They know the rules, whatever. So we get there. They don't start. I don't even know if we ended up putting them in at all or whatever. And so
Well, the senior setter had to start.
The
'cause
senior setter,
even
yeah.
though he was late, but we had no one else to play.
yeah.
Oh, one
So
second.
we ended up winning, thank God. Inside, I'm like, thank God, because I wanted to prove a point.
We lost game 1.
And yeah, and they were there, 15 minutes early, 10 minutes early the next time. But there was another story
This is the
that
other.
I had. This was I think it was the next year, the second. We only did 2 years because they were such a headache. They were so hard to deal with. It was so hard. So
That's the
senior-
boys she's talking
yeah,
about. 2 years of the boys.
he is getting recruited by USC. He's an opposite. Super smart kid. So it's the JV team's playing, and I go over to the stands and I yell up at him and I said, I need you to ref. I need you to come and do lines. And this is in front of the whole, everyone's in the stands, and I
F
said,
with Coach Kai.
you need to come down. We need you to, you need to do lines. And he's like, get someone else. I go, I need you. Come down here and do the lines. And he's like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. And here people are like listening, like, oh my gosh, what's she going to do? Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever was coaching SC at the time,
We knew. I forgot who. I mean, I'll think about it. in a second.
Powers? No, who
Powers
was
or
it?
Turhan Douglas?
Yeah.
Might have been Turhan because I know
Turhan.
Turhan from So I think it was Turhan.
So he's in the stands because he's there waiting to watch this kid play in the match. I don't start him. And I don't start him the second game either. And he's one of our best players. And he's
Going
like,
to USC,
Coach.
yeah.
And I go, you don't talk back to me. When I ask you to do something, you do it. And I said, you said no to me twice in front of a full gym.
Right.
And I'm like, you're going to sit
Yeah.
your ass on the bench. So here's the SC coach going, I'm here to watch this kid. Why is he
Sorry.
not playing?
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, not sorry.
That's a great
Right.
story.
Right. No,
What? Why don't
I'm
you
the same
tell him?
way. I'm the same way, even today in coaching. Same way. Hey, I need you to do this. Well, but I was thinking about doing this way. Okay. This is the only time I'm telling you, I'm your coach. You need to do it this way.
Right.
Okay, well, but I was thinking
So
about
real
this way.
quick,
You know what?
this is important. Real quick, it's important.
Go away.
We're eating sushi. I'm eating sushi with a buddy of mine 20 years later. And who do I see? Justin. The kid she sat on the
Yeah.
bench at USC. And he was never angry after that fact. He kind of understood, but whatever, what is what it is. He said to me, he goes, let me tell you, you know what your wife did to me? Sat me on the bench. He goes, it was the best thing that ever happened to me. And
I hear
he's
that
saying this
all
20
the
years later.
time.
And it was pretty awesome to hear him say that.
Yeah.
I texted her and was like, wow, I just saw Justin and blah, blah, blah. It was pretty awesome. So,
Yeah, that-
sorry, I
did
didn't
that-
mean
you
to
guys
interrupt.
don't- do
I
you guys
thought that
do
was
Ke-
an important piece.
Do you know who Kevin Ray is?
Yeah.
Kevin Ray, good guy, right? He went to Golden West. Bad mouth, kicked him out of the gym. Get out of my gym right now. This is when Alan was in Italy, and I'm like, get out of my gym. Kicked him out of the gym, and years later, that's the best thing ever happened to me.
Yeah.
Best thing. Screwed my head on. I welcomed back in the gym. Let's get back to work. And yeah, that happens a ton. I got to tell you. So good for you, Michelle. Stick
Yeah,
to
that's
your
great,
guns like
especially
that.
like being a female coaching males. I would think
Yeah.
that
Yeah. That, I think
not
that
a lot
was
of girls do that. So
Mhm.
that's huge. Did you have any other
She
issues
broke
like
a few
that?
clipboards too.
Okay.
No, I think it was mostly just at practice getting the guys to just work hard and show up and stop cussing. But, once they got on the court, they were pretty competitive. But those were two big things that I remember trying to set the precedence. Like, I went to a couple practices of Jake when he was younger, and they're doing sprints, and I'm paying attention, and a third of the guys aren't touching the line. They're like this far and this
Right.
far,
That drives
and the
me
coach
crazy.
isn't saying anything.
Driving
And
you
I'm
nuts.
so mad. I'm so mad, and I'm like, oh, that wouldn't have flown.
Getting away with it.
No, yeah,
getting away with it.
'Cause
It's
'cause
funny
it
you say
starts
that.
with that. It starts
Yeah.
with the discipline.
It's funny you say that because you're still that way today.
Yeah,
You're still competitive like that. You'll get pissed off and right
yeah,
as a mama bear, and it's
Yeah.
not necessarily your kid, but it's just the overall atmosphere of not trying and not putting your best effort. Yeah, Coley let us in a little bit that you still have that competitive
Oh my
spirit
gosh.
in you.
Yeah.
It's just
She's
So,
almost
yeah, I mean-
worse than me now.
talk about it. Because Coley's been very vulnerable on here, especially when we first started talking about I was that parent, and I even told him, I said, if I was probably around you, I probably wouldn't be in contact with you. I'd be done with you. Like I'm
Yeah.
not about those kind of parents.
yeah.
So good I wasn't there, but nonetheless, I mean, your competitive spirit is still alive and well, and is that just who you are? Is it because now you have two boys one has been through college on the very high level basketball, and you got another one going in, to Washington State. So, I mean, of course, it stems of who you are, I guess, but to continue as Mama Bear, right? Is it a different mentality, or you think it's always been the same throughout your life?
I think the competitiveness got more later on in life, because when you always say that dreaded car ride home when you don't play well from your parents, I never got berated. My mom and dad, no matter how I played, if I was shitty, if I was great, if I was lazy, it was always like, oh, good job, honey, with a hug. I never was dreading like, oh my gosh, my dad's going to yell at me or whatever.
Right.
And so I think a little bit more of my competitiveness started when I met Coley. I know he wants to pat himself on the back with this, but there was a lot of positives when I met him. I was a little bit more of an introvert. I had less confidence in myself. He was always someone that kind of pushed me to go do that thing that scares you, or you should have confidence in yourself, or you got to do this. So I think
he believed
with
in
that,
you more than you believed yourself.
Yeah. Okay. And so I wish I could put myself back
Then,
into college and be like, it would have been a whole different thing. I wouldn't have been there and been like, oh, I'm here to party or whatever. And really fight for a position or maybe want to play after that.
So she's 30 years old. She's sitting at home and she's like, okay, excuse me. She's 40 years old. And she's like, what am I going to do? I'm going to do a bucket list. 39. I'm telling the story terrible.
Oh, yeah.
She's 39 years old on her birthday. And she's like, what am I going to do before I'm 40? So she's like, okay, she becomes a triathlon. She's like, I'm going to do a triathlon. She was not a great swimmer. So she goes and does 2 triathlons. She ends up winning one in her age bracket. Wow. She goes and does the Spartan races, which are, gnarly, like different things that you're doing. Like she started to she already found it. And by the way, she always had it.
Right.
She just didn't. Had to bring it out, and her parents were supportive and loving, not maybe overboard like I was. Challenging. So she did all of this stuff, and to watch her do all of that, and then she was always competitive, but to see her do all that, and when I couldn't anymore with my foot, or to see her be so aggressive with attacking life and finding things to do was rad. And then obviously having 2 kids at such a young age, just fall in love with sports. And then, she's been the team mom, driving everywhere, doing everything. So I'm sure that helps too.
It almost sounds like you were trying to reach your potential still at 39, 40 and above.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, gosh, I was good. I went to UCLA, got a scholarship, but did I actually go and just work my ass off to reach that potential? And it sounds like later on in life, you're like, there's a miss. Something's amiss, right? And maybe that, that bucket list or that, at 39, really kind of woke up that competitive spirit again and reached that potential. That's a great story.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Wow. Do you guys know how long we've been on this thing? We've been on this over an hour. Wow.
I know. And I think we should tell one more story and then we can maybe hang it up. But I was going to have Bear.
Mooney, you can come back on anytime.
Yeah, I think Mooney should come back on. Again, remember everybody, set the pipe. Always set the pipe. Set it to Mooney, set it to me.
I'd set it to Mooney. And
this one, I
definitely set the pipe to Mooney for sure. Yeah.
So I was a good passer. I played a decent amount of back row.
Yeah,
too.
you passed. You better be calling the pipe right after you pass that thing.
And she was a great blocker.
Her arm
love
swing, blocking.
But boy, could she block.
We
could
blocking.
put both of ours together. So we have a billion stories. We've been together forever. Volleyball coaching. We haven't
bring your boys on too, by the way.
To talk
That'd
about.
be a great pod.
We haven't even touched upon her being a parent or anything, but I do want her to tell the story about car camping, because I think the car camping story is just something that everyone, it'll take us 10 or 15. It'll be beautiful.
Okay. That's really interesting because her smile really changed from a normal, like, hey, I'm on a podcast smile to, okay. I got
hold on. Before I tear up, I got to say one thing. And this is important for me, for my self-help, for everyone listening. You can still grow as a human being. You can still change. I'm working hard on my listening skills and not interrupting.
You're doing
what
great.
I did during this trip, I've changed ever since then. But boy, is it a doozy. All yours, my love.
Let's hear it.
Okay, so Braden, our youngest, is playing with his high school team up at UC Santa Barbara for the weekend.
Okay.
And they're staying in the dorms and stuff. So Coley and I are like, okay, let's go for the weekend and let's get a hotel room for Friday night. And then when they're done on Saturday, we'll come home. So we start looking, and everything in Santa Barbara is like $500, $600 for the Motel 6 or whatever. And I was like, I don't want to pay that. Let's go camping. Let's car camp. Well, I don't care, okay. Well, so we put all our stuff in the bag, this like mattress pad, chairs. We got firewood. We're going to do this whole thing because we can sleep in the back of my car.
You guys are campers, man.
So I can rough it.
That's
I was like,
right.
this is going to be fun. So we get up there. Brain has a couple games. Now it's 7, and
he hooped, which helped.
And he hooped. So we're like, okay, we're going to go to all these different campsites. I'm sure they're going to have a site open, right? We're booked. So this first place is like, okay, well, you can. I go. Coley's like, we just want to sleep in our car somewhere safe. Like, we don't actually need a site. So the lady's like, okay, well, if you park right outside here, you're going to be fine. No one's going to bother you. Okay, perfect. So Coley says, well, let's we have this as an option. Let's go up the street. Let's see if there's,
let's go.
Let's see if there's other campsites that are available, if there's better. Okay, so we go to another one. No, We go all the way up to
Solvang.
Solvang, where the split pea soup
Split
place.
P. Anderson soup.
Yeah,
Yep.
Split P. Anderson's.
And there's another camping site. They're all full, but we're hungry. So he goes, let's grab some food and then we'll figure it out. So we go to the Habit, and down the street is this little dinky hotel. Coley goes, I'm just going to go in and see if they have a room. Whatever. Maybe we just stay here. So he goes in and he's like, oh, we've got a room. It's $99 for the night.
$99.
$99 for the night.
Take it.
And I'm like, I want a car camp though. But I want a car camp. We brought all of our stuff.
That's right.
So he's like, okay,
what does Coley do? Of course, honey. Let's
We'll go
course,
back.
honey, let's
It'll be
car
fun.
camp.
$99. Nope.
It'll be fun. So, we finish dinner. We go back.
Halfway on the drive.
Halfway on the drive, the
Lights.
I don't.
Yes, because they're
Like the engine light?
yes. It's all of a sudden we leave we leave the Habit. We're going to go back, which is 30 minutes.
It's not, Coley.
Yes,
it's
it is,
not yet.
'cause
It's not. You're telling the story
Okay,
wrong.
I'm sorry.
So we go back and we get all situated.
You're right.
Yes, see,
Okay,
right.
see.
So we get
All right.
situated. We're laying in the back. We're comfy. We're like, okay, this is fine. We're warm enough. We just doze off, and there's a knock on the thing. Get out, got the flashlight. Get out of here, you guys. You're trespassing. You can't sleep here. And we're like, wait, what? And so in the back seat, I had taken the keys and I'd thrown them into the cup holder in the front.
Right.
So we get out and we're so frantic. We leave our chairs, whatever. We get in the car and he's like still waiting there, like, get out of here, get out of here. And so we're like, okay, so now we've got to go find a hotel, right? It's like 11 at night.
Yeah, about 11.
11 at night. So we start driving and now the car light comes on and it says, key not detected in the car.
Oh.
And so Coley's like, well, crap, did we leave the keys? I go, no, they're right here in the cup holder. And I pull out the keys. They've been sitting in a cup of water.
Oh.
And mind it, we
And it's
never
the
ever
fob.
put cups of water in there ever. It's always a bottle. Ever would we put a cup there?
So the
ever.
fob's sitting here and I go, oh my God. And I go, oh, they're wet. And he's like, what do you mean they're wet? I'm like, oh, no, it's not a big deal. And I'm sitting here trying to drive in the lights like, no key.
Right.
So go to the first hotel.
No. We go to park first. We don't go to the hotel yet. We go to the park. We get stuck right there. This is where it gets
So
hard.
he has to go to the bathroom. So he has to go pee. So we pull into this park and he turns.
No, I roll my window halfway
roll
down.
the window halfway down, and then you turn the car off.
Accidentally.
Oh no. And your
And
keys are
and then it sets the alarm off.
I go to the bathroom. I come back in. The car's dead. Like we haven't turned the car back, and I'm like, oh my God, please. I close the door.
Yeah.
The window's halfway down. I go to push the start. It's not starting. I'm like, fuck. And then all of a sudden,
So now
we're
we
locked
are
in the car.
locked in.
11:30 at night in a
And
neighborhood
we
at a park.
start the car because key fob or whatever, and so it's 11:30 at night. He is fuming. It's the most angry he's ever been. So much that he didn't talk for like an hour. So you can imagine that. I swear to God, I was like, "Can you just say something?" Because I know you're so mad, and he didn't say anything. So I'm like, "Okay." So what are we gonna do? So I go in the glove compartment and. I have a Volkswagen Atlas. And so the Volkswagen Atlas there's a 24-hour hotline. Call them. I said, hey, this is our situation. This is what happened. The girl's like, wow, I don't know, I can send someone to help you unlock your car. Right. Yeah. And the closest VW place is
in Ventura,
which is like 44 miles away.
Yep.
So they don't have a VW place, in Santa Barbara. So they're like, we'll call you in a half an hour, And so then they call again, like, okay, we're still trying to get, a tow car.
It's just past COVID too, right?
A tow.
2021-ish, 22.
Whatever.
So there's not as much as it.
So finally I crawl in the back. It's like midnight. I'm like, well, I'm just going to get some rest until the people come here to try to, get us out of here.
So It's like 2 a.m. now. We've been sleeping kind of in the back. We can't get out. I gotta piss. I gotta pee. I'm pissed. We can't get out. The car's locked. It still has the lights on. The car won't start. They were supposed to come for the last 2.5, 3 hours. No tow trucks come, nothing. There's people out raging. You can hear them. I'm freaked out. Finally, all of a sudden, I roll over
On the keys.
On the keys and doo-doo.
In the back
door opens
and we're
up.
like, oh, right. Like, okay, here we go. And so the key fob must have dried out a little bit or whatever. So we were able to start the car.
Oh.
Okay. It's 2. Let's go find a hotel.
2:30.
Go to the first hotel. It's $550 or something like. And I said, honey, I can't. I just can't.
Yeah.
We go to the next place. He goes, you go in this time. So I go in there and there's one guy working and a lady's complaining that there's a dog barking and whatever. And I was like, can I just get a room? And he goes, I'm sorry. All of our computers are down. I can't even give you a room. I can't, whatever. And I was like, are you freaking kidding me? So we go to Motel 6. We pay $275 to get like 4 hours of sleep.
Because he had to go to hoops.
I'm going to jump in here for 1 second. So we pull into, you guys know where it is, right off the freeway right there. We pull into Motel 6 finally. We're like, okay, we can't turn the car off. We need to keep it on. There's one parking spot. And it's weird because it's like, it's the way the motel, but there's one spot by the light that's right next to the actual motel. And the rest of the spots go out. And the spot that's open is the one where the light is and right next to like door, like the hotel rooms in the office. Right. So I'm like, okay, we can't lock our car. This is great. So I pull into that spot, leave it open until, go ahead. We take everything out and go up to the room. Finally fall asleep, get 4 hours sleep. It's fine. We don't know what to do now, right? It's 9 o'clock in the morning, 8 in the morning. I got to call the dealership. What can I do to get the thing? I go down, she's up there and the car won't open. Like it's locked. I didn't even lock it.
Yeah.
I left it open, but it's locked. And every car in the parking lot is gone except one. And it's right next to me. And it's a pink Volvo station wagon with
all these skulls and crosses like glued onto the ceiling, like the roof of this car. And I'm like, what is going on? And
so real quick, this has happened since last night, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, the keys.
And I just wanted a car camp, right? That's why we're in this problem to begin with.
So finish
never again.
Yeah.
Oh, this is, we're halfway through it.
The guy unlocks his car and it unlocks our car.
Oh.
At the same time.
Yeah.
That's
with
weird.
his key thing, yeah.
Oh, so when he locked his, that's why yours was
Ours
locked.
went. It was like they were connected somehow.
So I say to him, I said, hold on a second, sir. It's just me and him. Right. I said, hold on a second. Can you leave your open? So I went and opened my door and I was like, oh my God. So then I go like this. I leave my door open. I say, can you lock yours again? He locks his car. Michelle's car's locks. Again, I have the door open, so we're okay.
Yeah.
He hits unlock again and it unlocks. And I'm just like, we're talking about strangeness. And now I'm like, she's up. I can see her up there at her hotel, at the room. She's like, is it starting? I'm like, just devastated. No. So now it's just me. I'm almost going to cry. And I'm like, push. I finally push and the car starts.
Well, was it because his fob was there?
No, he's gone. It's now
he's
it's
already gone.
Car.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the car starts. It's 10:30. Braden plays at 2. So we have plenty of time to get to his game. So we're good. So I have a car that starts. However, I'm on empty.
Gas. I was going to say you need gas.
Go there, turn the car off.
Which I shouldn't have done.
Then we can't get the car back on. Yeah, because you have to. But now we found out that you don't. We asked somebody, you don't have to.
Something with the way the oxygen used to be.
Yeah, technically you don't have to.
Technically, right.
But to make a long story long, we ended up getting to the game. After the game, we were almost stuck there for another 15, 20 minutes. But if we can just get home, we'll be okay because I've got another key fob or whatever. But it was
Have you tried car camping again?
No. Guys, he was so mad. It was the maddest he's ever been. And it took him 2 months to apologize out of the blue. He's like, I was thinking, that night I was really mean and I'm really sorry. And I was like, yeah, it took you 2 months. Because you were so mad. And I
was just angry. The thing that's so dumb about it, and again, this is what I said at the beginning. We're all trying to get better. And I really have a lot to get better at. And so I look back now, and again, it's amazing it took me this long. We're telling the story. Everyone's laughing. By the way, we're going to Greece a week later with Joy and Al and all these people. That's why we were not wanting to spend all this money in a hotel. And all this just happened. And months later, should have been a day later, maybe an hour later, but months later, I was like, how much more fun would that have been had I not been such a dick? If I would have actually had
Just
fun with
laughed
it
at it
and
and said
laughed,
it is what it is.
I
We're
mean,
not gonna die.
So that'll
Right.
never happen again. But God, car camping, it's just good times.
It's a great story.
Good times. Wow. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Michelle Mooney.
That's
We can go. I'd love to have you back. I'd love to have actually both of you guys back with the boys. I'd love to hear
Oh yeah.
from it because we want to do that parent athlete that has gone through it because recruiting was probably different for both of you guys to how they're doing it today, especially now. I mean, you had it pre NIL and now kind of in the thick of things right now. So,
Right. Yeah.
and then to get your boys' perspective too, I think that would be good of how you guys handle it and if they can be candid about it, you know, and I would love to have them like you just by yourself again, but have the boys back. I think that'd be a great podcast for everybody to hear.
They would come on anytime, and
Yeah,
I think that
they
might
would
be a
love to do
great start for a program we want to run. Like,
Yeah.
just obviously makes it easy because they're here or one's here, and
for sure. Well, Set the Pipe, another episode. Michelle Mooney,
Set the
thank you so
pipe.
much. That's right.
Thank
baby.
you.
That was
This was
great.
fun.
Loved
This
it.
was fun.
Absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
fun.
thanks. You were amazing.
Yeah.
She was amazing. So you
And
guys
she
know
is.
it. Yeah. Okay. Hey everybody, welcome back to Set the Pipe. I am Sully. With me, my co-host, CK. And there's Bear. Today we have not just a legend, we have the greatest of all time head coach for men's volleyball, Coach Al Skates. Coach, thanks for coming on Set the Pipe. There he is.
There he is. Hey, legend.
Can you hear us, Coach?
Wars.
Good.
Doing fantastic. How about you, Coach?
I'm pissed off. I'm still thinking of Brent Hilliard 91.
Sorry, Coach. That's a great way to start this.
We actually, that's going to be one we want to talk about.
Yeah.
We're going to get,
About that too.
we're coming back to 91. I mean, obviously 93 is probably the toughest tee you ever played in the finals.
Oh, right.
I mean, me and Matt Unger, I mean, it's for sure.
I've been talking about that one too.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's great to be here.
Excellent.
It's amazing. So make sure you guys always hit subscribe and always set the pipe. And Coach Skates, we can't thank you enough for being here. Thanks for joining. I'm really excited to have this conversation with you.
Yeah, it's going to be great. But traditionally what we do is we start on here, Coach, is you get to sit back, relax, and kind of take in what you've done for us, what you've done for the sport and men's volleyball. So we have Coach Al Skates, retired after 50 years, 50 seasons at UCLA. He coached UCLA to 19, not 1, not 9, 19 NCAA titles, capturing nearly half of the championships awarded since 1970. He was the only coach to guide his team to 3 consecutive titles 3 times. He also did it 4 years in a row from 81 to 84. During those 50-year coaching, his record was 1,239 wins, 290 losses, winning percentage of .812 is one of the best in collegiate sports history. He produced 27 Olympians and 7 different players of the year. Coach Skates was the longest serving Division I volleyball coach in the United States history, and he was a 6-time NCAA Coach of the Year. And before he came on, Coach, had to shorten that down because I can go on for another 5 to 10 minutes of all the accolades you have had and have accomplished. And I'm sure we're going to get in some of those seasons. And I actually think you beat the Northridge Matadors in 93 for that NCAA title too.
Toughest match he ever had. It went free. It only went free, but it was tough, right, Coach?
It was just lucky we peaked at the right time. And I'll tell you, the key to that is I had 2 opposites and I was rotating. They were both great. And one of them was very surprised. His parents were missionaries and they were in the Philippines and they had never seen him play. And it was
Dan Landry.
Dan Landry.
Landry. It was his senior night. I remembered when I recruited him, I watched him. He was playing in the Philippines against a bunch of 5'6" kids and hitting the ball about 3 feet over their head. And then he comes, and I had a kid named Rick Bland, and he couldn't hit the ball past Rich Bland, who was a great blocker, and the opposite. And then I matched him up against somebody else, and he was fantastic, much better than Rich. And so then he started. And then I got Mike Deal transferred from Santa Barbara. And I played professionally for 25 years.
It's amazing he played that long, by the way, over in Europe. He had one of the best, probably longest careers for any men's volleyball player ever.
He was amazing. I would have been very happy with him. And then Landry stepped on a cactus in his patio. Didn't kill me, but wasn't very good for a while. So Deal was in. And then whoever played well got to start. I didn't know who to start. So we get to you guys. Landry sees his folks in Pauley Pavilion. They sold the furniture. They sold the house in the Philippines. They got on a plane. They came over here to see their boy. He had 3 solo blocks, 7.
He was great that night.
He hit over 500, and he had 30 kills. I mean, that was it. I didn't know they were coming either.
Yeah, that's what a great story, and he was fantastic. Landry, and I was fortunate enough, as you know, my wife played there during that time, so I got to know all those guys during my USA summer stuff as well as after the fact, and I love them. I've actually been at Rich Bland's house out in Georgia. Yeah. We talked about you. It's been great to see the Bruins over those years. Something I ask all our guests, even though Sully really condensed it
very much.
When you hear all that, Al, when you hear all the stuff you've done, all the stuff you've accomplished in volleyball, how does it make you feel? Like, I mean, how does it make you feel?
I had a little party Saturday, 20 guys, friends of mine, but I had guys, not all UCLA guys, but I had guys from the 90s, 60s, the 70s, just a few dear friends from each era. And nobody wanted to go home. We were there, the hosts home for 6 hours.
That's that.
They kept telling stories from their different eras, which was new material to other guys, Yeah, I had Barry Wendell. He was the oldest guy. He was 80, and he played in '68 in the Olympic team against the Russians, and we beat him for the first time. Then he sprained his ankle, and we lost the next 6. We're out of there.
Yeah.
But he was learning a lot of new stories too. But they learned about his stuff. I had Bobby Mendoza there, my old beach player from the '60s, Hall of Famer and over the line. He's played down there for 50 years. A legend in San Diego. But every time, I had Mike Timmons. He throws a skater party 3 times at the Rams game. He gets this huge suite and invites mostly 80s guys from his era. More stories. I'm more East every time I
Susan know about.
Yeah, Jim Nova.
What's amazing about this, Al, is, I mean, we could probably talk to you, not probably, I know we could talk to you probably for decades just about the stories. And when we started this, when Sully started this, it was really to like evangelize volleyball, to tell folks who people are. And like, if you're a young boy playing volleyball at 15 years old right now, if they don't know who you are, it's an embarrassment. But regardless, if they don't, they need to. You've paved the way for so many.
For sure.
Just like, I would know who you are, people you've just mentioned, Mendoza, different folks that we grew up with. So that's what our whole point, is telling stories, as well as telling stories like Geeter did, right? Funny stories. What makes it great, like your barbecuer that the other night to celebrate you, like you said, you've heard from 5-6 different eras. The stories have just got to be beyond plentiful, but that's what probably makes it the best.
Yeah.
Just the joy of all of this, and that's what we're trying to do in this podcast, is just tell great stories.
I listened to Geeter, and I'd laugh so hard. That's the first show I heard you guys, and I'm going to tune in some more if we get somebody like him on the program. He's hilarious.
Well, he did back for sure.
Absolutely. When you talk about being funny, I got one story in that, I'm sure Bear and a couple guys have to ask. So I finished playing at Northridge. I go back to help John Price coach and, just to do some stuff. So it's a fall game. John Price is coaching the women's team at Northridge this year. Something happened, so he's coaching the women. So the men are playing right before the women in a fall preview game or whatever it is. So I get to coach Cal State Northridge, right? I get to be the head coach for a volleyball game. Walk up to Coach Skates before the game, and he goes, "Hey, I don't know if you remember this, Coach, but you said, you get an opportunity to do something that no one's ever done." And I was like, if you win this, you'll have a winning record against me. And of course, we didn't beat you. We lost, and after the game, shook your hand and said, "Don't worry about it. Everyone, you fit right in with everyone else." And I never forgot that. I laughed, and I thought was like during the game, like me being the competitor, like, shit, I could win this. I'm probably never going to coach again. I could go down in history being the only person ever to have beat Al Skates. Of course not. But that's a story I thought was, I wanted to remind you. You probably forgot because that was like 94, 95. But it was.
The guy that just called me was Greg Harsimovich. He played at Northridge.
I love Greg.
He coached there. And the first time I had him on the floor, he was my assistant coach. And he threw the puppy for me, basically. 5 of them to celebrate my 80th birthday 5 times so far. He missed it during the pandemic. But first time I had him take the second team, I took the first team. And he's very competitive, if you know him at all.
Yep.
And I'm not sure he's calling the lines correctly on the servers. But anyway, I'm not sure I was either.
You're not cheating. You're not trying.
Gotta win.
Practice is over. Greg's walking out the door. We meet in the office afterwards. And I said, Greg, come over. He comes back and I say, Greg, you're 0-1.
Take it to him.
We had better. He made that second team a lot better, believe me.
That's really funny. I mean, there's so
you bring up your second team. So when I came to Long Beach State, you knew about UCLA, and there was 2 things that, besides the national championships and great players, was your recruiting style. And it took me a couple of years of being a young kid at Long Beach. Was it just looked like you try to recruit the best players and as many as you can get, because when I heard UCLA had a JV team, I'm like, who the heck has a JV team? Oh, I didn't get that, right? So was your philosophy to just corral as many people that wanted to come to UCLA that were the best out there so other teams wouldn't get them?
Well, here's the deal. Sometimes I would start with 30 players. Now, we'd have a JV team that would play in tournaments until the NCAA said, that's going to count as a date of competition. Then we didn't have a JV team anymore.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So I don't know when. I'm responsible for a lot of NCAA rule changes. That's just one of them.
Well, you're also I don't mean to interrupt because I think you should have this conversation with what you're talking about. Is you're also the reason there's NCAA volleyball. And that's something I think others should learn. Like there was USA volleyball, you won 2 titles as a USA volleyball national championship before it became an NCAA sport. And you were very instrumental in that.
Absolutely.
So again, I didn't want to interrupt, but no, feel free to add on to that. As you said, you've changed. You're one of the reasons for some of the changes. You're one of the reasons, if not the reason, we have men's college volleyball.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I can go into each one of those scenarios. Let's talk about this. See this?
Powerball.
This is a triple header we had at UCLA in 1965. He had just built Pauley Pavilion.
Look at that.
And I was the captain of the team playing in Mexico in 1965. And Ruben Acosta was the head of the Mexican Federation, and he became the president of FIVB in Lucerne and retired from volleyball, a very rich man later. But he took me under his wing because I was the captain, I guess, took me out and told me that Brazil was playing against the Japanese gold medalist team from '94. And the silver medalist men's team, and they had to stop in L.A. And why don't we play them? Well, the reason USA Volleyball didn't play anybody is they had no money. Their only source of income was selling rule books for $1. And, they had no money. So I went to J.D. Morgan, who just built Pauley Pavilion, and I said, J.D., I can put 5,000 paying customers in Pauley Pavilion for this triple header, and you keep all the gate receipts. Just don't charge for the gym. And then I went to USA Volleyball and I said, just put up the Japanese for one night and I'll get them a game in Pauley. You don't have to pay for it. So both sides agreed, signed a contract. The Japanese said, sure, we'll play. Well, the Japanese women were known as the witches of Asia. They had won 285 straight matches and just crushed everybody for years. They all came from the same factory, and they were coached by a guy named Daiamatsu, who was a World War II veteran. And they ate in the gym, they slept in the gym, they weren't allowed to date. This is for 4 years, and he keeps them for a world tour that they're on now, and they're gonna start with another team after the. So they were a pretty good draw. Okay, we had one guy working full-time in sports information and an assistant, and they were about men's football and basketball. So I had him print a bunch of posters like this, only big, and I nailed them on all the telephone poles in the beach communities. Now, here's where volleyball was at that time. I had just played for the national team against the national team of France. We played at Carson High School. We drew 175 people, and the net broke during the match. Oh, 20-minute delay. That was our biggest crowd in the USA up to that point, to my knowledge.
Oh, wow.
Biggest crowd. So there was a guy named Bud Farello. He had a radio sports program called The Steam Room. I'd call into Bud, and we'd talk about this great volleyball event. And Bud was the editor of the Herald Examiner. The LA Times was the big paper. I couldn't get past the receptionist. Nobody wanted to talk to me. Didn't run one article. I'd come home at night. I worked full-time in the Beverly Hills School District so I could afford to be a volleyball coach. The first time, my first year's salary, I walked in to Wilbur Johns, the athletic director, and I said, I want to go to the Olympics in '64. I want to be an amateur. I can't afford a salary. He jumps up and says, congratulations, son, you're hired. Here's your budget. It's $100.
Oh, wow.
Practice you in men's gym from 5 to 7 on Wednesdays. That's how I started, okay?
Wow.
That's what I remember what Hank Unger was telling us about the Wednesday one practice on the Wednesdays in the men's gym. What a different
teammates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. And
wow.
that was
how it all started.
By 1967, when Larry Rundle played for me, no, he played for me in 65 and 66. By 67, we practiced 2 nights. Tuesdays and Thursdays. Doubled our practice time. We were making progress. Good. We won 2 national championships.
Right.
Okay. So
how? Because I'm curious how many. I want to hear how many people showed up to this event.
So Bud is just working it. I go home, dictate to Sue, and she types up something, gives it to me. And my lunch hour, I run down to Bud, give it to him, the article, and he prints it. It's all, and we're playing. By the way, we're the defending champions, and we're playing the SC team. You know, so it's a triple header. It's the only triple header I've ever been involved in. But I knew the Japanese women, that match would only last 25 minutes. We're going to see USA won.
Because they were so good.
Oh, yeah. And then Roddy played them in Japan in '64. So, and, you know, they had no support. And, you know, they weren't going to be a force like they are now. You know, I just watched them against Korea. They're looking better. That team will be together for 4 years.
Yeah. I'm happy Eric got his first win, too, on that. So, yeah.
Okay, so the night of the event comes. The Japanese women are practicing in the men's gym, 3-hour practice before the match. I don't know why. I think it's just they're used to it, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, I got some clips on TV where Daiamatsu is hitting balls at these girls, and they're on the ground and they're crying, and other girls are encouraging them. They made us a movie, and somehow I got some on TV, and I mean, it was brutal, but they were the best. And anyway, they had over 5,000 people come to the event.
Excellent.
Over 5,000 people. So I got a guy, Ernie Suara, '64 Olympian, for my team. Against SC, plays against SC, suits up, and starts against the Japanese. This is the third match, the the main event was the women. The men, actually, because the women played second. It was going to be a quickie.
Yeah.
After the women's match, I'm suited up. I'm playing for the US team. The Japanese coach wants me to go back to the men's gym and open it up again for more work. So I have to
More practice.
They practice for 3.
run back down to the gym. And we had a guy named, we had a Sergeant Ignacio, a Filipino referee, Iggy Ignacio. And so people are saying, well, why are you having a Japanese referee? He wasn't Japanese. Sergeant Ignacio was in the U.S. Army when the Japanese invaded the Philippines. We had some good calls that night. We beat the Japanese men for the first time.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow, congrats on that. What after, I'm curious, because this is
Here's
amazing.
what happened. J.D. Morgan, our athletic director, who was the chairman of the NCAA men's basketball committee and negotiated all the TV deals for men's basketball, probably the most powerful AD in the country, came up to me and says, "Al, I've never seen a volleyball match before, except we play a little in the service, we kick each other under the net, but this was great. I'm going to make this an NCAA sport." And he did by the age 70.
Wow.
Wow. He put me on the NCAA committee. And he brought in the head of the basketball committee from Springfield to make sure we had a good start on the committee.
Bear, I think this would be a great time to ask that question right after what he had just told the story that we talked about.
About retiring?
The trophy.
Oh, the trophy. Okay, so a really good friend of mine is Alan Knipe, and I was talking with him about a week ago, and we were talking, probably trying to get you on the show, and he brought up a question or a statement, basically, and he feels that the NCAA trophy at the end of the year should be called the Al Skates Trophy, like the Vince Lombardi Trophy. And we just kind of wanted to hear your take on that, if you would be interested in something like that.
Well, that'd be nice. Yes,
Awesome.
I think it's well deserved.
Well, I'll say this, Al. Let me jump in because you're humble about this. For anyone listening to the NCAA, to John Speraw at USA Volleyball and everywhere in between, Al Skates is the reason there's men's volleyball. He just gave us the story. We wouldn't be here without him. I think not just an honor for you, but what you've done for the game. I think it would be a tremendous change for volleyball to have it be the Al Skates Trophy. I mean, if we were to beat you in 93, we might have changed that. But since you beat us in that 93 to get that 19th or, move that, I'm kidding. I think it would be a tremendous thing. And I hope they do it. I know, Al mentioned it once before. Things change in this game. I mean, from the libero to the net serves to, there's no reason why it shouldn't have your name on it, Al. You've changed the game. You wrote the game of men's volleyball.
Yeah.
Myself, Bear, and Sully wouldn't be here today, friends together with all the years we've gotten to do through volleyball without you. So, thank you. And I think it would be a hell of an honor for us, for the volleyball community to do that.
And this is coming from three individuals that didn't play at UCLA.
Don't like UCLA.
Yeah. And anytime a UCLA Bruin comes on, we're like, oh my God. But yeah, it's just, it's just that history. But we, and then I know Coley's got it on.
Well, my wife played and my son played there, so I have to wear it.
But you just got to, we respect what you've done. I mean, from day one all the way until your retirement, as much as we didn't like you at times, we are 100% behind Al Knipe's idea of making the NCAA championship trophy the Al Skates Trophy for sure. So.
Well, we put it out in the universe, so let's hope it happens.
It needs to happen.
I want to go back to the early days real quick because I think it might be a fun story to tell. So you learn how to play volleyball at State Beach. I learned how to play volleyball at State Beach too, playing with Matty O and them. But tell us a little bit about Wilt and playing cards and him playing volleyball at State Beach. I mean, you've been around some characters. You got to work with John Wooden, which we'd like to hear about that next. But how was it being with Wilt, and was he a really good volleyball player? I mean, I saw him play, but I'm curious on your take.
Well, St. John asked if Wilt can come into the gym on the second court. And that was later, much later, in the 70s, when he started playing, when he was rehabbing his knee. And he was like the world's worst blocker. And he would just, he never asked me for any help. I was on the first court. He was on the second court. You know, I had a coach over there. He never asked anybody for any help. So I'd play him in the senior division. I'd love to see him over there because his arms were so big, and I just hit it off his arms and to him. And then one day, it clicked with him. He didn't jump. He just stood there. Boom! He blocked me first time. First time. He figured it out by himself.
That's awesome.
Yeah. But let me tell you about Will. You give him a high set that's rising on the outside left, 14 feet. Yeah, I got that. He could go as high and reach as high. It was amazing. Larry Rundle likes to tell his story. He toured with him. They had Toshi Toyota, Larry Rundle, sometimes Butch May, and Selznick. You know, 4 of those guys. I mentioned Selznick usually the center. And Will, the deal was you'd tell the opponent, don't serve Wilt. Wilt's big dippers would tour. And Wilt would take about 90% of the gate and then give the rest of the men the other part. And he was the draw, was all right. They traveled around. And one night, Larry's job is to pass. He was a great passer. He had this weird pass. He'd go like that.
Stab at
Pass.
it.
I wrote in the book, I rented a camera, high-speed camera that could do slow motions, one of my first books, the Larry Rundle pass. I called it the snap pass, except nobody else could do it in the world but him. So I took it out of the revision, but he was amazing. Anyway, Wilt says, no, I'm going to pass this one. Larry reached in front and took it. Selznick says, time out. They talk. Wilt says, no, I got it. So they serve Wilt. He shanks it into the bleachers, and he says to Larry, it's your ball.
He did.
Well, I'll go back to you were talking about Will Chamberlain because I was fortunate enough to play down at State a lot, you know, because I was good friends with Matt Unger, taught me how to do it. And I got to play, you know, hearts with Wilt once or twice. And
that guy changed the rules every time we played hearts. Finally, they codified the rules and renamed the game, and that was it. We wouldn't let him change anymore. He couldn't, you know, when he was losing, he would always change the rules.
Always change it. You got to.
That's what, I mean, he's got to win, right? That's Will Chamberlain. He's got to win. But no, that was my story of him. And I was curious how it was with you, you know, all those years of coaching. You've been around volleyball so much. What can you pick one moment in your entire volleyball career that's maybe your favorite moment or one of your top 3 moments ever being a coach or being a player of volleyball?
Well, playing, I distinctly remember the first time I was playing in slow motion. And there was a big middle blocker named Tom Ryan, played basketball at Loyola and led the nation in rebounds. But he was about 6'10". He got up really good. And one night I'm playing late. You know, you'd play at a YMCA all day, right? In my time. Double elimination. So you would hope that you'd finish by 11 or 12 so you could have some refreshments somewhere before
Afterwards,
or whenever they close. And we're late at night and we're playing the finals. And all of a sudden, I can see his hands moving to block me in slow motion. I can see his fingers. I can hit it off those 2 fingers if I want to. And that only occurred one other time. That was in Czechoslovakia in '65, which is now the Czech Republic. And in part of East Czechoslovakia, we were playing 5 games against the Chinese. And I was, you know, a middle blocker. I hit outside and blocked middle. I'm left-handed. Transition, I hit a 2. And basically a 2. Unless it was I could come in from the left side, then I hit it quick.
Those 2s are now out of the back row. It's amazing how the game's evolved, but I love this story. Keep going.
Yes. Anyway, I'm sure it was over 3 hours. Like the whole thing was in slow motion that night. And then that was it. Although in 93, against Ender, I actually knew where he was going to set the ball and was calling out to my middle. I don't know if you were aware. I was calling out forward or back, forward or back. I don't know why. I just looked at so much tape I knew at that point. I mean, you guys still hit above 300.
Yeah, well, I actually hit over 400, but the rest of the team struggled that night.
That was 375.
Yeah, it was close. It was close to 400. But yeah, that was it. I mean, you had Nygaard and Tim Kelly in the middle.
Take a look.
Let's take a look. Wow. Please do. Let's take a look. I'd love to hear.
Alex
Give us another
Hager,
homework.
45 for 378. Ken Lynch, 57. Why'd you set him so much? For 281.
Yeah, Matty O, what are you doing?
Coley, 38 for 368.
Okay, hit 368 the finals. It's not bad.
Now look at this. Kevin Wong, 38 for 221. Kevin's in there to pass, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And he had a good jump serve until he became.
Boy, he ran all the way around with his long sleeves. Yeah.
Yeah, he had the long sleeves. I mean, he had a career night. Landry, 45 for 511, 30 kills.
I hit like 11.
Tim Kelly,
In the natty.
yeah, Kim Kelly had 636, 22 kills.
Oh, wow.
Of course, you know, he hit, what did he hit for the year? He hits 462 career and 539 in 94 for the
So he hit over 460 in his career.
Yeah.
Guy hit that cutback.
Yeah.
Love that.
That's
cutback.
amazing. He was tough. The crazy thing for me is I have to pull it. I wish I pull it, but I hit over 400 in my career, and I hit out of the back row a lot. So TK, come on, 460. You should be at 600, bud. Come on, Tim. But I was texting him today too. By the way, he says hello. He was on a plane flying from somewhere to somewhere because that's what Tim does.
Does those trips, doesn't he?
He does. He's done. I mean, and you know that's another thing that I have so much respect for you, Al. Not just because you've done everything for volleyball, but so many people that you have touched. Are the CEO of USA Volleyball? I think his name's John Speraw.
Yeah.
I think he coached for you. We have him. You
Why
know,
don't we tell you
you just
his story?
please hear it. Please.
He wants to be a doctor. So, you know, Karch wanted to be a doctor too,
Yep, I knew that.
but the volleyball gig has worked out for him so far.
Yeah.
So John's going to be a doctor. And he's working down at the medical center. And so I says, hey, John, how'd you like to go to Sicily with me as my assistant coach? This is 97. I'm coaching the World University team. Yeah, I'd like to do that. So he gets stoked. He's on the trip. You know, we're the only team in the world that sends a university team to the university games. We're playing the Polish national team. All these guys are like 28, 29, 32, and we're playing students. We had a great team. We did beat the Polish team. I only had one passer on that team. That was Kevin Wong's Scott Wong. So I put him as opposite in the middle so he could do all the passing. Then I had Gardner and a couple other guys that couldn't pass, but they could hit out of the back. So we were hitting Hayes and Bix and D's and
Pipes.
yeah, and
That's what-
hopefully Scott was doing all the passing. But anyway, that was so in 99, I'm taking the team to Sicily. I want to go to Sicily. Oh yeah, I'm going. So he was a volunteer coach in between, and then I hired him as an assistant coach. And then when the Irvine job opened up, he took it, turned the program around, won 3 national championships there, and 2 at UCLA.
Yeah, he's a great guy, and it goes back to all of what I was saying with all the folks that you've touched through so many different ways of coaching, and like Tim Kelly is what made me think about that. Like you got him out of Santa Barbara, love his story, loved him. We're gonna have him on, but he comes to UCLA. You know, he wins the national championship that year, and he becomes, at least in our generation and beyond, from the 90s on, the person you want to contact if you want to play volleyball outside this country after college. He put down college tours together. He's done so much, and a lot of it I'm sure he learned from you. Sully, I cut you off. I apologize. You're about to ask a question.
It's okay. So why John Speraw? What did you see in him to ask? I mean, you have a ton of volleyball minds around you, and obviously if you wanted to be a doctor, he's a pretty smart guy.
Yeah.
But there had to have been something for you to go, huh, you want to do this? What was it about Sproul?
Well, up to that point, before Greg Harasimovich, I only had UCLA guys that I trained for 4 years as assistant coaches. And so naturally, I wanted him to coach in my program if he was going to coach.
Right.
And I just thought he would be very good as a coach. So I went for it.
That's just a flat out gut instinct.
Yeah. I mean, he, look at him. He's 6'4". He seems taller now because I've shrank an inch and a half. But now he's
Undersized
a
middle.
lot taller than he did to me at the time.
Yeah.
I was 6'2" and a half, and he was maybe 6'4". But he was an undersized middle, but he won 2 NCAA championships as a starter. And,
Yeah.
the first year he redshirted. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I had
How was handing over the reins to him after you left UCLA, after you retired? How did all that go about?
well, I wanted him to take over my program. There were 2 guys, my longtime assistant, Brian Rofer. I told Brian to apply for the Irvine job, and he didn't want to. He says, this is a better job here as the assistant coach. And I told him, I says, Brian, quit waiting for me to die. You got to be head coach. Got to get some experience now.
Yeah.
And no, he didn't do it. Brian did it. John did it, excuse me. And so I recommended him from the job. I went to lunch with our athletic director to see, he wanted to know who I wanted, and I told him. And, it's a shame that Brian didn't go for it. He's back in the league. He's coaching a team.
He's at Vanguard right now, I think.
Pardon me?
I thought Brian was at Vanguard right now.
Yeah, Vanguard. They're in the MPSF now.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be tough to compete at Vanguard, but
Yeah.
But he's back coaching, which like you said is great. And seeing John Sproul, like you said, great question by Sully. Just what did you see in him? I love talking to John because he's so cerebral with coaching and understanding. Like my older son that played at UCLA, this was years ago. He's in middle school and he's practicing at the Olympic, the Anaheim Training Center, just basketball. And, of course, because he was my son, John would just talk to him. And it was just 5 minutes of just saying hello, like Sealy would see him and say something. But John was way more meticulous in asking questions on being better and just different things. And I've always loved talking to John about sports, and it's no secret to see what he did at Irvine. I used to go to the games because Mark Prescia was an assistant. He's one of my best friends, and I live right by the school and went to a lot of those games. And then when he went back to UCLA, I was excited. I've become a Bruin fan. I used to not like him. Obviously, losing to you guys hurt me a lot, but having a wife that played there and a son that got to play basketball there, I love everything about it. And to see, UCLA come back to where they were when you were coaching after a little bit of a dip, and, John taking over the program and bringing it back to winning national championships, being in it again this year with a lot of the guys that he recruited. And it's just great to see. And what a great guy to represent that. And I think he's going to do a lot of great things for USA Volleyball. I think we need some positive growth changes. And I think he has the mindset to do that for us.
yeah, I got to get a T-shirt of John and I from my class.
Yep. Please do.
Please
do. This is awesome.
Great.
Well, I guess I know what I hit in the 1993 finals. I used to say 400, but I guess it was 368. 368. That's 368. I guess I got to change my tune.
So we meet at the Rams game this week. This one is the 3rd time that Mike Timmons sponsored us all. Okay.
Right.
That's John and I. It said, I don't know what, read it to me. What's
John, congrats on the 2 titles, Al.
now?
One more, 17. Now give me 17 more. That's unbelievable. So good, Coach. Come on, John.
Mike Timmons did this.
But still embarrassing. That is awesome.
So funny. Oh my God, that was great.
So good. So good.
Oh,
Yeah, we talked about Sproul, but there's been some guys that would have gone on from your tutelage, right? Or even as players to go on to have successful volleyball careers. Yeah, I mean, Sealy, Yeah, Metz, Stein Metzger.
Yeah, Metzger
there's
won
just
a beach title in 2018. David Nichols took a Division
two
II team, Florida Gulf Western
Shores.
That's what it is.
Yep.
And he won 2 or 3 national championships.
Yeah, and you have Eric Sullivan being the head coach of the women's right now.
Yeah,
USA.
He won 3 at, I think 3
3 or 4 at Texas. He as an assistant. I think it's 4 at Texas.
associate head coach. Yeah.
Yeah.
We played in 3 Olympics. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, for sure.
It does.
Yeah, I'm at our first year of play with them after college. You get that open nationals and playing on A6 Paul Mitchell, and we got to play with Eric Sullivan, and these guys got to play with Sealy, and so it was all good times.
Yeah.
Even TK went with these guys on a trip to Columbia, I believe. So I got introduced with the UCLA crew.
Yeah, I heard about that. It was a lot milder than the trip to the Netherlands that the UCLA crew went on one time.
Oh, do tell.
They had a film.
Do tell.
Love to hear
I
that.
had a film crew tailing them at night,
Oh,
along with Good Scoop, our correspondent. I didn't go on that trip. I was going to go on that trip, and I put Greg Giovinazzi, rest in peace, in charge of the team instead. And I read about it a little.
Yeah.
They didn't invite us to that anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure. Rolling around the Netherlands, hopefully it wasn't just in the heart of Amsterdam, because I'm sure that even made the video even worse. I couldn't imagine today's game with all the TVs and the cameras following every little player, every little thing to be done. It's positive in some ways and negative in others. We joke about it all the time. What's next for Al? Do you play golf every day? Do you still talk volleyball with coaches?
Here's what I do. I go out at dawn and play golf. I've had multiple skin cancers. The one I had a little one on my shin, which went up in my lymph nodes, and next stop is the brain. You're dead. But I 3 days after they found it, I had the head surgeon at UCLA Cancer take it out and take out a bunch of lymph nodes and stuff. And then I went on chemo for a year, finished in 2019. That ended my broadcasting career right there, because I was too weak to do anything. It was tough because I could only hit the ball about 140 yards, but I kept playing. And then I had to wear a bag because all the fluids from the lymph nodes that they're supposed to collect, it drained down my leg and my pants. And I said, I'm not pissing my pants.
Give me another beer.
I told the surgeon to stick some tubes in there. So I wore a bag under my shorts so I could play golf and stay dry. So that worked for about a year. And then I was done with that. Then I had another one in my back. See, I taught school for 35 years out on the playground, the blacktop. This sun was brutal. And I'm going to get more of these. It's just the way it is. And Larry Rundle, from playing on the beach, he goes in and has stuff cut out about every 6 weeks. So you should see us. We got the hat. We're playing in the dark before the sun comes up. And so I play with Larry on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I play with Sinjin on Fridays. I have each day is a different group of my friends. That's how I talk and stay social with people. And then I come home and I'm a caregiver with my wife, and she beats me in gin, and we do stuff during the day. And then if I have things to do, I have usually my youngest daughter comes over and stays with Sue, does the caregiving thing. Like I'm going to a memorial for Art Alper, a guy who helped me out, basketball player for Wooden, and one of the great volleyball players for UCLA, the first great ones, went to the World Games in '56. Yeah. Anyway, he's passed. The only guy that ever tried to teach me anything about volleyball, because there was no high school volleyball when I came up.
Yeah.
The only reason I learned to play volleyball is because I wanted to be a football coach as a sophomore. I decided I was not going to be an engineer like my Uncle Joe. I wasn't preparing myself in high school. I went to Santa Monica College after driving a tractor at Douglas Aircraft for a while out of high school, and full time I did that. And then I said, I got to go to college. I was making $1.50 an hour, and I'm looking at these guys, and they're old and they're making about 50 an hour. So I said, I got
Yeah.
and I started coaching these youth teams. I went down to Culver City and I told the guy, Sid Cronenthal, that I was a senior at UCLA. I was a freshman at Santa Monica, PE major, and I wanted a job. And he gave me a job at a little park, Blanco Park in Culver City. And I was coaching track and field. I was coaching basketball, flag football, hardball to 10 and under, 12 and under, 14 and under, 16 and under. I loved it. And we were good. And we were in the big park, Vets Park, Memorial Park, where all the talent was. So they made me director at Vets Park, and then we started winning county championships. And I was just stoked. Besides, I had to take algebra and geometry my first semester at Santa Monica, and I got A's in both of them. They said, well, congratulations, you fulfilled your high school requirements. Let's start on college stuff. To the hell with it, I'm coaching, forget about it. So anyway, the Japanese sent the All-Stars in 77, and they're good. We played them 3 times. They beat us twice, collegiate All-Stars. We beat them once. They sent them again in 78. They totally beat us at Pauley. Now they're playing some other schools. They beat everybody. So I'm thinking, 79 we go undefeated. St. John's the captain. Great captain. He says, no matter how perfect the set is, the guy gets stepped. He says, no, my fault. I got it. Makes the hitter feel good,
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm saying, let's go to Japan. They're better than us. Let's go. So I go down to Nippon newspapers, and I say, in LA, I said, we'll give you exclusive rights to all the coverage of us playing in Japan if you'll sponsor us. Because I didn't have any money to go anywhere.
Yeah. Right.
J.D. Morgan would only give us enough money to beat SC. That was what he was in us to be. We didn't care if we went anywhere. And, I mean, we had enough money to fulfill our league obligations, which were mostly Southern California anyway, although it gradually changed. So they agreed to it, and we went to Japan. Wonderful tour. Six matches in Japan. We had 500 teenage girls following us by train everywhere we went, yelling for Sinjin, who was just an assistant coach at that time. But they really loved Andrew, his brother. He was a model.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So they'd hold up these signs for Andrew, and so I had, Andrew was a pretty good player, wasn't a starter, so I'd put him in a little more than usual. But so in 1980, this was actually first week in 1980. Came back from Japan, NCAA passes. No, then I schedule a trip to Taiwan, big international tournament. USA Volleyball calls and they says, okay, we want you to take this all-star team to play in it. Yeah, I want you to take these guys and these guys. I said, we're better than those guys. I've got 4 Olympians on that team, future Olympians.
Yeah.
I had Salmons and Karch was still playing. And
Partee? Maybe it was Partee still there?
No,
Partee,
he came later. He came in 81.
Okay.
And Saunders. I guess I had 3. Anyway, I thought we were better, so I said, no, I'll do it if we take UCLA. Because we'll wear USA shirts if you want, or UCLA shirts, doesn't matter. So they sent us. So I get back. Oh, we win the tournament.
Of course.
There's 23,000 people watching us.
Jeez.
There's not a seat in the house. The president of the Republic of China is there. The prime minister. They each have 9 guys in blue suits with each of them. And they already put on the trophy that Taiwan won. That is big lion trophy. And so after we beat them 3 straight, under the tail, they engraved UCLA. It's in the Hall of Fame. That trophy.
Oh, no kidding.
That's a great story.
Then the NCAA banned foreign travel, except for every 4 years. Nobody was going anywhere. We were the only team that ever went on a foreign trip.
Another Al Skates
Ray Sanders.
rule.
So
They may change that. I hear they may change it, and I hope they go back to letting them go. I know some schools will have more money than others, but I think just let them go.
okay, so now Puerto Rico's a Commonwealth. So the next 4 years we go to Puerto Rico. So I still don't have any money. I wasn't fundraising yet, no money. So I call the Puerto Rico Federation. None of them are playing pros. They're all staying at home, playing for the national team.
Right.
Okay, I guess everybody did that later, a little later. So what happens is we go to Puerto Rico. Dr. Mendez Bryan sets us up with American Airlines as a hotel sponsor. We go over Thanksgiving. Anyway, we didn't have to spend any money. So next 4 years I go there. First night we're playing there, Roberto Clemente Stadium. Rick Neiman, my best player from '79, not my best player, no, but a damn good player. Let's put it that way. 44-inch vertical jump. Invented the Vertec with Jim Perrine. We tested him at 44 inches. And we went down and tested the basketball team. We jumped higher than the basketball team.
Yep.
Way higher.
Yep.
Because that's all we were doing. They were running up and down. We're jumping all the time. So anyway, Rick is playing for Puerto Rico. And all the people are now coming down from the stands are all around the court. They've been selling rum. The rum vendors are sold out. A lot of drunks. And the match started 2 hours late. We're there at 7, and everybody wants to warm up. I said, no, we're not warming up until they warm up. And then come the juvenile girls. The juvenile girls play. And then come the old guys. The old guys play. They need another guy, so I play in that game. It's only 1981. I'm 42 or something. I don't know. And so finally we start. By the time we start, everybody's very excited. I played golf with the referee that day. Spoke perfect English. How he's screwing us, he doesn't only speak Spanish now. So I can't curse him anymore because I don't speak Spanish. And we're getting hosed. Pretty soon somebody starts throwing size D batteries down at the pitch. And they're hitting the boards. And I'm coaching with a clipboard over my head. So I said to Dr. Bryan, I said, send some security up there. Somebody's throwing stuff at us. That's just the communists. They blew up a steam plant last month. Don't worry about it. Besides, I don't have no security.
Oh no, they're throwing D batteries at you guys.
So we're talking through the net a lot. Karch talked through the net. It was getting feisty. These guys were good. So I say to Denny Klein, I said, Denny, do we want to win this? I said, do we want to win this match? And he says, you got Karch and Salmons out there. Are you kidding me? Yeah, we're going to win this match.
Yeah.
So I get the guys together. I said, okay, as soon as we win, form a tight circle right here at the bench. Just tight circle. And I'll tell you what to do next. Don't say anything to those guys. And so as soon as we win, Rick Amon comes over and starts shaking hands with his former teammates, and the rest of the Puerto Ricans did, and everything was fine. Yeah. So Mendez Bryan gets all the money, throws it in his car, and says to the coaching staff, come on, I'll take you to dinner. So we go to dinner. We come out in the parking lot, his trunk's jacked, and all the money's gone.
Oh, no.
Anyway.
No security.
No security.
Wow.
Really felt, wow. Really fun. Anyway, we had 3 more great Thanksgiving trips, and then I started going on the foreign trips again. And then later we went with Tim, which was really awesome.
I'm sure that must have been what a treat.
6 countries. Unfortunately, that was 9/11.
Oh.
And we were in the Czech Republic when that happened during a match.
Wow.
And he's looking at something, and after the match is over, I see the towers go down. So I phone ahead to all the countries we're going to because we're flying out of Air France, but we still got to go to Germany and Switzerland and some other places. And when we go on a trip, it's not like the girls who play like 4 matches. We play like 10, the max, whatever we can do.
Right.
So, and you can't get an earlier flight. So we had phones. Brian and I had a phone. We had them all call their parents, tell them everything's fine. We just didn't wear anything UCLA after that. And of course, it was hard because I got a bunch of 5, 6 guys walking around. But the rest of Europe was really nice and sympathetic.
Did you guys play the rest of the matches? Did you end up traveling?
I said, we didn't. I called all the embassies and I called all the sponsors and told them no fans.
Yeah.
So we played them, but we didn't let fans in. I didn't want
Something crazy going on at that point, doing something different. I have a question for you. I asked a couple others this. You've coached a lot of years, Al. You've been around the game, when it started with the NCAA. Is there anyone better than Karch that you've ever coached or been around in the game of volleyball to play it?
Well, the International Volleyball Federation said he was the best player of the last 100 years when he was still playing. And he was the best player I've ever coached. The only thing he didn't do well as a true freshman is he didn't hit very well. But we didn't publish stats. And he didn't know that. He didn't know how bad he was, really. And so I just had St. John keep setting him. Anyway, that's how he could get good. And by his sophomore year, he was terrific as a hitter.
Yeah.
The first day I told him how to play defense. Okay, Karch, you're going to play area 1. Here's your responsibilities. So we get in a scrimmage, and he goes over to area 5 and he digs a ball. And I said, good job, Karch. Well, wherever you want. Wherever you want to go, Larry. Forget what I just told you. Just, we knew where they were going to hit it.
Yeah. Special.
Yeah.
Hey, we asked this to Marv Dunphy, and I know, and Marv described it as he asked me point blank, Sully, do you have any kids? The question was, if you had to put a starting 6 out there, even 7, with the libero nowadays, who would they be? And that's when he asked the question, well, do you have a favorite kid? But I also rephrased it to, out of all those years, if you had to put a team together of 18, you've got to put a starting lineup together. Who is in that conversation for you at UCLA?
Oh, yeah. I don't want to do that. There's too many great players.
No, and we talked
Some of
about
them probably
beforehand.
watch the broadcast, right?
Of course, we hope they are.
Yeah.
I've got to say we can say this. Let me answer one thing for you. One of the players is Karch. How's that?
Right.
So Karch is on the floor, right? So we know that. So we know Karch is on the floor.
And Bear, did you talk to?
He was a setter.
Yeah.
Right.
St. John and Karch were setters. We ran,
Right.
I ran a 5-1 in 75 with John Beacons, rest in peace. And we won with him as a setter because he was a terrific setter. And it was best for us to do that. But most of the time I liked the 6-2. And so.
Did St. John hit too?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Obviously he weren't that beach to ever do it, but yeah.
When I changed him to center, and, Karch and him would back up. They would start. Back in those days, we were using the 5-man receive.
Yeah.
Right. I'd have middle blockers who couldn't pass, and they'd try to serve them, and I'd just have them step off the court. And there was no video in those days.
Right.
Nobody really had 18 videos to see what we were doing. And Karch and St. John, you would just back up and pass the ball when they're in the front row.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Bear.
Sarah, why don't you tell him?
Yeah. So what Al said, right? Al and I put a list together. See if Al's even close to potentially.
I gotta look it up real quick. It's on my phone.
And again, Al, you don't have to acknowledge yes or no because we don't want to put. But Al, Bear and Al are real good friends. We all are.
He said Karch, Ludes, Salmons, Nygaard, Ozzy, Reed Suhara, and Doug Party.
Party.
That's an awesome group, I'll tell you that.
That's a pretty good team.
That is an amazing group.
That is pretty good. And you know what? I'll throw this in because he did it for 3 times, just because in the games you could put Eric Sullivan at the libero. I mean, he did play 3 Olympics.
Yeah.
Even though he was a hell of an outside hitter for you guys, he could absolutely bring it. But, he played that position in the Olympics, which, transcended the game of changing the game to having someone with such ball control. One name Dunphy talked about was Eric Sato. What a great overall volleyball player he was, and if the game had changed years ago, what an impact he already had an impact, but what an impact he would have had if he was in the game every play.
Position.
Yeah. So I mean, you've had so many outside hitters that are probably the all-American outside hitters. Eric Sullivan being one of them that could have played libero probably almost at any decade for that.
Eric was a middle blocker in high school. I saw him play at John Adams Junior High School, I think. And I asked him to come to UCLA, but I said, you're going to have to be an outside hitter. And Ozzy Volstad came back from Norway to get his master's degree. So I had Ozzy coaching the second court. And I started with probably the usual 15 guys in the second court because I let anybody try out that was decent. If my assistant coach said they were decent, who knew? I had guys start the 5th year who never started before on championship teams. And, it happened. They just got better. Mm-hmm. So anyway, Ozzy would keep coming over every couple of days and saying, so-and-so isn't trying. And I says, well, did you talk to him? Yes. Okay, you can cut him. So at the end, Ozzy wound up with 4 players on the second court and himself. Eric Sullivan, who could now pass really well, who didn't pass in high school. Jeff Nygaard, who started the year in 168 pounds, and I'd come in after I taught until 310, so I didn't come in until after the circle drill, which was 300 sit-ups, 300 push-ups, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Then we'd get the balls out. Nygaard's shirt would be bloody in the back. You could see where his spine was from doing the sit-up.
Oh, it's because he's so thin.
Every day. He wore white tank tops to work out. I just see every day there it was. And then Kevin Wong, who was also a middle blocker and a very long, slow arm swing.
Yeah.
He couldn't do that. So, and those guys wound up passing the next 4 years. And John Spara, who was actually ready to play, he stayed at middle blocker, but I already had great middle blockers. Mm-hmm. So those were the 4 guys that lasted for that year. And they all were in 3 Olympics except Kevin, who was only in 1, I think,
on the beach side. But I mean, just those 4 guys, what great legacy for UCLA men's volleyball. 4 of those men you just mentioned, first and foremost, are all great human beings. I love all of them. And to play for you, to be on the second court and having to deal with understanding what's it like to not be a starter on UCLA volleyball, or am I ever going to play at UCLA volleyball, to weathering the storm, to busting their ass, to doing everything they can, to moving over to all of them being, I think, all Americans, and all of them played in the Olympics. Some played in 3, like you said, and wow, incredible the people you've gotten to coach and be around. Obviously, all of them wanted to be around you, so that's the main reason. But I mean, just again, those 4 are our generation, so we know them, and incredible.
Yeah.
I asked. So, you talked about golf quite a bit. It's a huge part of your life. There's a rumor out, like on days of finals, since you've been in so many of them, you go golfing. Is that true? You do that on days before?
I did that, many times. I thought psychologically it was always interesting to have the other team or coach watch me leave for the golf to play golf. We're usually
psychological
advantage. What's he doing?
And I did all I could. I was totally prepared. Believe me, I was totally prepared, except in 1974, I did not play any golf. We were playing at Santa Barbara. We got in as an at-large team. Santa Barbara was the overwhelming favorite. We had a bunch of little guys. Those guys were huge. And I brought my 16 millimeter camera and my film, and I shared a room with my wife and daughter. Mom stayed with with my younger son, and the other daughter wasn't born yet, but she was. She stayed with 2 kids. Anyway, Sue kicked me out. I had to go get another room because the projector was making too much noise. We had spliced the rotations into 6 rotations twice while I could look at them setting up. And it kept breaking. And I stayed up all night that night. I stayed up all night.
Okay.
And it was so hot in that gym. Wide World of Sports was covering it. And it was over 100 degrees in that gym. There was no fire marshal around. There was people on the floor behind the inlines. It was like playing at BYU where they put people on the floor and then they moved the barriers right next to the server.
Yeah.
Screamed in his ear. That was pretty much the situation. Wow. And they only had 250 seats for us up in the balcony because that's whoever got in as at large got that many seats. And we had Mike Norman hitting for us at 5'9". Star Mike Norman. I don't know if you guys heard of this.
Oh,
That Loyola.
we got a great story about him. One of my favorites after this. It's one of my favorites of all time.
He liked to antagonize the other team and the fans. So he put a ball away left-handed, and he points to his left bicep, and he runs around the court, taunting the fans. The more they would scream at him, the better he played.
Oh,
wow. And I had a guy named Sabin Perkins. He was a water polo player from Maricosta who played a little volleyball, backup setter, and he broke his finger. So all I had him do was serve. And I'd have him serve the first team, the second team, whatever. And so we got to the final game, and he served 6 straight points along with a couple of aces and brought us back. I think we were down 8-3, and we won. We won.
Wow.
And he went to Mexico and never came back.
Oh.
I saw him one time up in Santa Barbara, and he said, I just knew I could never do anything like that again.
So he walked away to Mexico.
That's incredible. Did you guys win the title that year? I know you beat Santa Barbara in that. Oh, wow! In the finals.
That was beat up. And then as chairman of the NCAA committee, I felt a little bad because they only took 4 teams, and 3 of them were from the West Coast.
Yeah.
And so I got the committee to put a rule in that you had to have an East Coast team, a Midwest team,
West team,
and 1 at-large team.
Another out skates rules that changed the game of volleyball.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of water polo, so I'm supposed to ask this because it's supposedly a rumor, but we kind of want to know who funded this. Back in '93, supposedly.
Yeah, I know what this is. Let me get a little.
We're supposed to ask who actually funded this. Was in 1993 there was someone who purchased a keg for a water polo team to come heckle the Stanford volleyball team in the MPSF championship down in Irvine. Rumor has it might have been you. Is that fair to say, or is it just a rumor?
It was all cash. There was no check involved. We can't.
Yep.
There's no receipts. It's just hearsay, folks. It's just hearsay.
That's awesome. True story, huh?
That's amazing.
We went to the water polo games. They came to our volleyball.
Yeah, well, we had water polo guys at our that's great. But that's the way Norman. That's another Storm and Norman. Storm and Norman's CO, right? We guys remember CO from
Leo Bahia.
He jumped in our stands after the water polo team to fight him. And Storm and Norman was there, and those guys, the water polo players, were more afraid of Norman than they were CO, and CO's huge, right?
Yes.
And Norman comes into the hands, everybody's like, whoa, we're not messing with this.
He was a Green Beret.
Yeah. We told him that afterwards.
Apparently, I was the only one that recruited him.
Oh, no
I think
kidding.
the coaches were a little bit afraid of him.
I was afraid of him.
He recruited me at LMU, but I could barely spell my name and get into school, so that didn't work out for me there. But one funny story that I love, and I got to tell this because we talked about this about getting hit in the face, and the generation today is like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, oh, so we're playing in a fall, tournament at Northridge. It's us, it's LMU, it's probably Pepperdine. You guys weren't there. Someone else. Let's say it's Long Beach. So we're just playing. There's no fans. You're playing in just to train and practice. And Mike Norman's reffing the game. Price and him would switch off who's playing. So someone hits the ball off one of their players and he touches it. And like we get the point. And Norman looks at his player and he's like, well, was it a touch? And his player says, yeah, I touched it. He goes, just start running. And so like we play for, honestly, it probably was 5 minutes, but it feel like 10. The kid is just running around. There's no stands because it's just the net's set up and it's just a fall tournament. He is running the entire gym for like 10 minutes. I mean, he's a young kid. He's probably confused. Let's say his name was Chris. Chris, come back over here. Like, play dead. Look, Coach Norman looks at him and says, did you touch it? He goes, yeah, I touched it. Keep running. Another 10 minutes, comes back. This is me and Price, and all of us are dying laughing. Finally, he comes back after whatever. Did you touch it? He goes, no. Get in there, right front. It was just like that. So that's what I loved about Norman. It was like, no, you didn't touch it. I'm the ref. I'll call it. It was just a funny story.
Mike Norman was my assistant coach, and he came to me with the idea of this circle drill. And I loved it because volleyball, let's face it, it was an endurance sport when he was
at the time, yeah.
And if these guys could go through 45 minutes with Norman yelling at him in a circle drill doing push-ups and sit-ups, we were going to be in better condition than anybody we played. In fact, my guys would do sit-ups and push-ups as part of their warm-up before the matches at that time. And the other team would stop warming up and just say, what the hell are they doing? I didn't tell them I didn't tell them to do anything because I didn't like choreographed warm-ups. I want each guy to warm up and do whatever he wanted to. Hell, Jeff Nygaard had to find a weight room before he played. He liked it every day. And
that's interesting.
So
yeah, that was before he came on, Coach. We talked about that, and I said that was foreign for me, right? I was a football player in high school, volleyball, basketball, and it was very structured. And then you come in, and you know the aura about UCLA. You guys walk in with the swagger, and I'm like, they're not in a circle stretching. They're doing this all on their own. They're all kind of in couples, BSing back and forth, and kind of half-ass stretching and everything. And that was so foreign for me. But like you said, hey, they know what they need to do to warm up. But that was the way you did it, huh?
Well, that's not the way we did it in practice. In practice, it was choreographed.
Oh, okay.
But because of my experience on the U.S. team, we had to do all these stupid drills. Listen, when I played on a club team, I just wanted to come up, warm up my shoulder, hit a few balls, because I was going to be out there middle blocking for 3 hours.
Right.
And that's all I wanted to do. And so I said, my players know the whole routine. Let them pick what they want to do. And that's where I did it.
Yeah, that was foreign for me. But man, that was just looking back on it. It was like I said, it was just weird, but it sure did work for you guys.
Go ahead.
I remember a coach from SC in the early days that would do all the setting.
Oh,
to warm up
but not the players,
and his setters didn't touch the ball until a game started.
God, it sounds like club.
And
I see that.
Yeah, where they're all tossing the ball.
I remember a coach of a prominent women's team who would just be out on the floor squatting and just making sure everything was done like clockwork. And I just thought it was a waste of time. Anyway.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say, Al, is we've been doing this for about an hour and a half, so we don't want to keep you too long. We'd love to have you back on, but I think something we really need to address is that 91 championship that Long Beach won.
I got it. Chakabar.
Yeah, because I'd love to hear from you, because I know what happened is you guys lost in that semifinal, or excuse me, in the final. USC lost in the semifinal of the regional. You lose to Long Beach at Northridge, by the way. The match was at Northridge that year. Wasn't it 91?
No.
No.
Oh, that was 90.
No.
You're right. Sorry. You're right.
Irving in 91.
So
Joe turned off the lights.
Right?
Allegedly turned off the lights.
We're down to the year.
I'd love to hear your story.
Hilliard was this amazing player.
Yeah.
Ray Rattel did not have him on a swing count. One season he hit over 800 balls.
Mm-hmm.
He hit, I'm sure he holds the NCAA record for most kills, and
Over 10,000.
he was killing over 7 balls per set. We used to talk per game, per set.
Yep.
7 balls per set. I mean, we don't have an opposite now. We have a guy who'll be 42 years old playing on an Olympic team, an opposite who is a better outside hitter. But all the opposites playing for NCAA teams are foreigners.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any of the opposites in the spotlight. Hilliard was an amazing, amazing opposite. I've only had 2 good opposites twice. In 2000, I had Ed Ratledge, who Long Beach didn't like for some reason.
Right, I was going to say, he went on Long Beach first.
He's a Fountain Valley.
Amazing.
Lefty.
He could come in and just jack a bunch of aces off and just go on a streak you never knew, and a Thatcher. And then I had Deal and Landry. But most of the time, you have one guy, you know. I had Neapoli. Well, Nygaard was playing opposite when Neapoli played middle. Neapoli was a much better opposite. And Nygaard could hit out of the back no matter where he was, so it didn't matter where he played. Okay, so what the hell was I talking about?
91 at UC Irvine.
UC Irvine.
Amazing guy.
You're up 2-0.
The whole game plan is how to beat Hilliard.
Sure.
If we can just slow him down, which we've never done. We're up 2 games to nothing. 2 games to nothing. And the assistant coach from Irvine gets up, and 2 minutes later, the lights go out.
Long Beach coach, assistant from Long Beach. I think it was Mike D'Alessandro. If I'm
the rumor. Exactly.
That's the rumor.
That's the rumor.
Rumor my ass. 15 minutes. He had talked to the team psychiatrist or whoever they sent over, the psychologist. Game starts, and he's all world again. We can't touch it. And we lose the streak.
Yeah, and so the fourth, not to put salt in the wound, but we beat you guys 15-0.
Well, you know what?
I don't know if that ever happens to you guys.
Thank you. I had repressed that, but now I remembered it again.
Sorry, Coach.
Well, we can edit that out if you want.
Well, no, but the thing about that one is you guys lost, but you were still in the regional final, so you should have still went to the national championship. And because of some technicality, SC had beaten you earlier that year. They changed it. They got to go.
Technicality was the athletic director at SC got to Bob Newcomb. Bless his heart. If it wasn't for Bob, there would be no UCI program. Bob Newcomb, thank God, took over as commissioner of the league when Randy Sandiford died at Long Beach, or gave it up. I started the league in 63.
Right.
For 64, and I had to be the commissioner until 71. And then schools had enough money so we could actually pay somebody to be commissioner. So we gave Randy Sandiford a little money, and he did it. And then Newcomb came in and saved us. He was a full-time professor. I don't know if we paid him or what, but he did a great job up until the AD from SC got him. And I could see it coming, and I was worried about it, and it happened. Yeah, I don't know.
Carl Henkel still talks about it to this day because we all played with Carl. So Carl played with us on Paul Mitchell, and we won a national championship at nationals in Tulsa, Oklahoma together. And it's funny because that, like me losing to you in 93, even though you guys were better than us, so I've accepted that.
We were.
That you were better than, you're right. You go ahead and say it. But that year in 91, I think you guys split with Long Beach that year, and you guys had a chance to win that title that year.
They went at home, yes.
Yeah, and so you end up losing that match and not getting an opportunity to play him in the national championship. Long Beach wins the title, first one, and obviously the things went down from there. But that's a funny story because you don't have many losses. So what's your worst loss ever? Wow. Is it 94? Is it to Penn State, or is there other ones?
Yeah. 94, hands down.
Yeah.
94. Let me tell you about 94.
Why couldn't you have lost in 93 and won in 94? I mean, come on, Al. You could have done that for me and given Penn State a win.
I'm going to tell you why. The linesmen were Indiana Fort Wayne players.
Wow.
Volleyball.
No.
Oh.
It wasn't Lloyd Ball, but it was two other guys that played on the team. And they were cheating. And it was obvious. And the director of officials was from our league, and he didn't overturn one call. And we had the tape, we had the video. And after that, the next year, they brought in linesmen who were not from that area. They dogpiled with the Penn State players. We also had Penn State.
Wow.
They jumped in the dog pile with it. Now, the other reason, of course, is this. The Puerto Rican setter and hitter who had played together since they were 12 years old were friggin' unstoppable. That's
They were really good.
the real reason
Yeah.
that I had help, okay? They played, these two were amazing. They were swinging, from side to side. So we weren't into, although I did this in the pro league, I started swinging blockers with the hitter. We'd put our best, if he'd be on the left and then we had our best blocker there, he'd just swing over and hit from the right side. So we couldn't catch up to this guy. And those two were just brilliant together.
Yeah, we played against, I think his name was Elvis, and we played against him a couple years later at Nationals as well. But for me, watching that, is as sad as it was, and some of the reasons whether they played great, some things, it was great for volleyball. I mean, it kills me to say because I'm a West Coast guy, but for volleyball to see the growth of someone winning a national championship besides UCLA, USC, Long Beach had won one, but mainly U and USC.
Pepperdine.
It Pepperdine a couple too, but it was really a huge thing for volleyball, even though it's still probably, obviously it's probably your worst loss ever. And a lot of guys I still talk to for that too, but it did help propel volleyball to a different spot by seeing a school like that win and giving other chances for some of these bigger schools.
I have a close runner-up. I agree with you. That's why I put the rule in, so the East Coast would keep going. They have more teams than we do out here now. But 1980 against SC, we're playing that Ball State. I mean, we're going to play SC in the finals. And apparently, the water was polluted or something. We weren't aware of this. I was driving one of these big sedans. We didn't have buses. Couldn't afford buses in those days. We took little cars. And Randy Stokely is puking out of the back. It had a window that went down, puking out of the back. I'm stopping at gas stations so guys can run to the head. The only guy that wasn't sick was Karch. And he got sick afterwards. During those days, we had 6 subs. I was subbing guys out to run. They had
To the back.
That was SC's big win over us. And we had one guy on the court that was healthy. And we would have won 5 in a row if we won that. Because we were undefeated in 79, 82, and 84. Yeah.
So question for you with the water, did they sabotage you because was the other team sick too, or was it just UCLA was the other team sick?
What happened?
We got some conspiracy
theories going.
Just no one I mean, I could see why. You guys win every year, but
the SC guys wouldn't remember any of that, believe me.
Of course not.
Hey, Coach,
that's great.
Coach, I'm looking over your shoulder.
Yeah.
There is an American flag. And
oh, yeah. You want to see that?
I'd love to see that and find out the story. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Tell us about that. It could mean a lot of different things. So.
Okay. My son, David, did this. This is for my father. My father was...
Purple Heart.
Yeah, he's got a lot of...
Wow.
Anyway, his destroyer took down 38 Japanese planes. Kamikaze planes hit their decks. They split the destroyer in two. It was called 2 destroyers bagged 38 Jap suicide planes. So they were shooting them down too. And the whole thing only took 38 minutes. He wound up in the ocean and sharks were eating people. He was a pretty good swimmer. He survived, maybe saved a couple of guys. He had PTSD when he came home. Nobody knew what that was.
Wonder why. Yeah. Well, geez.
Unfortunately, they had enough money to scrape up a little home in Westchester, GI Bill. Moved there when I was in the 4th grade, finished 4th grade. Planes would come over. If he was taking a nap, he'd jump up.
Oh,
Yeah. And started drinking. I don't know if he was a drinker before the war, but turned into a drinker, major drinker.
Yeah.
And he had shrapnel in his spine, but they didn't want to take it out because it was
Too close.
too delicate in those days. His hand was wired together from the shrapnel there. And, occasionally he'd get in a dispute with somebody. I could tell because his hand would be all swelled up when he'd get home. Anyway, he was a truck driver. But before the war, he was a dispatcher at Douglas Aircraft. He didn't have to go into the war. And in fact, nobody would take him because they were building planes and he was considered vital. He finally got in the Navy and got out there and got in the Pacific. And that's what happened in those. So my son joined 9/11. After 9/11, joined the Coast Guard Reserve for 20 years. And he read about him and the Coast Guard records, read about this battle and decided to make this for him.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing this story and sharing
really
that.
cool.
And, thank you to your father, as well as others for serving this amazing country we live in. And I am grateful for that. So that's what a great honor. And I'm glad you have something like that.
Yeah.
Was he tall like you?
No, he was about 6 foot tall. He was a professional boxer for a while, but he got a detached retina. He says, "I'm done doing this."
Yeah.
And he didn't finish his high school education. His mother died, and at 14 he came out and worked at a gold mine in Colorado, and there was a lot of unemployment, depression stuff, and he learned to drive a truck for the government. They put people to work building roads and stuff, and that's what he did. He was a truck driver, and
Awesome.
good guy.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's awesome.
So Al, we've been doing this for well over an hour. We can keep going if you'd like. I'm sure there's millions of stories. The one thing we've asked most guests, not all guests, but most, is we'd love to have you back on to talk about some more volleyball, more stories. Have a couple of your players join as well with you to tell some of the great stories of volleyball. Because again, the whole point of this is hit subscribe and make sure you set the pipe, but is to just tell stories, Al, and you are volleyball, right? Obviously being on the Mount Rushmore, you're on top of Mount Rushmore, but to be able to tell stories about volleyball and just all the great things that you've accomplished. But some of the stuff you talked about, playing cards with Will Chamberlain, taking the first foreign tour, getting NCAA volleyball to become a sport because you chose to put people in the stands for games or matches, whatever we want to call them these days. But just so many awesome stories. And I've heard hundreds myself from so many of our friends and players that played for you that, the legend of Al Skates is truly the legend of Al Skates.
Yeah.
So, I can't thank you enough for taking the time to talk to us, tell us the stories, and just helping us, tell everyone how great volleyball really is.
Yeah, and I'm glad you guys are doing this podcast because it helps the sport, man, to get the word out. You guys are doing a great job, I'll tell you.
Thanks, Coach. And you know what?
There's a lot.
I will tell you from Michael Seeley. He says, Coach Skates was the most even keel, confident game coach I've ever seen. If he had an emotion, that waited for Monday's practice. As an assistant, he was great to work for, open to ideas and conversations. That was from Mike Seeley.
Well, I appreciate that because Mike had a lot of great ideas, and I'd listen to him anytime he had something to share. Believe me.
Yeah, I mean, think about Mike. I mean, we're going to have him on here one of these days, but like he's a national championship setter for you. He's a national championship coach at UCLA. He's done a lot for UCLA and been a part of that. And, he's one of my good friends. And, to hear that about you, you were always, every time I watched you coaching against her, even before, I could see why Celie would say that. You were calm, maybe because you were prepared. Like you just said, you always prepared. And, you knew where Matty-O was setting. You hear that, Matty-O? That's why we lost, because he knew where you were setting. Damn you. But you were always prepared, and that's probably what makes the best.
I couldn't go to bed unless I was prepared. I only slept 4 hours a night because when I'd come home, that was family time. And then when the family went to bed, that's when it was time for me to look at the video or plan the practice. Or I had to earn too, because I was only a 20% employee at UCLA. And, they paid John Wooden $32,000. So 20% of that, well, wait a minute, I'm not making as much as him.
But you won more titles than him.
I was gonna say, do you know what John Wooden felt? Just being down the aisle of offices to you. I mean, people would probably say the other way around, but you won 19 titles. He won 10 out of 12 years, but I'm sure he was in awe of Al Skates. What do you think?
I don't think so. He moved into the next office to me, which was the baseball office, but the baseball coach was always over at the Vets field where the Jackie Robinson Stadium is now. So that's when we got to know each other after he retired. He was next to Bartow in a big office, but he felt he intimidated Bartow.
Oh.
So he came over and got on Bruin Walk where I was. And he didn't want to be near the new basketball coach because it was intimidating perhaps. So I can tell you things about him next time.
No, yeah, that would be a great podcast to talk about him. And just like I said, so many other stories that you've done. I can say this from me and Al, I'm not just saying this, but I want to say thank you to you for everything you've done for volleyball. I mean, I wouldn't have been played. And one of the first podcasts I did, I said I owe a lot to volleyball my whole life. I wouldn't have met my wife, my everything. And because of that, because of you, we got to play college volleyball, all three of us. Yep. And we're friends 35 years later because we played volleyball in college and together. And you're a part of that, Al. And, I'd like to say thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Really appreciate that. Thank you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, and trust us, we are going to find ways that we can put your name on that championship trophy. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. It's over. What are you saying? It's been a long time coming. How about that?
Yes, long time coming.
Don't take too long. I'm 86.
Yeah, you're right.
We're going to get on it, right? Get on that. For sure.
But hey, we really appreciate you coming on. Set the Pipe. This has been UCLA's retired head coach at UCLA, Al Skates, the greatest of all time that's ever done it. Coach, thanks for coming on Set the Pipe.
It's such a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks, Al. Appreciate it.
All right, McLean.
Cool. All right. Hey, everybody, and welcome back to Set the Pipe. Once again, I am Sully. There is CK. And then there's Bear, my co-host. Today, we have an iconic USA volleyball player, Olympian, Bob Samuelson. Bob, welcome to Set the Pipe.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's fun to be here. Yeah, thanks for the invitation. I appreciate it.
Really happy to have you here, Sammy.
Good to see you.
Really, thank you for taking the time to join us and talk to us a little bit about this. We're really, really excited to have you. I'm going to let Sully do his intro as he always does, and then we'll get to it.
Yeah. So, Bob, this is the time you get to sit back, relax, kind of take in. And actually, some of our guests are actually rather surprised when they hear all their bio because it's been a while, because now you're a father and you're kind of working and all that kind of good stuff. But today, we have Bob Samuelson, a former American volleyball player renowned for his achievements at the collegiate, international, and professional levels. And collegiate career, he played for Big Daddy at LA Pierce College, leading the team to a state title in 1986 and earning the California Junior College Player of the Year. transferred to become a
Harvard of the West Coast. Harvard of the West Coast.
So is Cal State Northridge. He was a 2-time All-American, and it set the school record with 44 kills in a match against George Mason in '89, and he was inducted into the CSUN Hall of Fame in 1994. Then he went on to the U.S. national team, played for the U.S. National team from '89 to '93, won a bronze medal at the '92 Summer Games in Barcelona, where he was a central figure in a controversial match against Japan, and we will touch on that a little bit. Also earned bronze medals in '91 FIVB World Cup and 1994 FIVB World Championships. Go on to his professional career, had an illustrious career in Japan, and led them to Japan in the V League, and led them to a championship, being named the league MVP in his first season. Briefly played beach volleyball in '94 and again from '04 to '06. Had some coaching stints, Austin Junior Volleyball, and then Vegas United and MB Surf. And he was also CSUN men's volleyball coach at an assistant coach there. Awards and honors, 2-time NCAA All-American, Olympic bronze medalist. And we've gone on over that. So we are privileged to have one of the iconic men's volleyball players in my lifetime, Bob Samuelson. Sammy, thanks for, again, coming on Set the Pipe.
Yeah, thank you guys again. It's funny hearing all those kind of just a little bit taking you back in time a little bit there. It's kind of cool to hear.
Yeah. That's good because, like I said, a lot of people are like, "Man, I did that." Holy wow, really? Well, we already know these things, but over time, it just kind of, and that's why we're having you on here. We kind of want to hear those stories and stories within the stories, and also let everybody know who follows us of who you are and what you did for our sport. And I mean, you went to the top, man. And for me to be able to play against you my freshman year, and that's a whole nother story of the last match for my freshman year, being able to play you as a senior. You actually tore it up, but we're excited to have you on.
Yeah, thanks again. My knees hurt just listening to that intro, by the way. My goodness.
Mine too. You kind of touched upon it, and I just want to ask a little bit deeper onto that question is, when you hear all that, Bob, when you hear all the stuff you've done, Sammy, I've known you for so long, but how does it, does it make you reflect? Does it make you feel great? Obviously, the bronze medal is amazing, but to hear all your accolades and what you've done in this sport, how does it make you feel?
Kind of cool. It's funny because, now I look back on those times. It seems like, and I say this all the time, as CK, and you guys know, I ran like a little bit hot back when we were playing. Sure. And, kind of looking back and thinking back on volleyball and just thinking about all those times, it seems like almost like a completely different person. It's we grow and we mature and we have a different perspective on things, and you have kids and it's fun to look, but it seems like almost a whole separate part of my life. But it's fun to hear, and it's fun to think back. And I was just after golf, my kids and I were in the pool, and we were just cracking some stories and telling some funny Matty Younger stories, so yeah, it's kind of neat to hear and fun. Yeah.
Do your kids know? Do they really know about Dad Samuelson? Do they know?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It's cool because my boys played. I coached at Manhattan Beach Surf. And so they were around volleyball, and then kind of they grew up in Manhattan Beach and El Segundo, which is a pretty tight volleyball community. Sure. And they grew up with Tim Hovland, kind of, was right down the street from us, and going down to the beach, and Brian Ivey, who was one of my teammates, and lives down there. And so, just hanging out the beach and the 6-man and the 4-man tournaments. And, they definitely kind of got a sense of it just growing up.
And
so,
listening
which
to Geeter.
is kind of cool.
Right. And having to listen to Geeter. I'm sure he tells them all the time how great you were.
Yeah. Which is funny because Magnus, my one son Magnus, is like text Geeter more like they're like best friends. And Geeter's flat out told me, he's like, sorry, Magnus is my favorite Sammy. No offense. But, I'm like, all right. Fair enough. Mine too. So,
yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. Unbelievable. Well, Sammy, all the years I've known you, I got to meet you on my recruiting trip, and we've been friends ever since. And you were such a mentor when I was growing up at Northridge and playing, and we've had some fun times. The big reason why we're doing this, and you've seen, me sending the podcast to all us Northridge guys when we had Theo on here and a few others, is really just to kind of evangelize the sport and hopefully get the next generation to have the stories and the experiences that you had and that we had. And that's why we're doing it. So again, I'll just say it for the boys. We appreciate you coming on here and doing it. So who's the best golfer out of the four?
Magnus. Magnus is by far the best. He actually he rolled a 75 last week. Yeah. He's been playing pretty well. Today wasn't our best effort. But he and I are pretty close. We kind of, we have a good competitive balance. Hunter likes to get out there, and Hunter's, he's picking it up. Jackson kind of hits the ball a ton, just doesn't play enough. My stepson is really, really good. So he's a plus 7.4. He just finished up at Cal Poly. He's getting ready to embark on his kind of pro kind of career here. So he's going to Q school here in September. And I mean, he's like really, really good. Like I played, he won the Nevada AM out here the last 2 years. I went out, played a practice round from the tips, and he rolled a easy 62. So he's legit. Yeah.
Wow.
I love to golf, and so do the boys, and which has made Vegas kind of a nice landing spot from the South Bay, because we like to go watch games up at the casino, and and then we'll go hit the links, and so it's been it's fun getting out to go and golf with them. Yeah.
How did you end up out in Vegas, being Southern California boy?
Yeah. So the boy's mother and I, we had kind of split up, and she unfortunately passed. A little while ago, and I was trying to keep some continuity for the boys. I wanted to make sure that they kind of stayed. I just didn't want to uproot everything through. We're kind of a rough patch there, and so we ended up, we were staying in the South Bay, and we're living, and it's just as you guys, it's a fortune to live there.
It sure is.
Especially as a single dad, and once they went off to college, I just go, look, I need to downsize a little bit and just kind of stack some chips and lick my wounds and kind of regroup a little bit.
Yeah.
And so I was looking at a bunch of different places. I was trying to look for tax-free states. I was looking at Florida and Texas, and I had known some people that had moved out here and really enjoyed it. And, I'd been here a bunch, obviously, to Vegas, but never really kind of
lived there
off the strip. Exactly. Like what most people think of. And so I go, you know what? It's a sort of a soft landing. It's only a 4.5 hour drive. I'm still a member of my same golf group down there. I would go back on weekends and play, 4-man down, the 4-man tours and stuff. And I go, I'm just going to go check it out for a year, and I can always move back. Right. So I came out and absolutely love it. I was telling Bear that I absolutely love it out here. And, people always go like Vegas, what's it like? I'm going, I don't live in the Bellagio. You know what I mean? Like it's the same, like, living in LA, people go, oh my God, LA's great. I don't live on Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah. Which star do you live next to?
Yeah, exactly. So, Vegas gets kind of, people think of Vegas, what they know of it, but man, I love it out here. It's clean, it's safe. It's there's tons of great nightlife and shows and restaurants.
Those are amazing.
If you want that, but if you don't want it, go back home 20 minutes, you're in a little suburb, and we have our own little community, and it's awesome, man.
What about the Raiders out there?
Go ahead, Bear. What'd you say?
Sorry, I was just saying, do you like that the Raiders are out there? Because I've heard mixed reviews about having the Raiders out there with the locals.
Yeah, I love having the Raiders out here. I'm excited for the A's to come. I mean, I'm a diehard Laker and Dodger fan, but and I love the Chargers from when we were training down in San Diego, and so I'll always be fans of theirs, but I'll support our local teams. I've gone to a couple Raider games, and waiting for the A's to come out. I think is going to be awesome. I'm hoping that the worst kept secret in the NBA is true, that we're getting an expansion team out here. Like I'll be
Vegas and Seattle. I think it's a no-brainer. And with what Vegas does it, and what I was going to just touch upon with you is, I love Las Vegas, and we have a couple friends, you know a few of them, but a good friend of mine that went to Northridge, just semi-retired out there, and he can't talk about how great it is enough. He can't talk about, like you just said, he loves it. He's living way away from the strip, but you can go 20 minutes. Like I can go to 20 minutes, not to LA. It takes me forever in Orange County, but like you have so many 5-star restaurants. You can go see shows, and there's concerts every night, no matter who you want to see. Right. And but you, like you said, you're not there, you're a little bit further. So the sports there is amazing. And I really do hope they get an NBA team because, like you said, the A's are there. We'll be there soon once they're done building the stadium.
Yeah.
The Raiders are there. The Aces are there. The hockey team, I'm forgetting the men's
Golden Knights.
the Golden Knights. There's just so much going on there. So good for you. Good for you, Sammy.
Yeah.
What do you have anything to do with volleyball anymore? Do you do anything in regards to coaching? I know you still play, but do you coach? Do you do any talks, anything like that around the sport?
I do. I'm still coaching at a club called Vegas United here. Actually, Bear was kind enough to come out with Coach Alan Knipe
he
a
told us.
couple weeks ago and did a clinic out here, which was awesome, and the kids loved it, and they did a great job as they always do. They've been out at more than a couple times. I coach over at Vegas United. I coach 17-year-old girls. I coach 17-year-old boys. I head coach for the girls team. I assistant on the boys. I try and stay involved as much as I can. And, as you guys know, you don't do that for the money. It kind of scratches a little bit of that sort of philanthropic itch, I guess, by trying to give back a little bit if you can and impart a tiny bit of wisdom and at least make just a small difference, hopefully. It's kind of fun. So, yeah.
Awesome. Hey, so let me take you back to your playing career. So when I saw you for the first time, freshman, you were about a senior, you're a monster, absolute monster, right? And so if everybody looks at us and looks at Coley had hair at one time.
Yeah.
You didn't. And so you were this guy, massive guy with a perfectly bald head, right? And so back in the day, you didn't know, you just figured something was going on. So we'll get to that in a little bit. But as you know, Ken Stanley passed away. Right, your coach, Marv Dumpy, we had him on and said some really great things about him. Why were you that big coming out of high school and went to Pierce? Why the choice to go to Pierce? Because obviously, you had talent going to the Olympics, but tell us a little bit about how that went from high school to Pierce.
Let me give him a shout out to the Westchester Comets first. So
there we go.
Westchester Comets, baby. LA Unified.
LAUSD's finest right there. So. Yeah, which actually was pretty kind of crucial to that journey. So I didn't play volleyball until my senior year of high school, and I played about half a season at Westchester High. I was exclusively a basketball player, and I played baseball too.
Didn't Schroeder at Westchester?
Yeah,
Brett Schroeder. Shout out Schroeder. Go ahead, Bob. Sorry about that.
Yeah. No, it's okay. And so I was playing hoops at Westchester. Unfortunately, I was not very academically motivated at the time. And so I got recruited. We had a really good hoops team. We lost in the city championship to Crenshaw, who had a guy named John Williams, who was just a man-child.
One of the best to ever play in the state of California.
Yeah. And so we lost to Crenshaw. And our starting point guard at the time, he signed with Georgetown. This was when, during the heyday of Georgetown. So we had a good squad, and I got recruited a bunch of places. I was kind of planning on going to Syracuse. I needed to go to a junior college to get my grades up.
Sure.
And my coach Ed Azam at Westchester was really good friends with the coach. I forget his name now, but was really good friends with the head coach at Reseda. And the Reseda coach moved on to LA Pierce. He goes, "Come play for me." I went over to LA Pierce. I needed a unit. There was a volleyball class with cute girls in it. I go, I'll take the volleyball class. Coach Ken Stanley was teaching the volleyball class and goes, "You should come out and play for us." I go, "Okay, I'll try that." Ended up loving it. Couldn't have loved him anymore. Ended up quitting the hoops team. Was not having a good time. Ken gave me a job. He gave me he let me rent a room in his house. He gave me rides to practice. His lovely wife Pat, cooked me meals every night.
Wow.
So it just ended up kind of playing a couple of years at Pierce and getting better, and that's kind of how
dude. You were the best player in the state. What do you?
Yeah. So,
well, it goes to show you, and again, we talk about this all the time, Sammy, and I'm not going to digress and get into a debate over this, but I'm torn about the whole specialization in sports, right? It's understandably so and why it happens today, but look at you. What a great example. I mean, you're a basketball player. You could have went to Syracuse, had your grades been a little better.
Yeah.
And you were planning on going, and sure enough, you fell in love with the sport, but you were a multi-sport athlete. And that makes a difference. And, obviously thank God for Coach Stanley and finding you, and you becoming a legend at Northridge, and the rest of this country getting a chance to have you play volleyball. But I love that you got to do that. I mean, I've seen you play a lot of sports. You're an unbelievable athlete.
And the story of somebody going from a JC or basketball player, JC only played 1 year. Played volleyball for 1 year maybe, and tried it in junior college. Winds up being an Olympian and a bronze medalist on top of that. Great freaking story.
And a Hall of Famer in his college, both of them. I'm sure you're there in Pierce too, but
such a good story.
just to become, like you said, a hoop player, moving on and becoming just such a great volleyball. There's been a few that have done it, but post what you did it, right? You started it at a little earlier age, playing, but
so
wow.
Your next decision was to go, academics wise, I really want to go to the Harvard of the West Coast, Northridge.
He had to choose between Stanford, Harvard, Princeton, and Yale, and Northridge, and he chose Northridge. Best education there was, and he knew it.
Completely understandable.
So why become a Matador?
Yeah, it was. I was still. I think it was a little bit of sort of imposter syndrome, I was playing, I was still so new to the sport, but I still like that was when Volleyball magazine was big, and you'd see the Fab 50 and you'd hear all these, big recruits coming out of high school, and we're going and playing at the, at USC and at UCLA. And I started getting recruited really heavily by those schools, by Al and
Marv,
Yoder. Marv Yoder, was not. Marv did not recruit me, which I was kind of surprised. I was kind of surprised, and because I loved Pepperdine, and I knew him and Big Daddy were best friends.
Yeah, buddies.
So, but I got recruited just a lot of places. I got a full scholarship offer at USC. And then UCLA wanted, but we've all heard those stories about great players getting lost beyond the other side of the curtain, right? Over at UCLA, and USC was just so good. And I was afraid of kind of being just kind of lost in the shuffle, not sure if I was good. I just still didn't know how good I was. And it was still relatively new. And I knew I was a little bit raw, and I knew I needed to play in order to get better. And I wasn't sure I was going to get the playing time I wanted if I went to one of those schools, and I might kind of get lost in the shuffle. And I knew I'd be kind of big fish, little pond at Northridge, and I was going to get the chance to play. And I knew Coach Campbell, Jeff Campbell was coming, who went on to coach at Northridge, was leaving UCLA to come back, and I was going to get a chance to play with him. And I go, screw it, I'm going to go to Northridge. It was just a little more comfortable. I'd made some friends there in the Valley, and I just go, I'm going to play here. We're going to play against all those same teams. I know I'm going to get the exposure if there was an opportunity ever to play, kind of go beyond.
Right.
Ended up going to Northridge, and it was a great decision. Obviously, I think it really worked out. Redshirted for a year, got a chance to play, which some of the other schools didn't want me to redshirt. So went and redshirted a year, got a little more experience, and then was able to, play a couple good years there.
Yeah.
And playing for Price, I just saw him last week. I was up there playing a little beer pong, and it was a rough night for me with the legends, but we'll just leave it at that. But, I know how John was back then, and like being young, recruiting you, having you come over, what really sold it? I mean, obviously what you just said, the reasons to get that opportunity, which again, we tell all the recruits today, it's the same as it was back when you played in college, is the right fit. Everyone chases different things. And if you can find the right place for you, it doesn't really matter the level. And you said you're playing Division I volleyball at Northridge against UCLA, against USC, against Hawaii, against Pepperdine, against Stanford, against them all. So you're playing them anyways, right? And so what was it like to play for John and have him recruit you at that time?
John was awesome. JP, he's just so easygoing and mellow and likable and just such a good dude. And that was, looking back on it, it's funny you asked that question. Looking back on it, I think that was a big part of it. Yoder was a little bit intimidating. He's pretty straight laced, and Al is Al. I mean, he's been a legend, it seems like, his whole life. And John was just kind of easygoing and mellow, and just sort of made it comfortable. That was a big factor. Also, Tony Rusin, shout out to Tony, was going to North, and he was one of my best friends at the time and still is. And he was going to Northridge. And so just all of those sort of factors kind of just made it kind of easy for me, you know, and just comfortable. It was just comfortable. So
Well, I'll tell you this, and before you jump in, Sully, your part of it is like I went on a recruiting trip, and when I met you that night, and I used to do lines my senior year in high school for Northridge, and I was actually the linesman. So, not that I gave him a call or two, who would have even thought, but but I you know, I was being recruited by a bunch of schools, but I went to a recruiting visit, went to a game, and went to Bob and Matty O's house, and I was sold just like him. Already liked John and JP and the way they were, but just like you said, it was easy and it just felt like home. And you know, that night changed everything for me, because that's where I really decided that I wanted to be a Matador. I mean, I didn't get a chance to play with you there, but I knew that this was the place I wanted to go. And you know, you just echoed almost the same reasons, right? And a little bit different, but it was a big part of it. So I'm glad you had that experience. I mean, the College Inn to, you know, down at the pub on campus. I mean, you had a lot of fun there. So,
well, you know, it's funny, and sorry, I don't mean to jump in, Sully, but you know, I was really proud of you guys, CK, and I like to think that we played a small part because we had a really competitive. I think we were like 2-10 or something like that, goofy, and you know, won that last match against Long Beach, you know, and that kind of.
We always beat Long Beach to end the season. It just happens that way.
Santa Barbara and Long Beach, it seems like.
Always.
But we went 5 with everybody. Like we went 5 with Stanford. We went 5 with, I mean, it just seemed like we are constantly battling. And I felt like we had some good energy, and I think it gave the vision of some of the young recruits, you and Geeter and Lynch and Matty Younger, who had already been there. But, you know, it kind of, these guys saw this could be a kind of a cool place to play. And sure enough, 4 years later, you guys were playing for a national championship, right? Which we were, you know, I think a lot of the alumni were sort of proud of that. Like,
well, you should have been. You should have been.
I mean, we weren't a part of it. We didn't do anything.
But you did, though, Bob. I mean, to be honest with you, like,
great foundation.
You did. And before you got there, I mean, you know, John was there, and we can go through all the great guys that we still talk to on the chain. You know, they were a big foundation of it. But that year when I did line a lot of your games, you did go 5 with all some of the best teams. You just didn't crack it. And, you know, one of the things that I'll never forget, Mooney talked about me wearing the crystal when I first met her. That crystal I bought down the street from Bob's house in San Diego. So our freshman year, you know, and this is why I'm saying this story, is because you are a part of it, Bob. So our freshman year, we go down, we're playing at San Diego State, RIP to their program. Let's bring that back, please. Come on, Hilliard, pull your head out, Hilliard, and get the men's program going.
And Timmons, he's right too.
You got a lot of guys down there and women down there that can coach the men's team. Okay, I digress. So we go down there. Of course, we get $5 to go to Sizzler. That's how Northridge did it. We're in PB and Mission Beach, and Bob's down there with the national team. What does he do? He invites a few of us, but most of the team over to his house, and just talks to us about the match and just being a Matador. And like, that mattered. I still remember it. A lot of us still remember it. So even though you weren't on the court specifically, Sammy, you were on the court. And, you know, all of you guys from the Northridge days, just like the Long Beach days, you know, Bear and Sully are watching them Knipe win back to back and then playing in national championships and Final Fours every year. They're a huge part of it. That program would not be there without it. So I'll say thank you from all the Matadors in my generation. And, you know, Theo's doing a great job with the younger guys too. And hopefully he'll bring that back to getting to where, you know, we were.
Yeah, crazy that Northridge went in 1993. I think that's what Coley tells us every episode. And then you kids say 368, not the 400.
Yeah.
As Al Skates whips out the 1993 stat sheet right in front of us.
On our pod.
On our
just crushing
podcast.
us. Just like, oh, no, you didn't hit 400. He pulls it down. He goes, no.
We hit about a 375. And Coley's like, no, it was like over 400. Anyway, and he's like, well, let's take a look. And he brings up the freaking stat sheet from 93.
That's Al Skates, though. That's right. How's Al?
That was amazing. So let's go. I think it was probably your last match, right? Against us. I think we were started at Long Beach, right, Bob?
We did. And there was a gas explosion.
Yeah,
like
there
this
was
manhole cover blew in the air. It was
like,
nuts.
where are we going to play? We wanted to play at Marina High School. That's where Al Knipe went to school, right?
Yeah.
And so everybody that doesn't know Bob Samuelson, he not only had a unique look and build, I mean, monster-like, but he had a very unique attacking style. And what I mean by that is usually everybody arches, right, and their feet go back. Bob's knees went to his stomach every time he swung. So you have this big guy coming at you at the net, and his knees, all of a sudden his knees just go, whoa, like it didn't go backwards. And so that's a part of your look, but it was the way you played and the way you looked when you swung was really iconic. So what do you remember about that last match? I have a couple memories just because I was able to play in it as a freshman, but yeah, that was a crazy, because we should have taken you guys, and all of a sudden we're at Marina High School and you guys beat us.
Yeah. So maybe I should be telling this story, but what the hell, I will. It's,
30 years later, 30.
Yeah, right. So we showed up at the match and a bunch of us drove down. So it was like me, Tony, Coffee. We're in the car together, Neil Kaufman.
Yep, Neil.
And we drive down, and there was like the gas explosion that happened. And we go, okay, like I get, so they cleared out the gym. They go, there's been an explosion. And all right, I guess we're not playing, right? So we hop in the car, like we hop out, we swing by like a Quickie Mart or something, and we get some beers, and we're just wasting beers.
Why wouldn't you?
Like, but right? I mean, also we get a call from JP. He's like, "What are you guys do? Where are you? Like, it's fine. What do you mean? Where are we? We're heading home." He goes, "We're playing right now." We go, "Oh my gosh!" So we, finish our beers and on the way over. And this was kind of, it was more important for you guys than it was for us.
Yeah,
but,
you guys was miss out.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Oh, trust me, I know.
Yeah.
And we took kind of pride in that. Like, at least we'll be a thorn in somebody else's side if nothing else. And I just remember it was a battle, and you guys played great. And I was getting kind of fired up and going into the stands and high-fiving, and just, it was an absolute battle that somehow we were able to squeak out in 5 miraculously. Much to Ray's kind of dismay, and but
we should just called it forfeited. We would have had a forfeit and went to the playoffs, but no.
I know it was. So yeah, that's kind of what I remember. That's about all I remember about it. As we had
I had this open X, and I don't even know if they call it X anymore. No one was up. I had a 40-inch vertical time. I'm up there, and I have this football mind, right? Nobody's up. I'm on an X on a 2. I'm cranking it, and I see Gary, right? Resnick.
No, he wasn't there.
Tom Riberich.
Riberich.
Middle back. I'm like, okay, dig this, buddy. And I freaking launched it. Boom, boom. Dug me. I'm like, Deli still tells me to this day, hey, Sully, remember that X that you did against Northridge? I'm like, come on, man. Like, come on. I mean, but that was my mentality. It wasn't like Hilliard going, there's the open floor. Okay, I can just put it there. I was more like, okay, I'm going to attack you because football mentality. Anyway, so you get done with your Northridge career. Were you invited to go down to the national team? How did that progress?
Yeah. So no, I was not invited to go down to the national team. As you know, USVBA is sort of they have to have open tryouts. I mean, I could try out right now if I wanted to, like my kids could. And so they had an invite tryout for a bunch of the collegiate players. I think there was about 40 of them got invited. Other collegiate players.
You were not invited.
I was not a part of that. I ended up going to an open just an open tryout. So Tony Roos and I drove up to Stanford, and I tried out there. And then they had another one at Pepperdine that I went and I tried out. And they did all the physical testing, vertical jump, they had to run, they had to do a push-up test, how many push-ups can you do? And then you're supposed to go out and like hit balls. And I'll never forget though. So we had, and this was to get to the invite tryout. So they were going to take people from these open tryouts and then join the people that were invited for a bigger tryout.
Okay.
So John Wallace, setter at Santa Barbara, we got put together on kind of the same team, and he looks at me, he's like, Sammy, me and you, are you ready to do this? I'm sending you every ball. And I go, let's go. And he did. He was just feeding me, and I had a good tryout. Got invited down to San Diego for the extended tryout, which was a week-long tryout. We had 5 days. We were in the gym, and there's probably 100 dudes down there, and including the guys who were currently on the national team in the gym. So there's about 120 total. And we tried, and of course they also bring the other coaches in, because you can't evaluate, 2 or 3 coaches can't evaluate 120 guys. So they had other coaches in that was sort of a tryout for them too, right? So they had some of the collegiate coaches and from around the country there, kind of with clipboards and pads, and they want to see how they interact with the athletes. And And of course, every time, you crush a jump serve, they're all looking away.
Yeah,
picking
yeah,
their
of
nose,
course.
and then you
Yeah.
spatch ball the
Murphy's
thing.
Law.
They're like just feverishly scribbling on like, I'm going great, right? So we went through the tryout process. I come back up. It is a Sunday after we finished the tryout on Friday. Monday afternoon, I come back to the apartment. I was living with Tom Riberich at the time, and he just goes, Sammy, there's, back in the days of,
Machines.
Yeah, I don't even know what it's called.
Answering machines.
Yeah,
I knew where you
answering
were going. I knew where you were going.
Jingo Netty. And he goes, dude, Jim Coleman, who was the president of the men's team at the time, he goes, Jim Coleman called. They want you to join the national. They want you to come down. I go, what? And I flipped out. I'm like, you're a jerk, dude. Like, you know how bad I wanted that. And that's not funny. He's like, I swear to, like, here it is. So listen to the the voicemail and end up calling back. And he goes, yeah, we want you to come down. I go, that's awesome. I go, how many people are coming? He goes, 2. It's you and Brian Ivy.
Oh.
And I go, well, when do you want me here? And he goes, Tuesday. I go, that's like tomorrow. I can't do it. I go, I have finals. And he goes, well, we're leaving in less than a month on a tour to Russia. And this was Karch and Steve's farewell tour. We're touring the US and we started in Russia, started in Sweden, then went to Russia, played there. And then we came back and we toured through the US. He goes, I think you have a chance to make this tour. So I go, let me go talk to my professor. So I went first thing in the morning, Tuesday morning. And I go, look, told them kind of what was going on. They go, look, I'm sorry, we can't do it. We're going to have to fail you if you leave. I go, okay. And I go, okay, well, just so you know, I didn't just flake out. I can always go back to school. This is a once in a lifetime. So I went, talked to my professors, told them I'd be back one day, kind of packed my duffel bag and headed down. And literally less than a month later was playing in Moscow.
Wow.
And then on the tail end of that trip, we ended up playing in the Forum. And I ended up it was me, Timmons, and Mark Arnold made the inside cover of Sports Illustrated.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, with like kind of a cool photo.
Yeah.
It was totally surreal. I was, just left the Ridge and, freaking a month later, I'm on the inside cover of SI. I'm going, this is wild.
Wow. See, if you choose Long Beach, they give you the grades. It's no problem. I mean, it's a tough academic ruler at Northridge. They just don't do that for everyone. It's
you have
tough.
to go to class as a pay for the credits. That's the rule. Pay for
What an unbelievable story, Sammy. I mean, like I've known most of this, but just to hear it, like to go down and drive to Stanford with Tony, I'm sure that was a really quiet and mellow drive up at Stanford, and then to go to Pepperdine and get one of the two with Brian, who's not a bad player, and then you go down there and you make the decision of a lifetime, and like you said, a few weeks later you're in the cover of Sports Illustrated, or in the center of Sports Illustrated. Congrats to you. Like you said, congrats. That's awesome.
Funny story. That was a wild trip. So that was my first 6 months on the team were Karch's last 6 months, Karch and Steve. And so Bill Neville, the coach at the time, was really big on would pair up the roommates, and he'd always put a veteran with kind of a younger guy, and then we'd mix it up every new city you went. So my first trip, we're in Stockholm, Sweden. We fly into Stockholm, which also they always told me how awful it was to fly internationally because, they just get the cheapest flights. We're back. And this is when they had smoking sections and crap like that.
Yeah.
One of the dudes on the team, I don't know who it was, but his mom worked for United, and we were flying SAS, Scandinavian Air Service. So somehow they were like a sister airline, and his mom worked there. We flew first class in the upper deck to Stockholm, right? I'm going,
that's right.
So I had one of those captain's chairs in the middle of the thing. We had like Swedish supermodels. They're bringing like scoops of like hot rolls, pictures. I'm just going, I can't eat another bite. I'm stuffed. She's tucking me in. We get into Stockholm, and they room me with Karch for my first road trip.
Wow.
And the windows were open in our hotel because we're like cooling off. 10 p.m. Karchi has his watch out. He's like, nighttime, Sammy, 10 p.m. Let's close them up. And I go, okay. And he's like, we got to get these. We got to get these bugs. I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, there's some kind of gnats in here. We got to get them. And I'm like, he's like, this is some kind of hazing or something.
Yeah.
He was dead serious. I'm jumping around in my boxers, trying to squish gnats in stuff.
Because Karch told you had to.
Yeah, dude. And he was good at it too, by the way. He had them like, I got one, he got like 11, and And then the next thing I went and I roomed with Timmons, and Timmons was the complete, like, he was still, oh my gosh, it was so much fun. I still love, I love Red to death. Red and Hilly, Hilly was my roommate for a long time, for 2-3 years down in San Diego. So I love Hilly to death, and him and Red kind of coaching together whenever they come to town to play state or recruiting or so. It's great to see them. But yeah, that was my first road trip with Parchi, then Steve, as my roommates. Yeah.
Unbelievable. That's amazing. I mean, you think about that, that's who we looked up to in college, right? And then all of a sudden you're their roommates.
Yeah. I mean, I still look up to Karch. He was Timmons I looked at as like kind of like a teammate. Karch, I still was, I don't know. It was just different. Yeah.
He was the GOAT, right?
It was different.
According to Al, what, they have a century team, and he was the first one on the international, the best player ever to play. That
Yeah.
And then you're rooming with him. Right out of Northridge, you're rooming with him. Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great story.
On top of this, when you got down to the USA team, you got to do all of those things. How was it being a kid from Westchester that played hoop, went and played for Big Daddy at Pierce, played for JP at CSUN, and now all of a sudden you're putting on those 3 letters, the country you're playing in, you get to wear USA. How was that for you to put it on for the first time?
It was amazing. It was an unbelievable experience, especially that first there are 2 sort of things that really stand out. And there was the first trip I ever went on, and getting like a jersey and it has your name sewn on it. And it has USA on the front. I mean, this wasn't like a long sleeve Mizuno kind of thing with a big dirt stain on it from Northridge from diving. So, and you got like a USA suitcase, and you had all the gear, and just, that was next level. Just cool. I mean, I was blown away by how cool it is. And then the other kind of really stand out, of course, winning the medal was real, but people always ask question I always get is what's your most memorable moment from the Olympics?
Yeah.
And I'll forget, like, just the opening ceremonies, that was, the year that the Dream Team came. So Red was married to Jeannie Buss at the time.
Yeah.
So he knew kind of Irvin. And so we marched with the Dream Team, waited in the tunnel for us. And, we're kind of walking out with Stockton and Charles, and who ended up becoming a friend, and kind of walking out with those guys, and coming into that stadium with all the, different nations represented, and all the flags and the pageantry and the crowds and stuff. That's when it really hit me, like, oh my gosh, this is kind of what I've been working for. And it was a surreal moment. Yeah. So
cool. Hey, so I mentioned before your iconic look. Can you tell us about why you don't have hair on the top of your head? What is that condition?
Sure. It's called alopecia. I got it when I first left high school and I went to Pierce. I was a week into school, and all of a sudden I was taking a shower and I felt like just my hair started coming out, and it started coming out in patches and more patches. And pretty soon it was just kind of coming out, and I shaved it. And I used to have like kind of a couple little patches. CK, you might remember I had this one little arrow.
Yeah, I remember that actually.
I'd shave like a little arrow.
I remember that.
I don't know. And then finally even that one little patch gone, and I just haven't had hair since. Actually I did have it. I went there was a time at Northridge where I went and I was doing like this therapy where you take basically you sat in a phone booth, or like a suntan booth. Like you took these pills that made your skin photo kind of sensitive, and you go in like this, and my hair grew back. It was like jet black, and I got super tan. I'm going, yeah, this is like kind of gnarly, right? I mean, like, and then I ended up making the national team, and I couldn't I couldn't go to the therapy and stuff. And so it all kind of fell out again. Then I was like, I don't even care. I don't.
Yeah. I didn't know if you were
kind of
born
pain
with
in
it.
the ass.
Yeah. I didn't know if you were born with it. It just kind of was, but it like, was it in your body the whole time?
It is. It's an autoimmune condition. So essentially but just my body just attacks my hair follicles for whatever reason. So, in a way, it's kind of cool. Like, I rarely get sick. When I do get sick, like, I just have a hyperimmune system. When I get sick, I'm down. But I rarely kind of get sick. But the downside is I do have a like it just attacks my hair too, like it's some foreign invader.
I mean,
But
because
yeah,
you see it lately, right? Just because of social media and all that kind of stuff. But when you show up in the gym, you're like, oh, this guy's a monster. Look, I mean, just look at him, and then you learn, oh, he has a condition. But that was mostly for our fans to go, oh, that's just what you have, and you've lived with it all your life. But
yeah.
Can you go into a little bit about the whole Olympic controversy with, getting those yellow cards and why you got those yellow cards, and then kind of what happened with that whole scenario?
Sure.
To me, it was worldwide news.
Yep. Rallied.
Yeah, and we're talking about your hair, so why not? It's perfect time.
Yeah, right.
Great job, Bear.
Nice segue.
Every once in a while.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah. So, I mean, as I alluded to earlier, I used to, I was, not that this makes a difference, but, when I played at Westchester High School, we played Crenshaw, we played Dorsey, we played we played in kind of a tough league.
Sure, absolutely.
I was and not that this matters, but I was the only white guy on my team. And we used to, it was kind of hardcore inner city basketball. That runs very contrary to the mentality that most volleyball players have. I ran a little bit hot. I used to get a little chirpy. And this carried over, and I'm glad I was, because I feel like that it motivated me. It was just how I fired up and played. It was hard for me to play quiet and just like, hey, good job. And I used to look for reasons to sort of like, oh, that guy looked at me, just something to piss me off in order to kind of like, some people played worse angry. I played a little bit better with something that I wanted to show some
chip on your shoulder.
Guilty.
Yeah. So when we were playing internationally, I heard, in the previous couple of years leading up to the Olympics, I had developed a little bit of a reputation for being kind of a hothead. Okay. And, there's a lot of politics involved with international volleyball. You see a lot of the same international officials, and, there's certain teams don't like each other. Certain countries don't like each other. So we're playing Japan in our first round, Brian Ivey. I was one of the reasons I got chosen for the national team was, or for the Olympic team, was because I could kind of fill two roles. I could play, I was a backup middle, and I was also sort of a backup opposite as well. Ivy was just wiping up the floor because, God forbid that the match took 45 seconds longer for player safety, and you couldn't, have a kid come out with a towel. We had to wear these little towels on our backs.
I remember that.
But wet spot, Ivy I always give him credit. He's so fragile. My gosh, he's wiping up a wet spot. Stands up and tears his knee, tore his meniscus in his knee, wiping up a wet spot. He's soft.
You hear that, BI? BI's soft.
The only reason I say this is because he always likes to call me his backup. Here's my backup, bro. And to which I respond, thank God I was there, because you're dude, you're just made of actual glass. But so he tears his knee. He has to come out, and it's the second set. And we're struggling against Japan. I come out. We're going. I don't even know when it happened, but I ended up getting a yellow card in the match. We had two officials. One was the down judge, was this Brazilian guy who did not like us, me in particular. And the up judge was this gentleman by the name of Samadov, who was a Russian and was kind of mellow. He was kind of we always thought he was a pretty decent official. We're playing, and this was obviously back in old school scoring, and we're in the fifth set. It's 13-all. Japan is serving. They serve, we hit a ball, they go to turn it, right? They dig it, they set Nakagaichi, who's their big opposite. I'm playing left back defense. He comes down the line. I have my left foot on the line, right? Anything outside my body line's out. Anything inside, I scoop. Comes, it's like a foot out of bounds. I jump, I go out. The line judge is kind of right behind me, and he jumps out of the way. Ball's coming in hot from Nakagaichi. It's pretty hard, right?
Yeah.
He reflexively kind of goes and calls in, and I lose my, and it was pretty mild for me. I just kind of jump. I go, ball's out by a foot. Nothing, ridiculous. I immediately calm down. So that gives them 14 because they were serving the ball. The Brazilian judge sees that I flipped out, and he pulls out the yellow card, and he goes, yellow card, and he's pointing at the up ref, Samadov. Samadov kind of goes, okay, and starts to pull out his yellow, and he goes, on who? Goes, number 9. You could see the wheels spinning in Samadov's head. 2 yellow cards equates a red. A red card is a point. They just got 14. You could just see.
He's like, I'm not doing this.
I'm not, and right.
Yeah.
And he goes, and he tucks it away, and he goes, no, and he waves him off. Brazilian goes, yellow card, and he goes, no, play on. You know, we end up siding out. We end up winning in 5. Immediately after, and I don't know if this actually took place or not, but Japan was also very big they sponsored a lot of international events. World Cups, World Championships were over there. Matsudaira was their head of delegation. Him and Ruben Acosta, who was the president of FOVB at the time, were pretty tight. Apparently there were some conversations, like if you were to even though the rules of the protest, once you sign the score sheet, game's over, you have to sign you have to file a protest at the time happens. They sign the score sheet, it's done, right? They end up protesting, they take it to a vote, they overturn the match. We find out the next morning that they've done this. A lot of conversation in the team. This is, absolute garbage. What do we do? Should we wear a patch on our uniforms? You can't do that because there's protocols and what you can and can't wear. Should we boycott a match? No, that's just hurting ourselves.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm a wreck, right? I can't believe that, how this has turned, what turned out to be a dream is quickly becoming a nightmare. I'm going, I can't believe I lost this match for my team, my teammates, my coaches, my country. I'm beside myself. Steve pulls me aside. We're just walking to the dining hall, and he goes, how are you feeling? I go, not good, surprising. And he was like, look, we've got your back. We support you. He's going, I need you to snap out of this. Like now, Brian's down. We need you. Like, you've got to pick it up. Like, you're our guy now. Let's go. Like, snap out of it, which meant a lot. So we're continuing to try and figure out what we're going to do to sort of show a sign of protest. Steve was the one who came up, we should shave our heads. And he had that iconic flat top.
Red sand.
Yeah. And everyone's going, yeah, that's real funny, Steve. Like, okay, where did you go first?
Right.
And he goes, okay, I'll do it. And so, there's the video you can find online. They go, Sammy, you should be the one. You should shave his head. And I go, I got it. So we had the clippers and we sat down. We're all in the room, and I'm going, where do I start? Do I start by? I go, no, I got to go right to where there's no going back. So I just went right down the
center, baby.
Yeah.
Reverse mohawk.
Yeah. And everyone kind of followed suit. And then the next day we played Canada, and that's when kind of, everyone goes, oh my gosh. And that's when the story kind of really took hold. And we struggled the first couple matches, kind of found our sea legs there, and ended up having a pretty decent tournament until we were into that buzzsaw of Brazil, who just freight trained through that tournament, who we had kicked the crap out of them like 3 or 4 months prior. And they started to find that they were the first ones to really go fast with the offense. And they're still figuring it out during World League, and they hit their rhythm, and they were just shooting it to the pins and going quick. And just like I said, I think they only lost a couple of sets in that entire freaking Olympics. They went right through it. Yeah.
You know what couple things about that story that's amazing. One is it just talks about the brethren and leadership, right? Like, you're in the Olympics, you're not at a little JO tournament or a little fun friend tournament, USVB. You got one of the iconic leaders that have been there. They needed you, and he knew it, they knew it, and they came to you. He came to you to ease your mind, and then the team had your back. And that's such a great story, as these guys said. It's iconic. Everyone knew it was going on back in '92 when we were watching the Olympics. But that's what gets me the most, and that's what I love about all of you guys. Like Sammy, you and I have been partners on the beach. These guys and I played Paul Mitchell together. It's that friendship, that team and that brotherhood that you have that you'll never forget. And that's pretty unbelievable that he was there to help you with that. And you were able to come back and play so great and help us, get to a bronze medal. The other thing that I want to say that's different, because it couldn't have happened back then, but technology would have solved that.
Yeah.
Right. Because they'd have been able to say if it was in or out on the line. You probably wouldn't even, one yell, you would have turned and they'd have been able to see that. So it's interesting to see how we grew up playing with the game itself, besides which I'm going to get to in a minute, ask you questions about the difference of the game. But it would never have happened back then, now as it would then, because they can solve that with regards to the lines. But what a great story, and what a
what a great story for the masses here to listen to. Is that's why you play team sports, right? Yep, you play those. These guys are still a lot of you your best friends, right? And you got the chance to travel, which a lot of people don't get the chance to do that, like travel the world and do things. But you got to have a real moment, and a moment that mattered for you, for your team, and it just happened to be that team was the Olympic team, and you were representing more than just the team, and you and that team did it. You guys, you played unbelievable, and you won a medal. And like you said, Brazil was the best in that tournament. It was hard to beat them at all. So
yeah, they certainly were. Yeah.
Did you ever want to travel when you were high school, even at Pierce, even at Northridge, like you did in the Olympics? Like, was that in your wheelhouse? Was that part of your family? Like, you know what I mean? Because for me, I just wanted to see every every 50 states is what my goal was. I didn't really want to go out of country, but then I was kind of forced to. Now I want to go everywhere. Like, I want to experience so many cultures. It was such a good experience for me, and I'm sharing that with my kids. How is that for you? And I'm assuming you're sharing that with your kids as well, saying just kind of go and venture out in the world.
Yeah, 100%. And I loved, it was funny. I never dreamed of traveling. It was just not something. I had a little bit of a different kind of childhood and stuff, so it was not something I was ever exposed to or could have been.
So can I ask you what that means?
Well, my folks split up when I was young. I came to move with my dad in high school, through
So it wasn't a thing.
No, it was not a thing. I was just looking for kind of a roof over my head. I was homeless when I was 16. I was not even thinking about traveling. I was just looking to find kind of an apartment to live in.
Right.
So when I got that opportunity, it was very different than a lot of the other guys on the team. I had never been anywhere, and so I ate it up when we went to other countries. I mean, I went to the museums and I experienced the food and talked to locals on the street, and I ate, and I still love it to this day.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I, miss about playing, or like you were mentioning, Coley, the teammates and the brotherhood and traveling to these places was it was awesome. It was a phenomenal experience.
How was living in Japan? Because we're talking international stuff. I mean, you're a huge guy, okay? I mean, you had to stick out like a sore thumb. No offense. I'm sure they treated you like almost a god or something over there. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Japan is awesome. I loved it. Like I've always said, I would go back in a heartbeat if I had a job where, I didn't have to speak fluent Japanese.
Yeah.
I love the food. I love the people. I love the culture. It was like super small. It's a different way of living over there.
Yeah.
But it was, to your point, they treated me very, very well. I just loved everything about it. My boys actually went this past year over the winter. They went with about 10 of their buddies, and they all went over and spent 11 days and ran around Japan. They went and checked out the old team I used to play for, the Suntory Sunbirds. They went and checked out a Suntory match.
Wow.
Yeah. And
how old are they?
They're 23. I have triplet boys. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, so my son's really into Japan. I mean, he's a gamer and anime and all that kind of stuff, and he's 21, and he's saving his money just to go. He cannot wait. He wants to move there. I'm like, well, first you got to visit big guy. But that's good to hear you're there with 23. That's good. I'll pass it on.
Yeah, they had a blast. One of my boys, like, I could live here. He's trying, they all loved it.
Find the job, right? How can I get over to Japan?
Exactly. Which a lot of people go over there and teach English. There was a whole little expat community of English teachers over there that I used to hang out with when I lived over there. So, yeah.
I don't know if I would do well teaching English. Trim, raging, gnarly, smoke show. Like that might not go over so well in Japan. It might. And then again, maybe it will. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Well, that would eliminate the gift of gab, though. Just saying.
I would do my best to learn a little bit. So
right.
you coach now both boys and girls in the high school level, or the travel ball level, whatever it is. You played at an international level. You mentioned something that I was going to ask you, and it's great. You said Brazil in that Olympics probably didn't change it, but was speeding it up a lot faster than everyone else was. And that was newer to the game. What is your take? Obviously the game's so much faster today, but the game then, like when we played, to the game today, what do you, besides, I'm not going to let you say speed because it's really fast. Besides that, what do you see the big difference?
the size and athleticism. You know, some of these kids are so good and so big and so long and can. I think that's the biggest difference that I notice. You know, obviously the speed, but just how good these kids are at a young age is really. It's fun to watch. You know, I'm not one of those old heads of back when I played, and there are certain differences, you know, that I think, but some of these kids are so freaky athletic and just big and you know, I trip out on seeing some of these photos of kids blocking, you know, Cooper Robinson, who I coached when he was 15. And I mean, it's like, oh my gosh, like, where do you like?
They're just straight over.
Yeah, and Klein, who my boys went to high school with, and you know, they're just freaky athletic and how big and long they are, and I think that's the biggest difference I notice. Like,
we're getting a lot of those basketball players like yourself back in the day, right? You were rare in terms of switching over from basketball that late. We're getting a lot of those guys that don't want to get elbowed down below. You know what? You know, they'd rather get out there and use their athleticism, do something else, and volleyball's right in their wheelhouse. And that's where we have a little bit of pain right now with it not growing at a Division I level, and even some getting rid of it. I mean, we experienced that. Northridge experienced it. San Diego State experienced it. UOP experienced. Stanford, out of all people, experienced it too. So, but yeah, I think we're getting some of those basketball players.
Yeah. Well, I also think I'm not going to go back, but it's the being specialized. You know, Sammy was playing hoops.
Yeah.
Sully, you and I were playing football. You know, Bear was playing hoops, doing a bunch of stuff. A lot of these kids are now playing club volleyball at 10 and 11 years old. And on top of being bigger, your kids, my kids, 6'7", 6'8", like on top of being bigger, stronger, understanding how to train better, eat better, all of those things, they're also competing and playing that sport at such a younger age and not playing other ones, which again is great. Again, we're going to talk the positive of it, which makes these volleyball players, like you said, go to these college games, high school games, and you're just like, wow, like these young men and women are just incredible. And they're so big and they're, like you said, so athletic, flying around. Like the women's game, watch a college game, they're all 6'8". Like, you know what I mean? It's just incredible.
Yeah. I was going to say, I did a stint in Austin here last year and was down there. Jarrett, who I know you know, Coley, very well, and is a friend of mine as well. So, you know, I was hanging out with Jarrett, and I went to a bunch of the UT games, and to watch, you know, Maddie Skinner, like, I mean, the whole team, but holy cow.
Yep.
Like they are like,
amazing.
I love the women's game is super fun to watch now.
Yeah, we say that all the time.
That level of athleticism that these girls are bringing is just, it's incredible. And they're big and just freaky athletic and
physical,
it's really fun to watch.
Really fun to watch. Really fun to watch.
They are setting the pipes now. There was really no back row back in the day, and they're even trying the bigs, and now they're really excited. They're hitting the Ds like we all did, right? Oh yeah, the right side. I mean, it's the evolution of the game too, along with their athleticism. So we talk about it, and Sammy, all the time, that this last tournament this past year was amazing from beginning to end.
Oh my gosh!
And that Final Four was so fun to watch.
Yeah. It's my second favorite college tournament behind March Madness now. I love watching the women's. The collegiate playoffs are
Coley brings up the Alabama watching football, right? Go ahead, Coley.
Yeah, I mean, I say this all the time, but, you know, obviously Ferb's a good friend of both of ours, and Charlie's, you know, setting for Wisconsin, so we're trying to watch every game we can, and it's a Saturday, and I'm sitting on my couch, and Alabama's playing football on NBC or ABC, and on the other channel, on NBC or ABC, I can't remember, I should get that straight, is Charlie and Wisconsin playing at Purdue in front of 14,000 people. I mean, Purdue is sold out, and you know Jake played there in that March Madness run, so I've been to that arena. It is big, and it was sold out for a Saturday Big Ten volleyball game, and going head to head against Alabama football is incredible.
And I love seeing it too. I love seeing that one of those women's sports like really get its due, and rightfully so. I think it's been awesome to see the popularity and those girls are good, man.
Yeah, they really are.
We just saw what Ohio State, I know, with the whole NIL and everything, just kind of like the settlement just kind of playing out a little bit. Basically, Ohio State put their arms around football, both basketballs and women's volleyball.
Yeah.
So that's a big deal with all those sports at Ohio State.
Yeah.
Plugging in women's volleyball, that should speak volumes to everybody across the country.
Yeah.
Really cool to watch.
You touched about it a little bit, growing up kind of in a situation, my parents divorced when I was 1 kind of thing. Is it true that you were born in New York?
I was.
And so then how did you get out to California being on the East Coast? And was it because of the divorce or how'd that all come about?
So I was born in Port Jefferson, Long Island, lived out there, wouldn't see my dad much, would kind of see him every now and then, on maybe for a few days or something like that. He ended up when I was 11, he had moved to Southern California, and somehow he talked my mom into letting me come out. And I spent and at this time, my mom had moved to. I was living in Kansas at the time.
Okay,
and I hated it. Even at that age, I was going, "This place sucks." I was just so bummed on it. And my dad moved to Laguna Beach, and he lived right above Main Beach. I was just down there last weekend, had an apartment that is still there. I mean, literally overlooks the basketball courts.
Yep.
And so I would go down there, and he was just like, he was doing his thing. He was kind of working stuff. He'd give me $20 for the day. There was a Swenson's ice cream. Went out, he taught me how to body surf. I would go and I would just kind of play basketball, with like kind of some of the
Tough
people
place to
down
play.
there.
That
Main
still
Beach
is
there.
on Main
Yeah.
Beach.
Oh yeah,
Riddle
yeah.
Beach
And I
down
mean,
there.
I wouldn't play in any of those games. I was like, but I just kind of shoot around and
Yeah.
body surf and go check out a movie and eat ice cream and just kind of hang
life.
out.
That's great for the spot.
And I was down there for like 2.5 months, and I go, I love it here. I never felt more at home. I never felt more comfortable.
Cool.
I went back home and I'm just like, Mom, I'm going to move it. I'm moving with Dad. I'm going out there. And at the time the next year when I came back, he had moved to Playa del Rey. And so that's how I kind of got up in the South Bay and Westchester High. Yeah.
Hey, top 3 international places that you would tell people, like if people are like, gosh, on my next trip, I want to go. What would you tell people would be the top 3 places that you've been to that you would recommend?
Yeah, great question. I love Japan, as I alluded to earlier. I think Japan's the one place where you go, I'm really in a foreign country. You know what I mean? Like, just like you go to Italy, which is probably also on there. I'm thinking about the other 2. But at least like the characters in the alphabet are the same, and you can sort of decipher some of the words. And it's not like that in Japan. The language is completely different. The letters are completely. It's just you're really in a different place.
And the history.
I'm a big fan of. I like kind of the Scandinavian countries. I love Denmark. I love like Belgium and Holland and Sweden and kind of just that little kind of pocket over there. Really a fan of. And then I have some German heritage, and so I love Germany too. I had a chance recently to go to Berlin, and I just absolutely love Berlin and some of the history and stuff there. So. But yeah, and then France and Italy are glorious too. I mean, you can't. Paris is really.
Oh, it's wonderful.
We went there with the national team and going, God, this is the most romantic. Like it was, and I'm going, it sucks that I'm here with you 12 idiots, but but it was just an amazing city.
Yeah, we lived in Germany and we weren't too far from France, and this is when they were saying they were kind of boycotting France, right? Don't eat French fries here. We were there. They treated us so great, and they were. I mean, this is when they started getting the machine guns around the Eiffel Tower, right? And all. Yeah. But they loved us. They loved us, and so France was one of my favorites. German people treat us fantastic too. My oldest is godfather. He just bought a place in Italy, so I haven't been to Italy or Spain yet. So I will be going soon.
Yeah.
But to Japan, that's awesome.
I played in France, and it was a culture shock for me, not knowing a language or whatever. And when you were in Japan, that was like pre-internet. How did you deal with the language barrier?
Yeah, so it's funny. I went I knew I was going, and so I took about 6 months of Japanese lessons.
Okay.
And then when I got there, and I always use this it's analogous to a lot of different situations in life. I studied for 6 months. I learned more in the 2 weeks I was on the ground.
For sure.
Right.
Go to the restaurants and just hearing how people actually speak it and kind of different. And I learned enough to kind of get, find my way. We had a translator for the team so I could understand exactly what the coach was saying at the group events, but I'd go out for my own and had, friends come visit and stuff. And I could get around. I could order food, get a taxi, ask directions, kind of at least conversational Japanese.
And how long were you there?
3 years.
Oh, 3 years. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you use your Japanese at all anymore?
Not so much. I wish there was an opportunity to use it more. I keep, kind of telling myself I want to get back up to, kind of start studying it again and kind of brush up on it. But it's just, it's so infrequently used unless you're working for one of the casinos or something in some kind of capacity. There's no, I'm in real estate now. So, I mean, I guess there's kind of some, maybe some usage, but it's pretty few, just when I go to a restaurant or something that I would be able to use it. Yeah.
So you mentioned college, obviously the Long Beach State match is probably your highlight. I'm just kidding. I would love to get maybe one or two of your, besides maybe the bronze medal match, but two of your best matches of all time that you played. And it could be just a friendly in Finland. I'd love to hear maybe two or three of your top internationals, and then just overall in general, maybe your top 3 or 5 best volleyball moments of playing the game.
I think in terms of one of the memorable ones, we played Spain in the Olympics in Spain, and they put us in this little bandbox with no air conditioning. It was freaking hot as can be, and the Spaniards were on top of us, and they played really well. We ended up winning in 5. It was my birthday. I went on, I think I had something like 30 kills or something like that. We ended up squeaking out a 5-setter. That was a pretty special match. We played when I was playing in Japan, we played in this giant domed arena, and we ended up playing for the championship, and they had a couple of their guys on their team were throwing up sky balls into the lights. And our guys were like trying to pass it right on the net. They're overpassing, and we ended up losing the first 2. And I was like, I lost my mind. I'm like, just put it on the 10-foot line. And Cole, you've had these, just all of a sudden kind of catch a heater or something. Sully, Bear, I'm sure you guys have too. You're just, it doesn't matter. Just give me the ball. It's a kill. I ended up having 74 kills on 105 sets. I was so exhausted at the time. I was like going, they just set me. I go, just pass the 10-foot line, set me. I got this. I was about ready to turn and hit it back at my setter at the end of the match, so I was exhausted.
Well, that wouldn't happen anymore because of the way they score, right? So that's what's crazy. I mean, 100 swings in a match is unbelievable.
Good point.
Yeah. And then, gosh, I would have to say that, that bronze medal match, we beat Cuba in 4. It was kind of special for a couple of reasons. Number one, Ivy had kind of come back in because his knee had sort of unswelled enough to where the cartilage floated out. And so he was starting, and I was kind of, back on the bench. Steve, who had been having a great tournament, just, you could see he ran out of gas, and he kept going over on the Ds. We were down. Down in the second set. We lost the first one. We were down in the second. Steve was not playing his best volleyball. And I ended up getting subbed in for Steve Timmons. I replaced Steve Timmons. We were down, I think it was 7-4 in the second set, and came back, and I felt like I played pretty well. We ended up rallying and beating Cuba in 4, and we hadn't beaten them in probably 3 years at this point. I mean, they had our number. So just, not only winning the match, but also kind of subbing in for someone who I really looked up to, and one of the greatest players of all time, right? And it wasn't necessarily a passing of the torch, but it was just really cool to get subbed in for him and to play well, and for us to win the match and win a bronze medal. And those are
D red, right? Wasn't that your call? The D was a red.
No, the red was the front row. It was just that fast 5.
Gotcha.
Really fast 5.
Those are unbelievable. Those are 3 matches you just gave us that are just, I mean, storybook, right? Like it's what you dream about as a kid. You're in the medal match in the Olympics. You've given your whole life to want to play, and they sub you in and for a legend, and you come in and play great, and you guys win. Like that's every kid's dream, and you got to live it, and we got to live it through you. It's been such a fun journey to watch you all these years, and just also what a great man you are. I love you, Bob, and you know that. So it's just that's awesome to share that. And as I said from the beginning, and we keep going, is the biggest
reason why I wanted to do this with these guys was to tell stories. We can sit here and talk about stats and we won a game here, but it's the stories that encapsulate what volleyball really is. I mean, I could tell a couple of stories when you and I played in Chicago. Probably shouldn't talk about those, right? Probably shouldn't tell those stories. I mean, all the stories from the Ridge, just from knowing you when you were there before me and being there, and all the stories we have. That's what makes, for me, this podcast so great, and bringing, you know, friends as well as just legends like you on here to tell stories. So give me
to have beers before you played us.
and beat them.
That's a story right there that I'm glad we encapsulated on this podcast, because I had no idea. That's amazing.
Why do you think they calmed down and were so less stressed?
Right. No,
They were
so loose on the other side because we just okay. So it's been how many years? We don't need to say it, but yeah, we just figured you guys were loose because you had nothing. You had nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the lose. Hey, we're gonna knock you some of that. Oh no, there was extra. There was extra in the bloodstream.
And they had more beers in the car that they wanted to finish, so they needed to get through that match quick.
Before they warmed up. Yeah.
And by the way, Sully, I don't know if this is true or not, but there were rumors that that Ray was kind of pissed. He got word of the fact that we were, you know, had kind of some beers before the match, ended up calling the league going, you know, complaining, and they're going, well, so you lost to a 2-10, you know, drunk team, and to get really kind of like, I'm not sure what you want us to do. Like, he's like, yeah, maybe nothing.
Ray.
Oh, Ray, I love Ray Rattel.
Yeah. That is awesome. Hey, so guys, we've been on here definitely over an hour. I know that before we came on, we had a couple of ideas what we were going to talk to Sammy about, and we did. We'd love to have you come back, Bob. I just think we're scratching the surface. I think Coley's right about there's more stories within the stories, and we're getting a little bit looser on the stories to just let it fly, which is good. But guys, if you guys don't have anything else, I'd love to say I truly appreciate you taking the time, man. This was such a great pod for us. And to talk to somebody that, you know, I was able to get to play across the net and watch him on the big screen in '92, and bringing it home for the USA for a bronze medal was super special. So, again, for me, it was a treat. So thanks, Bob. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys very much. I appreciate what you guys are doing. I love seeing some of the guests, and it was an honor to be here, especially seeing some of the amazing folks that you've had before me. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, you fit right in there, Sammy. You're up there with everyone, and you know, taking the time to after golfing with your boys to sit down and talk to us. I really appreciate it. We really appreciate it. And for everyone else, make sure you subscribe and you always set the pipe. And let me tell you, this kid right here could hit the pipe. Yeah, he could hit the D too. We could pretty much
in the pipe, baby. 7-4.
Yeah, 74 kills on over 100 attempts. The only one I know who would possibly do that is Hilliard. Right? Hilliard probably swung like that in college all the time. I mean. But the fact that if anyone's listening, I mean, all these young kids listening, imagine you guys get 30 attempts, you get 15 kills, you're super excited. Like, he swung at over 100 balls and put 74 of them down. That's unbelievable.
Click. That's not a 368. That's a 700. Yeah.
Believe me, if Skates knew this was happening, he would have probably pulled
he would have found
the stat sheet from Japan, would have called someone he knew and said, wait, no, Sammy only hit 682, not 700. So good. But Bob, thanks so much. Really appreciate you for coming on.
Thanks again, you guys.
Always looked up to you, and you're a special guy on and off the court, man. Thank you.
Thanks, Bear. It was great seeing you a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it's always good seeing you, man.
Likewise.
Always good seeing you.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to Set the Pipe. I am Sully with my host, CK. And there's Bear. Today, we have a UCLA Bruin, most recently known for a very extraordinary international host, agent, everything volleyball that you can think of. TK, Tim Kelly. Welcome to Set the Pipe, brother.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you bet, man.
So glad to have you here, man.
Yeah,
so
right next to Coley, no less. Yep. I mean, and Coley's kind of representing some shirt that we're probably going to get into, and he's looking pretty yoked in that thing.
Still fits me after all these years. Hard to believe. It's amazing. We've already told the story twice, but we're going to tell it again from from his
Yeah,
side.
exactly right. Because it's a
Going
little
to
different-
Columbia.
A little different
So,
between you and Geeter, and TK's got his spin because he was behind closed doors, my understanding, when the negotiations were going on. So want to hear about that. Let's talk about Tim a little bit. So you sit back and relax, TK, and let's hear about your accolades. So 1993 Division I national champion under Al Skates at UCLA. UCLA all-time records, season single individual records as best hitting percentage as a .539 in 1994. Highest hitting percentage, minimum 10 attempts. One of only 5 players to hit 900. He did that versus UCI. And 93 is UCLA individual career records, highest hitting percentage. He's number 1 at .462. That is amazing. Number 8 in total blocks. Number 9, kills per game. Watch out for that cutback. Number 5, blocking average. And number 1 and number 5 in single season hitting percentage. Number 8, single season blocking average. The 1994 third team Bruin All-Star. After college, had a professional career, played professionally in Europe for 5 years, gaining international experience and later on serving as the head of delegation for European Champions League and South American Championship teams, as well as USAV delegations. You're the founder and owner of Bring It Promotions. And after graduation from UCLA, got to play in Spain and later started to Bring It Promotions and helped place North America volleyball players in Europe and other overseas teams as well. And it sounds like you are splitting time between Nicaragua and California to live. Again, this is Tim Kelly. Welcome to Set the Pipe, man. We're excited to have you on. We've been talking about you without you being here. So it's good stuff.
I ask everyone this, Tim, when you listen to all that stuff, what you accomplished as an athlete, how does it make you feel to kind of hear it at this time in your life?
It sounded like a lot like my bio, so I've heard it a few times. It seems like so long ago. And B, when I watch the guys now, even collegiately, but certainly national team stuff and the top pro teams, I just can't even imagine that I was playing the same sport.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when you watch the middles and how quick they release and get outside and the stuff I could have never dreamed of doing. So I don't even find myself relating to it, to be honest.
Are you able to watch the college game? Or are you just like pretty much professional, international now that you live and do what you do? Is it mostly international high level stuff? Or are you able to catch some of the NCAA stuff?
No, so I live in Orange County now. I'm in Mesa Verde, and UC Irvine for the men's world has kind of become my home team just because it's so close.
Gotcha.
Niff and I are close and real tight families right now for a while. So I'll come back. I catch 2 or 3 Bruin games. I'll sneak up to SC every once in a while and catch a bunch of Irvine games. And then in the fall, I travel around a bit watching the women's games. But, and honestly, I know Brandon now is gone and with the national team, but the last couple of years, a woman named Bev Sell came back from the good old days, and her and Brandon have really started firing up the alumni again. So the last, 3 or 4 years, there's been a function or 2 every year up at UCLA, and I've been fortunate. I'm traveling a lot less because my kids are older now. So I feel like I'm actually living in SoCal. I'm still not here that much, but caught a handful of those alumni events, and always good games, and so fun. With John was coach, now we got Hawks, which is also great. And I've been friends with all the guys on staff, and so it's fun to be close enough to get up there whenever there's a good reason.
Awesome. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I definitely want to talk about the differences of the new game, but I want to go back to you and kind of how it started. You're a high school kid in Santa Barbara playing the game of volleyball. How did UCLA come and recruit you, and how did that work out?
Well, yeah, so I didn't really know what volleyball was, and my freshman year, our basketball coach made all the freshman basketball guys play freshman volleyball just so he could run us.
Excellent.
And I know a lot of us have similar stories.
Same
And
story, yeah.
Just as I was about to quit, the JV coach brought me up, and I really enjoyed not having to run. And back then, Bob Moore was running the Santa Barbara Boys Club, downtown Santa Barbara. I'm a Goleta boy.
Okay.
And so we didn't really know what club was. Obviously, this is all pre-internet and stuff. Right. And I got a phone call the summer, whatever year Toledo was. I don't know if anyone remembers when
yes,
the jails.
1989.
That sounds about so. Yeah, so summer before my senior
it's
year.
when I won the gold medal with Jimmy
Good
Kahn.
Lord,
and
Tim, why?
Player of the year.
You didn't
but
have to bring up the
that
year.
was just in Toledo, Ohio in
Fine,
'89. Just
fine.
he asked when it was. I just want to give him facts, stats, what happened during that.
And you can bring up your national championship year and date and stuff, Tim, too. You're more than welcome
I'm
to
good.
do that. On
Oh,
this
that's going to
pod
come
for
up.
sure.
He knows.
Okay.
He won May 8th, 1993.
Did not know the date.
Oh,
Of course he
totally
doesn't.
does. Totally
But,
definitely does.
Yeah, so a couple guys on that Santa Barbara club were also on the Santa Barbara Choir on a European tour. So me and a guy named Chris Gaines got invited to go down, and they trained in the Armory back then in Santa Barbara, and invited us to this practice to go to JOs. We didn't know what it was. We didn't understand who we were going to be training with because we didn't know what club was. And next thing you know, I was on this team with a bunch of guys from Santa Barbara High that are all just really great guys, and I still see a lot of them, and did just the 1 year of club there.
And how tall were you at the time?
I was probably 6'8" or 6'9".
Okay, so you
I
were already
was
up there.
tall pretty early. Yeah,
And are you 6'10" now?
I'm 6'10" and a quarter.
Oh,
Okay. Oh,
do not.
thank you.
That's like
Or
telling
I
a
like to
woman
hold
she's
on to that
5
quarter.
foot. Yeah.
But I didn't. We had to go down and play a tournament in Dominguez Hills, which I'd never heard of. I didn't know. Sealy was with Mizuno at that point, and Balboa Bay was a big deal, and all the CDM guys. Yeah, I didn't know who any of those guys were. And we rolled in the gym and just had no idea what to expect. But ended up, we played pretty well, had a good time. To show you how clueless I was, a guy named Alec Peters, who a lot of us will remember, came up to me wearing a USC polo shirt and said, "Hey, I want to talk to you. I think you could play for us." And I said, "Oh, there's no way. I'm not a Pac-10 guy. There's no way I can do that. I can maybe play D2." He goes, No. I'm not talking about basketball. I'm talking about volleyball." And I just kind of laughed at him. I had no idea that people would be getting recruited for that. And I went back and talked to my coach, Mike Beresford, who was there forever. And he made, Doug Partee, Don Dendinger, Tom Duke went to SC, but still one of my favorite people and a big middle from my school. Yeah. Those guys had most of them, JP Curzan, there's a handful of other names, ironically, all middles. They all went from DP to UCLA. So my coach just called Al and said, "Hey, Tim's asking about it and what's going on," and went on my recruiting trip, and that was it. Like I knew I was home.
Wow. That's a pretty cool story. Bam.
So playing at UCLA, how is it playing for Al Skates? We had him on a couple weeks ago. Best coach
fantastic.
of all time. I mean, can you give us a little info on what it was like playing for the best coach ever?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody had their own experience. I hear so many people talk about how their experience was. And I mean, I loved it. I had a great time. I don't think I was the hardest worker there, and I don't think anyone would accuse me of doing that. And I was, I had the best time in college. I had great roommates, a lot of good friends on the team. And back in those days, the team wasn't your whole life. So there were those of us that hung out, I imagine a lot of schools were the same, but I see teams now where the teams all live together and do everything together. And especially on the women's side, the training table and study hall and everything's together. Back in those days, I had a pretty well-rounded collegiate experience and just, appreciated what I had, but I was maybe, I don't know, I don't consider myself the driven athlete that a lot of the other guys were. I was having a blast and knew that I was around great people. To this day, Rofe and Reed and Greg Giovinazzi and just the people that were in that gym along with Al, you knew that you were getting trained by the best guys. And more so back in those days, I think our senior year of high school was the last year that they did the Fab 50 in numerical order. And we had something like 14 of the top 20 coming in my class. So I kind of came in thinking I wasn't going to make it. Mike Denver, I don't know how much, if we remember Mike Denver.
I still talk to him, by the way.
Yeah, he's super involved with the alumni, Santa Barbara boy, good friend of mine. And he had me so terrified of Jan steps and circle drill and all the push-ups. And he was trying to get me to go do line drills and work on push-ups in the summer. And of course I was just playing beach and goofing around. And I showed up just not ready at all. And I kept waiting to get cut. But when it was time to play, I could play. I was dogging it a lot. Push-ups were involved. But
can't teach height, right? That's the old saying. Can't teach height, and you got any athletic ability, you're in the right place, man.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. And I think these days the height wouldn't do it because you got 6'10" guys that are just insanely fast,
dropping the bucket.
Very athletic.
And you have 6'4" liberos.
Yeah, and taller.
Yeah.
So when I came in, when I would do interviews or it would come up, the big thing was I was the first 6'10" guy since Chris Chase at Penn State. And then I remember when I got into the agency, a couple years into it, it was probably whenever Gabe Gardner would have been a senior in high school, and Millar and Chris Harger, and you guys remember some of those guys. And I hadn't met a lot of them, but I was working on representing them or representing them, and it was all by phone and email probably. And I came to Colorado Springs for to meet them and do some stuff with Doug Beal. And I showed up in the middle of a video session. So I kind of sat down at the video session. Then when it ended, the lights came on and everyone kind of stood up. And I'll just never forget, like, Gabe Gardner's right here, Chris Harger's right here, Phil Etherton's right here, all these guys, and they're not all middles. You know, that was the crazy thing. You got an outside, you got an opposite. So, and Loy, of course, was, you know, once we met, I didn't know Loy till later, but Loy was also up there in the 6'10" range at my age. But yeah, just such a different beast. So you kind of, you know, when you show up at UCLA, it's pretty clear from, you know, top down that everyone's saying, we're here to win, we're going to win. And I got there when the winning was still rolling. Unfortunately, we didn't win quite as many in my tenure as the folks before us. And I think Seeley was the first senior. Seeley and I came in together, but he, of course, didn't redshirt. He was the only guy of that whole crew that didn't have to redshirt. And I think he was the first senior to start his senior year without a ring.
Yeah,
so I'm glad we got that for him.
I remember that.
Yeah, and then what's been incredibly fortunate.
I wish he didn't get that ring.
what
Love
date
you,
was that?
Seals, but I wish I got the damn ring. Sorry, okay. Flashback. I'm good.
We
Go ahead,
never bring
TK.
this up.
Hey, look,
ever.
I'm doing a good job.
You
Wish I
are.
would be proud of myself, not
You're
interrupting.
absolutely right.
So
We're
go
all
ahead.
proud of you right now, but we're not. We just started.
The one thing I just want to make clear that it's been incredible for me is that you look at my class and the guys around me, and so many of that group is still in volleyball. You know, whether it's Spoo taking over USA, Sully, you know, the other Sully, taking over the national team. Seeley's stepped out of it a little bit, but you know, Wong's doing great stuff in Hawaii. Nygaard's with the men. Steino's killing it at Texas. And so especially for me, having fallen into the role that I've fallen into, and you know, I can't believe how many years it's been of just kind of putting one foot in front of the other without ever really having a plan. And then to look around and see my friends all still involved and around. It's just been, you know, I feel so lucky and I'm so stoked.
Yeah. You know, we do stories within the stories here. So before these guys get unleashed on your guys' stories, did you have a law degree to become, because you were an agent, right?
Yeah, no, okay. I didn't have a law degree.
Okay.
I went over to play. I mean, the way I got started was super random, and it would be too big of a rabbit hole, but I'd been on a couple tryouts. I think in that year, a lot of us had signed with Andy and Vice for our first year. And back in those days, this doesn't happen anymore, but back then, first of all, you didn't know anything because there was no internet.
Right.
And like, I didn't even know there was a league in Italy until my third year playing. That's how stupid I was and how clueless a lot of us were. But so I went on a tryout with Seeley. We went to Geneva and tried out with the top team there and just had an unreal 10 days. They ended up taking a couple Czech guys instead. But it was still awesome. And I can't remember where I went on another tryout. But then on my birthday, which is September 1st, I was going to the bank to deposit some checks, and I ran into Keno, Jose Gandara, big time Gaucho stud. He's at Miami now. And he was going to turn down his contract to play for this team in Tenerife, which I had heard of because Reed Sinohara had previously played there as well and loved it. And so by the end of that day, we were sending the old heat paper fax. I don't know if you guys remember that stuff.
Oh, yes.
We were sending contracts back and forth with the owner, and I had a job. And I flew out there and played in Spain kind of on my own. I still had an agent, but he didn't really help me with that job. And, you know, I thought, okay, I'll play a year or two, you know, put a little bit of money away, and then I'm either going to go be a stockbroker or a lawyer, and I'll go back and get my degree later. You know, let's do this for a year or two, get some money together and have some fun.
Okay.
And I'm just kind of still doing it. So there wasn't really ever a plan. You know, these days, if you're an agent, there's some value in the law degree, especially now dealing with NIL and dealing with domestic stuff and anything sponsorship wise. But back in those days, a law degree wouldn't have helped you because, you know, it's like, do you trust this team? Are they going to pay this guy? Have you been there? Do you know them? Do you have some juice with the federation or connections in the FOVB to fight if you have to? And so it never hurt me at all to not have a law degree.
So before we get into some fun stories, I want to continue what you're talking about, Sully, because I think it's important to tell our guests who he really is. Yeah. So we just heard Tim's story coming from Santa Barbara, playing hoops, going to UCLA, winning a national championship in '93
against Northridge,
against CSUN, and that shitty middle blocker that only hit 360 like Alex Gates had to show us. What you've done for volleyball, hit subscribe and set the pipe. Don't forget to do that. But You have probably been to 50 countries. If you had a guess, 25, 30, 40, 50, and you have placed countless athletes that have played our sport, men, women, have given high school kids opportunities to play in tours across the globe. He's the man, everybody. Like, he has started out playing with us at the same time, and then turned something into a business, but a business to help people. And he's helped a ton of volleyball players. And if you don't mind me telling this story, and then we'll get into more funny stories, is we had the Division III player of the year on here. He was like, I don't know how to go to Europe. I text TK right after the show. He says, give me his email. And they already started talking. And so that's who he is. I just wanted everyone to know,
Christian.
Besides him being funny and doing his thing, the guy's the man. And I'm so grateful for you to come here and spend the time with us. And thank you for all you've done for volleyball, including me and getting my wife to Amsterdam. So that was pretty awesome too.
Hey, TK, so the tours that you do, and I know, plenty out there. We're all pretty networked within the volleyball world. I haven't heard anything bad about what you bring to the table in terms of their tours. Everybody loves what you do for them in the collegiate world, to have them go to Italy and go experience Spain and go to different countries while they're there. How did you come up with, like, hey, this is a good opportunity for me to create a business to get tours of these colleges to come over here? How did that all start?
It's a great question. I get a lot of, I'd say almost every other week, I'll get an email from someone saying, hey, I'm getting my MBA, or I have this class and I need to study someone's business plan. Oh, would you be willing to take the time to walk me through how you got where you are? And I say, yeah, I would happily take the time. Don't have a business plan, can't help you. Never had one. Yeah. So basically when we played, I don't know, there were 25, 30 guys, Matt Lyles, Seeley, I don't remember all my age group, but Lee Nelson was in Finland. Brett Hilliard was over there. There were a handful of guys, and the guys that were exactly my age and sub-national team level kind of bounced around from different agents each year. And after the third year, when I'd kind of found my groove and was just loving being in Europe and knew I wanted to keep playing, I called everyone one year and said, look, we're not doing this anymore. We're not going to go on these tryouts to these places that we don't know what's going on. And we're going to travel around on our own. I rented a van, and Donnie Harris, UCSB guy, the general Lee Nelson, who I already mentioned, and a bunch of guys like that. We all met up in Belgium where I was playing, rented a van and drove around. And we were literally sending postcards from one city to where we thought we'd be 5 days later, trying to get people to call us on my big cell phone to pick up matches. And we ended up calling the Exposure Tour. I ran that for myself in the spring of '96. And then everyone that was on that trip got a job, and people kept calling me saying, hey, we finally figured out we do have the money. We want to hire that guy. And they'd say, oh, he already got a team. Sorry, I can't help you. And that's when I kind of became an agent, because those teams started saying, well, can you do me a favor and go find someone else? And I said, well, no, I'm not an agent. I don't do that. And they said, well, why don't you be an agent and go do it, and we'll give you $1,000. I'm like, oh, okay. So the way I did it in the beginning was through those exposure tours. So 96, I ran 2, 97, I ran 2, 98, I ran 2. And on that 98 summer tour, it ended up being a 43-day tour where we went through 55 guys. And what that means is there'd be 15 guys at a time in a 12-passenger van driving around Europe with sleeping bags. And we would literally be selling them on the tour. So we might play a team, there might be 4 coaches there to watch, and they would take 3 of them. And I would have to get on the phone right then and call the people on the waiting list in the States and say, if you can get on a flight today or tomorrow and arrive in this airport before this time, then you can have the spot. I'm going to call you back in an hour. And so we would literally every morning pick up 1 or 2 people, and that afternoon lose 1 or 2 more guys. And we had foreigners start coming on it. We had a Lithuanian guy one year. We had a South Korean guy, and they were all on this like mobile human garage sale is basically what it was. Yeah. And so I ran those all the way through. We ran them forever. But from 96 to late 99, that was the only touring I was doing. And I was loving it because we could, you could see stuff all day and then play every night. And then those guys would hang out with us. And usually they'd lock us in the gym. We'd all sleep on pads. And they'd throw us a case of beers and they'd come unlock the gym and let us leave in the morning to go on to the next city. And no one believes, like if you get into the detailed stories on this, no one that wasn't there can even believe that stuff happened. But it was incredible. And the amount of guys that I got to be really tight with through doing that over those years, and I was 300 or 400 guys we ran through, and some really wonderful people, obviously.
Yeah.
And then in 1999, Greg Wakeham married Laura Abinante, who was a big stud at Michigan State, and I don't remember if she played at Michigan. She played at Wisconsin. Sorry, and sorry, Laura, and she was coaching for Chuck Irby at Michigan State, and she called me and said, "Hey, we've been talking about all this stuff you do, and Chuck wants someone to take our team on a foreign tour." Well, I didn't know what a foreign tour was because we didn't go on one.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, sure, are there going to be sleeping bags and we're going to sleep on pads on the floor? How are we going to do this? I'm like, no, we have money. We can pay for things. So anyway, I set it up, ran their tour. It was 18 nights. They played. You're allowed to play 10 nights on a foreign tour, on an NCAA foreign tour.
Right.
So we played all 10 nights. We set up a park and sun net in the parking lot every day. He has a good reputation for being a little bit crazy in the gym, and that was so eye-opening for me. I didn't go to that many women's games in college, and I was friends with some folks, but didn't understand the game that much. And that tour just blew my mind about how much money they had and the way they were treated and how spoiled they were compared to anything we ever got.
Yep.
And then it just kind of blew up from there. We've never really marketed. We don't really send bulk emails or do anything. We just kind of hang out with our friends and it just kind of comes in. And it went from Western Michigan ended up coming. Kathy George was at Western Michigan at the time. Yeah. They ended up coming later that year because when Chuck got home, he told her how great it was. And then it just kind of slowly built up to where in 2019, I think we had 41 D1 women's teams, all in just May and June, and 115 total tours. So we're averaging right between 90 and 100 tours a year, depending on if the Chinese teams are traveling. We do a lot of stuff with pro teams from overseas. And a lot of this stuff just happened. I ran a couple of university tours, and then all of a sudden a regional team wanted to come. Corey Solomon, my business partner, kind of joined up haphazardly in 2000 with him and Kevin Hambley came on our first women's tour. That was kind of their idea. Like, hey, you've been doing this for men. Why don't you do it for women? And we can actually charge them some money because they can afford to stay in hotels.
Right.
And we did that. And from there, it got out of control. So the clubs started coming, then the region started coming. Then we started building some of these, like the Pac-12 Ambassadors All-Star Team. We kind of drove that. Got the Big Ten to start an All-Star Team. The Mountain West Conference was doing a great job coming every year until they kind of got the kibosh recently.
Yeah.
And then pro teams started calling, national teams started calling. We do a lot of stuff with youth and junior national teams that want to go on pre-tours before major events. And it's just, it's insane how the years fly by,
How big is the company?
We don't have any employees. Corey, my business partner, is kind of the tours director.
Got it.
We run one big tournament in Croatia every year called the Global Challenge. This is actually our 20th anniversary. That's his baby. We're doing a lot more stuff in Africa now. We run this summer. Actually, one of the things I'm most proud of that we've been doing recently is we got partnered up with a wonderful woman named Ingrid Wicker. And I don't know that she'll ever hear this, but I want to give her a shout out because she's just been incredible. And we built two HBCU kind of all-star teams that went to a tournament that we've got going down in Botswana. And it's the second annual. That all kind of got started with Howard University wanting to go there 5 or 6 years ago. And a woman named Benita Wise, who lives down here in Southern California, who also builds teams to do these things. So she built two BIP teams, and then we had the two HBCU teams and had 4 national teams all with us in Botswana. And that's the stuff that the last couple of years we've been getting a lot more fired up on just because it's so new. And for kids, so my children are 8 and 14. I know I'm a little behind most folks my age, but when I talk about kids, I'm talking about my kids and also just the athletes. We do a lot of stuff with players that are, we have groups that bring 13 U teams, 14 U teams, 15 U teams, and even the college players. When they go to Europe, it's awesome. You're bonding with your team, you're playing good volleyball, you're meeting the girls from the other team, you're seeing the churches, we really push people to delve into the lifestyle, and it's great. But the way your eyes open and the next level experience that you get going to either Arab countries, if it's anything like Istanbul, Cairo, anywhere in that side of the world or anywhere in Africa, it's just so much more life-changing and somehow empowering.
I bet.
There's a lot of fear, and Americans all you need is one parent on a team to say their kid can't go to that place and the club's not going to go there or the team's not going to go there. So we don't get as much interest in the end, but it's something that I really think people need to be more open-minded about and something that we're really starting to push.
Are you hands-on? Do you go to most, if not all of the tours, or do you get split time?
Yeah, I mean, we ran, like I said, in 2019, we ran 41 tours in 6 weeks.
Right.
So no, I was not on every one of those tours. We have days this summer, COVID, obviously you can imagine what COVID did to us for a couple of years.
Crushed it.
But what ended up happening was everyone that was supposed to go in 20, 21, 22 all came in 23 and 24. So we got murdered in those 2 years.
Yeah,
and then this year was going to kind of be a down year just because of the way the timing worked on especially the really big time schools. And so this summer, I think the most teams we have on the same day is only 9. So there's a couple, 3 or 4 days in mid-June and a couple at the end of May where we had that many teams. So there's a bunch of tour guides obviously that are running those.
Yeah.
And I try to go either with my really good friends, the big time schools, or if there's downtime, then I try to bounce around and see as many folks as I can. I wish I could be on every tour.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me recently, what's the biggest negative about what I do right now, other than missing, if my children aren't with me on tour, I obviously feel horrible being away. And that's probably the biggest negative. But the second one is when I look back at the good old days, I was on every tour because I was building them around what I could do and wanted to do. And so there wasn't I didn't run into someone at the convention that goes, oh, hey, I just wanted to say thank you again. That tour 3 summers ago was the best day of my life. And I'm like, sorry, I have no idea who you are. Like, oh yeah, you weren't there. Like, okay, I feel a little better now.
Yeah.
But I wish I could be on every tour, and but I'm on as many as I can be. But there are so many. We had Vanderbilt in Japan. I didn't get to see them. That killed me this summer. And there's so many schools like that. And one of the cool things a couple summers ago, whenever UCLA and Stanford last went on tour, me and Kevin Hambley and Mikey Seeley were chatting, and I would kind of jokingly said, I wish you guys could all go together. And they ended up actually planning their tours so that we were all in Maribor together for the middle.
Sick.
So I started with one of them. We were all together for 4 days in one of my favorite cities, and then I finished with the other guy. So when those kind of things work out, it's really great.
That's awesome.
I saw him in the airport the other day. I hadn't seen him in a while. It was great to catch up with him for a second. Quick question for you with your tours. When you bring high school and college kids, is it appealing to them that they have a chance to have international eyes and professional leagues maybe watching them?
On the university tours, they're definitely cognizant of A, who they're playing, and B, they want to know if there's agents around. And agents should, when we have Texas or Wisconsin or Louisville, any of these big time schools on tour, the agents they're all there. And they're asking for the live streams and all this stuff. So now when it's lower age kids or lower level university teams, they're not really thinking about it as much, and they're probably not playing teams where it's going to matter. Americans, one of the crazy things, this is a little bit more on the women's side than the men's side, but in the women's world 10 years ago, even if it was, if we had a Texas or Wisconsin or Nebraska, whoever it was on tour, we knew we could get them beat. But somewhere, there's a handful of cities that we would say, we want you in one of these places, we'll get you beat. Nowadays, it's really hard to say that. And it's partly because we've gotten so good and we're just so physical and so big. And Europe has just, the money thing has become a problem in Europe where clubs can't stay together year round. They're shortening their leagues, and there's a lot less training, I think, for whatever reason. So there's quite a change there. And so a lot of teams don't end up playing teams where the pro angle is relevant.
Got it.
So is that going to bleed? Sorry, Coley, is that going to bleed into helping the USA with their professional leagues?
You're seeing tons of Europeans that want to come, and I think it's getting easier for the mid-level to mid-upper level. The money right now, other than for the top kids, the money's better in the States.
Okay.
Even if one thing I think a lot of people lose track is if you go to Europe and make 30 grand, that would be 30,000 euros, which today is like 36,000, and it's net in your hand because they're paying for everything. And depending on where you play and how good the paperwork is, your taxes are also paid. But a lot of these kids that are making 60 in the PVF or more with the higher contracts, other than the very, very top kids that are making hundreds of thousands in Europe or Asia or Brazil, there is more money now in the U.S. league. And that's why you're seeing so many players there.
Yeah.
And there's actually a dearth of bodies now in most of Europe. There's teams that, were never searching for players because they had lists of people that wanted to play there. A lot of those teams now are actually looking for players. So you do the math on how many players there are in the PVF and Love, and it's significant.
Yeah, you're right.
And boys, that means we have a chance to go back.
Ooh,
They're looking for guys. We can make it.
This is mostly women.
I was going to say most of the women, because I have a question on that. We talk about this all the time about development and how we feel like in some ways we're falling behind. Look at the NBA, 50% of the league or whatever it isn't from here any longer. Men's volleyball, Long Beach State, Northridge, they have all these international players. Hawaii, 8, 9 guys, not one guy, not 2 guys, but 8 or 9 guys. Are we falling behind in the men's game? And if we are, how do we catch it? Or is it going to be kind of like what you just mentioned about the women's game?
I mean, you got 1,000 universities on the women's side, and we've got 80-ish on the men's, and that might start falling now. The Grand Canyon thing was gnarly. So it's just the paradigm's really not similar. And I think you still see, I don't know the growth numbers on women's volleyball anymore, but it still seems it's the number one participation sport for women. And you look at these, 90 court, 900 team tournaments, and that stuff isn't just, the men have some growth areas, and I know it is definitely growing, but the numbers are still nowhere near what the women are generating. And I think that the level of athlete, and I'm not a coach, everyone knows that. It just seems like the top athletes in many cases are going to volleyball, where on the men's side, maybe they're not. You get some crazy, scary athletes out there, but I think most of them are still going somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay. Good answer.
Hey, with all the countries you've gone to, sorry, Sully.
No, you're good.
Everywhere you've gone to, can you give us a couple places that are your favorite? Like, what are some of the countries or places you've been that are just phenomenal?
My least favorite question, and you've done a much better job than most. People think like I have a definitive, one of my favorite place to go on vacation and another one on tour. My thing, I get. I want to see everything. I feel like my currency is like going to new places. And so my struggle daily is, and even if it's at home, do I go to this restaurant that I love? Do I go to Sancho's Tacos for the 3rd time this week? Or do I go check out something new?
Right.
Because I love Sancho's, but I like to do the new stuff. And so, I've been saying for a long time, I've been really high on Vietnam. I've spent a lot of time in Nicaragua and own some property there and have done a lot down there with the community in our area. And we used to run a ton of tours there back before the various civil wars and COVID and dictatorship that's happening now. But I don't even have a favorite region. I don't have a favorite food. I don't have a favorite language. I don't, nothing. I love trying to get out there. I love taking my daughters to crazy, I had my older daughter in Pakistan two summers ago on a last minute trip where we weren't even able to pack properly and showed up completely underdressed. And we just had the best time with how different stuff is and crazy, funny, weird. And I love Cairo. I love all of Europe. I love Italy. I love France. And so it's just really hard to nail anything down.
Yeah.
And my least favorite phone call is the one where a coach will call and say, hey, we have unlimited money. We'll bring whatever you tell us to bring. We'll bring players and staff. We'll bring parents if you want. We'll bring boosters if you want. And we'll go wherever you want. You tell me, where should we go?
You're like,
and it's like, oh, dude, I could give you 1,000 examples of how you can connect everything, but you got to tell me what you want. Like, you've got to kind of drive this, because there's no best for anything. There are more organized countries, there are cheaper countries, and then again, level wise, if you're talking about the women's game, there's when we're dealing with top women's teams, we tell them, if you don't go to Japan, China, Brazil, the only places in Europe you can really go are Prague, Maribor, Slovenia, which not many people have heard of outside of volleyball, but Milan, and then to some degree Belgrade and Istanbul. Those are the places that we can get people beat and get high level matches. And it's not necessarily that that's the best volleyball, period, but that's where there are national teams and club teams that stay together during our weird periods of travel. The men, when we get men on tour, they're generally going in August or September. The quarter schools are great. When UCLA and Irvine travel, they're going in September when the seasons are already running. But even when the semester schools go in August, there's always national teams together somewhere, and some of the club teams will come together early if we know. Like Knipe, I know you guys had Knipe on the other day, and I watched about half of that. That was great. He called a couple of years ago and wanted to bring his team when he had 29 guys on the team, and he wanted 2 matches a day every day. And normally you'd be like, that's insane, you can't do that. But everything lined up to where he was in Maribor, where we run a center there. With our very good friend owns it, and we are his principal occupants, let's say. We have, I don't know, we've probably been 40, 50 teams a year there for 3 or 4 nights. And it's just a tremendous place. It's a whole nother phone call. But while Nipe was there, we had Oman's national team, Cameroon's national team, which had 35 gnarly guys. Every one of them is like a Adonis. We had Egypt's senior national team was there for the very first night. Croatia's senior national team was there, and Croatia's junior national team. So Nipe was able to have his starters play Egypt's national team at night, and his second guys play Oman the next morning, and then Cameroon that night, and for 4 or 5 nights. It was crazy.
Wow.
And then they were able to hustle over to Switzerland and play their senior national team twice. And then we had a German U23 regional national team come down and meet them. And then they played some A2 and A1 teams that were getting ready for season. And he was able to literally get 2 matches a day. And there's only very specific places you can do that. And so we end up spending a lot of time there. And I love those spots. I have friends there. And you know, for me, going out to eat or just doing anything is always better outside the States, unfortunately. But to pick one, you know, it's my kids, we play this game all the time. Oh, Papa, what if someone gave you $1 million? Where could we move for a year if we couldn't ever leave? Right. And it's like, dude, how do you pick? You know, San Sebastian, you got Cortina if we want to ski all year. We got this. There's so many incredible places out there.
Yeah. Well, like I said earlier, it just goes to show you where he's been.
Yeah.
What this sport has done for Tim Kelly.
Unbelievable.
Well, and what Tim's done for the sport. But just to go back to what you know, it's his story. He's been all over this globe. He just took his kids to Pakistan. You know, his daughter. I'll tell you one funny story for getting into stories. A couple years ago, we're on a boat in Croatia, a couple boats sailing. Joy McKenzie put it together, big group there. All of a sudden, it's like afternoon, like 2 p.m. We're just floating in the water, back of our boats. Here comes this little skiff, like, and you look, and there's TK and his little kids. What's up? TK just pulls right up to the boat. I guess someone told him we were going to be there. Puts together the best meal we had, fresh fish. I mean, it was octopus. It was unbelievable. And then he just, later in the night, just see the skiff. Skiff goes right off into the night. We go on with our vacation. It was incredible.
Wow. Out of nowhere, TK pulls up. That's awesome.
That's right.
I got to tell you, so yeah, when I was, most of, I guess, through college and stuff, I never had a vision to like go overseas. I wanted to see the United States, proud of my country, 50 states, let's go see them. And then I was in Germany. Basically, my wife got deployed and I got there and I'm like, oh my God, I want to go everywhere. Kind of like what you said. All of a sudden it just opened my eyes and whatever. We went to 10 different countries there and I'm like, okay, I didn't go to Italy. I didn't go to France. We still need to do that. I want to go to Japan. Like I still have that in me, but until you experience it and you've experienced everything. And the great thing is you said, I can't pick one. I mean, that just tells me, our audience, you just need to go. And I tell people, especially when like right after college, go. I don't care how much money you have or don't have, go. I don't care where you go, just go. Go out of the States, go experience something else. You're going to get the bug and it's going to make you more worldly. So no, that's, man, this whole interview is awesome. Good stuff.
Let's go to the shirt here and I'm going to let's have his story.
Okay.
So
bring in the shirt.
If you recall, if you listen to the Geeter episode, and I mentioned it in the first episode with you and I, Bear.
Yeah.
USA can't send their A team. They call up a few folks. We get some Paul Mitchell guys, a couple guys from the East Coast. TK is one of our guys, and he comes. So we get there, as we told you before. But the thing we didn't really talk about is Tim speaks fluent Spanish.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Tim was going to be a starting middle, but all of a sudden he became the complete liaison for USA Volleyball.
Negotiator.
And Tim, just why don't you tell us that little story from your perspective?
Oh man, this is dangerous.
Feel free. This is a pod. We can say whatever we want.
We heard you on the radio down there.
Oh yeah, I mean, we just, the first thing was, CK was supposed to be the starting middle and got hurt. So my first memory was him walking over to Dick Pick and saying, "Hey, you're going to play now. I'm going to be the coach."
Yeah,
and we all supported it. That was Rich Pickerel.
Yeah, Pickerel,
who was sent down to be the coach, ended up playing. He had to be 10 years older than us and was still playing well. But and we came down on a Friday or Saturday. We had no delegation at all. I ended up kind of taking over.
Yeah.
And we went to a technical meeting, and they said, "Yeah, where's your jerseys?" And I was like, "Oh, I have no idea." So we called John Kessel, who I was actually just with in Tanzania, and the guy is amazing.
Mooney's going there soon.
And said, "Hey, what are we supposed to do here?" He goes, "Oh yeah, we just realized that the jerseys we had ready for you guys didn't make it in time. So can you figure something out?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we're in Cali, Colombia. It's Friday night, and they're giving me till Monday morning at like 8 a.m. to have jerseys, or they're going to send us home." So somehow we go out. We're literally me, Sullivan, and I don't remember if it was you or
it's me
or Keeter, but there was a small crew of us walking around, literally just asking people, "Hey, do you have any idea where we can get T-shirts made?" We somehow at night in the dark in the rain end up in a back alley in someone's print shop. Designing. Can you stand up for a little guy?
Yes, you have to. Come on, show Vanna. Show yourself.
This we got these made. We did put names on the back. I don't know if you can spin around in this space, but we put people's names.
There it is. This is just number 10.
We actually got them all ready. I think I fronted it and got Kessel to pay us back. And the first, so we show up. They're accepted. And the first day we go and we start warming up in them, and as we're sweating, we realize they're made with some sort of turpentine, and people are starting to almost puke. And we have to run into the bathroom, and the one or two working sinks are barely dripping water, so you can barely rinse them out in there. And so people are literally dunking them in the toilets.
And you can see right through them once you sweat.
Yeah, they were nuts. So we won the tournament. People loved us. It was incredible. And
how about the night you guys went? We go to the bar, and you and Geet go behind the curtains with the guy
behind the curtain.
from the poker.
We don't know what was
poker bar.
We
poker beer.
This I can straighten out because I've told this story annually. So what happens is we were sort of the darlings because Colombia was sort of a sketchy spot at that point, and no other delegations were ever allowed to leave. There wasn't anyone to tell us we couldn't leave except for this random baseball guy, and we just kind of would sneak out the kitchen. So the kitchen staff would call taxis for us, and we would go out. So one of the nights we go out, and they don't. I think this was after the diving. They had invited us to the swimming and diving event, and we said, "Well, what are you talking about?" And they said, "Well, people love you, and I think if we can tell them that the volleyball team's coming, then people will come out." So they take us to the diving event, and my guy here, in between the rounds, climbs up to the very top of the super high dive, yells something belligerent out, and jumps in and gets a standing ovation. So
you did that?
That ends up, that's a true story. I have the newspaper clipping which I looked for and couldn't find, but
sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
This is new to us. This is great.
He was the color cover of the sports insert in the Cali, Colombia newspaper the next morning for the Pacific Ocean Games. Was him standing up on the top like this, getting ready to just do his jump. So anyway, we've now made clear that everyone in the region knows who we are. And that night we go out, and I'm doing radio interviews everywhere we go. There's someone there making us do radio interviews. And so we go to this club, and it's up on the top of a crazy hill, and it's, exactly what you can imagine as a crazy nutso Cali, Colombia bar in 1992. And Pat Sinclair was absolutely killing it. So anyway, we go to leave, and it's probably 4 or 5 in the morning, and we're kind of we're figuring out who's driving us home, and some big gorilla just grabs me, starts walking me back. A door opens in the back wall, and he plops me down in a seat, and there's a big table in front of me, and I'm looking around, panicking a little bit. There's a bottle of Aguardiente, which is their local guado, and 2 shot glasses, and there's a bill laying in the middle of the table. So I go reach in my pocket. I'm like, oh, they're mad because we forgot to pay. So I go to reach for my money, and the guy behind me kind of pulls my hand out and sits me down, and the owner guy's like, calm down, we'll get to that. And very long story short, I beg him to go get one other guy, and which was Sully at the time, Eric Sullivan, and because I figured they'd all be freaking out. So they go get Sully. He's in the next seat in 10 seconds. That's how in control these guys are. And so we go through the deal, and the deal is we can either pay the bill and leave, no problem, we're all friends, or, and this is where I'm worried, like, why would that not just be the easiest way? And he goes, or I can rip it in half, and he grabs a box of T-shirts and goes, and give you these T-shirts, and you can wear them tomorrow for warm-up at the game. And so me and Sully are looking at each other, and one of us says, I don't know if we can make this decision by ourselves, and we ask the guy to go bring Coley and Geeter in. So he goes out to let and there's Aguardiente shots with each part of the discussion. We're having to rip another one of these shots.
By the way, we're there for USA Volleyball playing in the Pacific Ocean Games, right? USA Volleyball. This is pre-NIL, way pre-NIL.
So anyway, we chose the rip up the bill and wear the T-shirts option. And which later turned into masked policemen going through our stuff the last morning before we left. As we were getting ready to check out of our hotel at 4 a.m. for a 6:30 flight, there were literally, I don't remember what they're called.
Yeah.
Like the secret police showed up and were going through our bags and ripped open the present that the owner of that bar later had come by the hotel, and I got him a signed jersey for everyone, and he gave me a 5x7 photo in a frame. And the guys literally destroyed the frame and like were digging around it. It was crazy. So I mean, this was Columbia back in the
You're
heyday.
in Columbia. Yeah.
And then, you won't remember this, but in the World Cup in '94 in Los Angeles, a Colombian had scored an own goal, and the USA beat them 2-1. That guy's name was Andres Escobar.
Yep.
Back in the time that Pablo Escobar, they weren't related, but everyone assumed they were. He'd been killed for that own goal. So we were down in Colombia.
We were right after. We were actually right
Totally
after
remember that. Yeah.
The two Escobars, great 30 for 30, by the way.
So yeah, but the day-to-day scenario with that group of guys, you know, at Neapoli, and I can't remember who else was
Geeter, Sinclair, Bubbles, you know,
the East Coast.
Jason, a couple of East Coast guys.
El Nino Raton.
Beardine, myself, Sully, you.
So we made every effort to see every inch of that town, and they were so incredibly, you know, they were
so
great
nice down there
hosts.
to us.
So I ended up actually going back. They invited me and Neapoli to come back and play in a little one month championship for that local team in their national cup. And Paulie didn't end up being able to do it, but I came back and did another, I think, 3 weeks down there, and maybe the best 3 weeks of my life.
Wow.
Just another one of those crazy random experiences that was so wonderful.
We got to go down to like the poker. Poker was the beer down there.
We took the beer tour.
We got to go on the beer tour and
Before the match.
Before the
the match, and I stood under this thing and it rained beer on me. I thought I was in heaven. It was unbelievable.
Did you hear what Tim said, Sully? TK just said before the final.
Oh,
Before the
They
final.
told us the final was at 5 to 7 p.m. and that we could go do a light beer tour in the morning. So we go around 10. Of course, they say that we can take the beers off the line if we want.
Yeah.
Like what was the Happy Days with
Laverne and Shirley,
so
shots.
We're trying, taking them off and taking sips and putting it back in, and then the next guy would take it off. Next thing you know, it's, I don't know, noon or 12:30. We've all had a couple beers, and they're like, "Hey, we got to hurry to the game. It's at 1:00." Or something like that.
Yeah.
So we literally show up, and we're playing Columbia in the final, and they were an okay team.
They beat us game one.
Oh, I didn't remember that.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me, but.
It's similar to that game that you guys talked about
with Samuelson,
with Bobby Samuelson, where I don't know. You should listen to the pod, but Northridge ended Long Beach season that year, and the game got moved because a transformer blew at Long Beach State, and it got moved to Marina. Sammy, Kaufman, Brusen, they thought it was over, so they went to the bar and started drinking. Someone found him and was like, "Hey guys, we're finishing the match over here at Marina," and they came back and beat him.
Yeah,
I did not know that story.
If they would have canceled that, we would have went to the playoffs. And then since they didn't cancel it, we went to Marina and they wind up beating us with those guys hammered. By the way, after 30 years, we find this out, and they knocked us out of the playoffs.
So you didn't find out till 30 years later.
Well, because Sammy just told the story on the pod the other day. They didn't know that they actually went to the bar and drank.
Like, that's why you guys were so like relaxed. I just figured.
Bob Samuelson was on the pod.
Yeah,
I didn't see that one.
I just put it up today.
Okay.
Yep, I just put it up today.
Oh yeah, I gotta watch that.
Yeah, it was a good one. But yeah, I was like, man, that's why you guys are playing so loose. I just thought it was because you guys had nothing to lose. He's like, no, there's a little extra going on there. Son of a bitch.
Things were a little different back in the 80s and 90s in volleyball as it is today. So good pivot for that. Question for you, Tim. The game that we played, you mentioned it when you first started, how fast, how different, how you wouldn't be able to play. 2 questions. I'd love to hear your take for both men and women's of how different it is today. And 2 is, if you're a high school kid in Santa Barbara today, 14, 15, do you start training and understanding the way the game's played? Would you be able to play it? Like, would you be able to train that?
You, me?
Yeah, you personally.
No way. I mean, I just don't have the, I'm not ashamed to say it. Like I got by on my height, and I didn't ever work hard. I didn't work really hard. Like you have to these days to succeed. And I just physically, I wouldn't be able to keep up with what these guys do. I mean, it's insane how high. I remember the first time I saw a real Bic was Bas van der Hoor back in, it was European Championships in Varna, Bulgaria, probably 99 or 98, and I didn't even know what it was. Like, what did that guy just do? He's back row. He just served.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, the jump serve looked like a D ball.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, the guy was red. I don't know if you guys know who this is. He was a 7-footer from Holland, redheaded guy, best player in the world for a while there. But that was only 6 years after I was done playing or less.
Mm-hmm.
And so that already was just a level that I would have never been able to get to. I don't know that he would start for anyone right now. Like that Bas van der Goor in 98, as gnarly as he was, I don't know that he starts for national teams now. But and I don't know, you just, some of these, when I see a middle, there's a good pass, setter shoots a go out to a legit hitter that's hitting at 11.5 and a middle's getting there. I'm like, I didn't play this sport. Yeah. I'm going to watch this and see what this sport is. Like, I have no idea what's going on here. And just the height guys are hitting at.
Yeah.
And I was the worst, according to Chris Marlowe, my mom still hates him. I was the worst server in the history of the NCAA, but I still started on a pretty good team.
Won a natty.
Natty, yeah.
And I mean, these days, if somebody tried to serve the way I was, I don't think they'd even let them stay on the team.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I don't feel any shame in saying that. I will say, this is irrelevant. I apologize for a little twerk here, but my sophomore year, we had Bob Alejo was our weight training coach, who went on later to Jason Giambi fame, and Harlan Cohen, who we all know, was our defensive coordinator back before there were any rules on coaches. So it was Reed. I think Reed and Gio were both there. Probably Matt Sonicson or Dave Saunders was also in there screaming at people, and then we had those two guys. And that year I did work hard, and they were all over me, and then they all left, and we went to the restricted earnings coach, and I was just eating Taco Bell on my way into the gym for my junior and senior year. But I definitely wouldn't be a collegiate athlete if the exact same person was born now. I don't think. Who knows?
Yeah, I always talk about it all the time because I look at myself and it's like, oh, you wouldn't be able to play. I mean, I was a 6'5" middle with a fast arm. I wouldn't be a middle today. Like if I was 13 and 12, I'd be using my hands to pass. I'd probably be an outside, a pin one way or the other. But the one thing I know I would do is I would train like my boys do. I didn't train like that. I mean, I played multiple sports. I'd still do that. But I wasn't getting up, working out in the weight room. Like my son today, weight room for school, summer practice, 2.5 hour practice, hour and a half on his own with his trainer. I mean, he just played in one of the biggest high school tournaments. All the boys and girls, men and women, are doing that today. Yeah. We didn't do that. No. I mean, I was walking across a beam on my 21st birthday, which we'll get to that in a second, but we weren't doing that. So I wonder if we did do that and we had that opportunity, where would we be in today's game?
Yeah, I wonder. I got a 14-year-old daughter. She was working out all morning in the house.
Yeah.
So she's an ECNL soccer player, and I look at her, I'm like, I cannot imagine doing that at that age. But and I don't know. Maybe if I would have grown up with everybody doing it, maybe I would have worked harder, and who knows. But just I don't know. I just see that quickness, and I don't think I ever had any of that in me.
Yeah. So go back to the other question, the speed and the differences of the game today from when we played.
Okay, I'm gonna sidestep a little bit on that. Back to like how I feel like I was only 6'10" guy. Me and Chris Chase were the two 6'10" guys. Then you started having some 6'10" guys with the Gabe Gardners. Ryan Millar wasn't quite there, but all those tall guys. If you look at those steps till now, and you have seven. If you look at globally, you got 7-footers that passing outsides that can pass and dig and jump serve and crush pipes and the whole deal. And same with the women. I remember when the first time I kind of figured out who Alex Kleinman was. She played for Joy and Long Beach Mizuno, and Rockstar come on tour with us. So we've long family history together. Yep. And it was like she was 6'7" or 6'8". Her dad was 6'4", 6'5". Her mom's 5'10". How did that happen?
Yeah.
So and all of a sudden now there's all these kids. We have these teams come on tour, and I go to pick them up at the airport, and they start coming out of the shoot, and I go over to say hi to everybody, and they're all right. There's girls right here.
Yep.
Wow. All of them. There's someone maybe down here. And it's like, and I'll say, how tall is your dad? I was 6'4". How tall is your mom? Oh, I don't know, 5'11". Like the size of people in the last 10 years, especially in our sport, men and women, it just seems to be crazy. Like I wore a size 14 in college, and you couldn't find them very easily.
Yeah.
Now we got 6'3" guys that are wearing size 19 shoes.
Yeah.
And my daughter's wearing 10.5. She's 14 years old. She's wearing 10.5 in men's. And a lot of these players that are D1 female athletes are size 14, size 15. So something's gone on to where the physicality has changed somehow.
And they can move. They can move.
Well, that's what I was going to say. And they're just as physical, quick, and athletic as their if you're a 6'5" outside now, you're just as fast and quick and athletic as the 6'1" girl was 20 years ago.
Right.
And now maybe the men haven't gotten so much taller as the girls seem to have, or the women seem to have.
Yeah, the women are just off the charts.
Yeah. I think what the national team and the very top collegiate women, what they're doing now, I think they could have played against us.
I agree. I say it all the time.
I really think so.
I think the game today for women is, I won't say similar. It's actually better because they scoop more balls and the rallies are more, but they're playing just as physical as we did. I mean, they're banging balls and like setting back row and super physical, super fast. I agree with you. I think the game is way more similar, not the speed wise, but the physicality of it. Like, I mean, you look at Hilliard, we talked about it. Skates talked about him. I mean, Hilliard used to swing at 70 matches a night. Right. I mean, 70, 80 matches a night.
Yeah. So we were, and we were talking, I just saw on a video that all of a sudden the women's game is now implementing the D from the back row. Right. So that game is still evolving. They're still trying to get that big in play. And over the last 2 years, it's going that direction. But yeah, their athleticism is just over the top. It's so much fun to watch. We say it all the time in the podcast. This last tournament was amazing from beginning to end. It was amazing.
Women's tournament last season.
Yeah, it was crazy. So yeah, and so Tim, do you think that we're getting those type of players in the men's game now because they're not playing basketball? They don't want to get beat up down low, or do you just think it's an evolution of humans?
I would say more B. And again, I'm not.
Just
we run in a great year. We run 5 men's tours, and on that same year, we would run 95 women's tours. So I'm around the women's game a lot more.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think the guys are getting more physical, and the average is a little taller than we were there, but the separation's not as crazy as in the women.
Right.
And you still on the men's side, we don't have a pro league for the men. Don't see one coming. So it's still not, and there's not going to be NIL money. So I think you're going to see the women continue to increase and get more and more top athletes. And I think the men are either going to stagnate or maybe go down a little bit if we start having problems from rev share. I don't know how much you guys have gotten into that.
Yeah, we've talked about it a bunch.
Yeah.
So we talked a lot about the Grand Canyon thing. And
we have, but we'd love to hear your opinion.
Obviously I played with Spraw for 4 years and have worked with him in various capacities ever since, and, never gone more than 3 or 4 months without seeing him somewhere. And one of the most impressive things, and I don't even know if impressive is the word for sure, but for me, it's just more shocking. When he first explained motor MVP to me, which is now First Point, which has now been folded into the USAV Foundation, and the goal was to go out there and teach these, lower division schools or I don't know what you want to call them, but he went in and taught athletic directors how to have a walk-on men's volleyball program that actually benefited the school financially and otherwise, and was doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, we added conferences, the SEAC and the NEC and some of these other conferences because of the work of him and Wade Gerard and their team. And when I first heard about that, I was like, look, I applaud this. I think it's great. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, these guys are crazy. There's no way they're going to do this.
Yeah.
So they're out there adding, numerous teams and adding conferences. And then one of the teams that the Grand Canyon story was such a great story. They were in the Final Four. They had good players, really interesting school setup. And they're beating good teams, and then that's the team that folds. Like after Spoo just added, I don't know how many schools they added, 20, 25 schools, and I know they were still in conversations with many more. And so it's like we were really growing, and there was maybe going to be a real tournament. I mean, these 9-team tournaments, 11-team tournaments. Every year I end up over at Dave Niffin's house right around tournament time. It's like, hey, what are we doing this year? Is there a Tuesday buy-in in Long Beach to go to Hawaii on Thursday if you qualify, or what are we doing? And what Spross started and what that group was building out, there was going to be, in my mind, there was going to be a 16-team tournament pretty soon. And now you got, one of, I don't know what you call Grand Canyon, they're a top 10 team.
Yeah.
This year, I think.
Folds from, and I know it wasn't a direct, it wasn't, oh, hey, rev share, we're canceling the men's team, but obviously it's all in the same bucket of problems. So if they disappeared, and then there's rumors here and there of other schools having some issues, and I don't know what we're going to see, but I don't, I'm a cynic on a lot of things, and I don't have a ton of optimism about where the top level of men's volleyball is going. I hope there is a solution. The level of some of these top teams is incredible.
Yeah.
And there's, it is odd that some of them have so many foreigners. It's a bummer that we can't populate our top programs with a few more Americans. But a lot of those guys are, everyone has a right to, our universities are open to everybody.
You're right.
You look at some, the the setter at Long Beach and Alir at Irvine. I mean, these guys are just world class, and you know, regardless of their motivations, they turn down real money to come play and do it, and that's going to help everybody. It helps the league, you know. And one of the things I was going to mention earlier, I lost track of. When I first started being an agent and working with guys like Tom Hoff and Chris Harger and that era, Scott Wong, and it was difficult to get the top teams to consider people. I remember fighting with Stelian Mokulescu, who was the head coach in Moores back in the day. And it was a Champions League team, you know, back Mosaic, when Kevin Barnett and Mike Seeley played in Mosaic. Yeah. A couple years before they hired Barney. Barney was the MVP of the USA team when they finally hired him. A lot of those top Champions League teams wouldn't even talk to Americans. You know, they weren't interested because our national team wasn't that good, and there just wasn't a great history of Americans being there. And there were a handful of stories of American guys that did take jobs and showed up and couldn't handle it, you know, couldn't handle the lifestyle. And there's some stories of, you know, someone leaving their car at the airport and flying home without telling the team, stuff like that. So we were really fighting to get guys in that era, to get the Champions League teams to consider them and to get A1 Italy to consider them. George Romain, Ryan Millar, and Reed Priddy, when they first started in Fort Lee, like I remember just pushing everyone, trying through the other agents, through the teams directly. And it's just like, no, there's too many good Bulgarians and Russians. And, you know, it was hard. Now, you know, how many guys do we have going directly to A1 right from their senior year? And those guys are going to the Final Four. They're going to games. They're watching their games on Volleymetrics. And same on the women's side. The women's side, there's agents and teams watching the top sophomores and juniors and getting offers ready for them that early. And that, again, is a testament to where we've showed up, you know, where our women are, where our men are, that instead of a second or third year pro maybe getting into a lower level A1 team, now a current grad's just going right away. And maybe Maddie Anderson started that, you know, leaving early and going to South Korea for crazy loot back then and obviously killing it in his whole career. That might have been when it kind of started. But now, you know, I don't even know how many, but half our national team or more is going to a top league making real money right out of college. And same with the women.
Well, it's funny because Joy, you know, I love Joy, and as you do. We were talking about this with a friend of ours who has kids that play men's volleyball in college, and they're like, "Oh my God, there's so many foreigners." And Joy's direct response was, "Get better."
True.
That's what Joy said. I mean, I said the same thing, but Joy's like, "Just get better then." So to go back to your point, there's all these international kids on all of these teams. It's only going to make our kids better. It's going to make you go, wow, if I want to play and I want to earn that scholarship, I better work harder. I better do whatever I need to do to earn that. And which only makes our country, our sport better, stronger, played at a higher level.
Yeah. So do you think like the Big Ten are at crossroads right now for men's volleyball because you have your alma mater, UCLA, in there? Do you think they're just going to keep it stagnant with the few that are there, or do you think they're going to expand it, or do you think they're just going to just say, you know what, sorry, men's volleyball? Speculation.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm pretty well known as being a cynic on a lot of this stuff, which has got me in trouble a little bit. But the rev share thing is so real, and you know, the House Act obviously just passed, and there's still some tweaks here and there. No one completely understands it. Yeah. You know, I spent some time chatting with Jarrett. We're pretty close, and some of the other coaches. And so I have a general understanding of it as well as anyone, I think. And there's no room for them to be adding a sport, and certainly not a men's sport. So am I hopeful that schools keep adding it? Yeah. Do I think the conference is going to make it a conference sport? No, I don't see how that can possibly happen. And my bigger fear is, you know, I mean, we all remember what happened with Stanford X amount of years ago. Yeah. And, you know, they saved it, and you know, inflation's probably not helping their the fundraising effort that they got from there and the endowment stuff. But you know, they're not the only school that's under pressure, let's say. So do I see in the next 10 years there being a full Big Ten men's volleyball program, you know, with all the schools having it or most of the schools having it? No, I don't. It's a shame. It would be great to see that.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I said I would ask you. I don't have to ask you because you do it for both. But Knipe, you know, mentioned it on this call a couple of times, and I said I would hold any women's coach on here accountable that has earned their stripes through men's volleyball, right? And so you mentioned right at the beginning a lot of these guys. Sully, he's the women's national coach. Jerry, head coach at Texas. You know,
so many people. Hugh, he doesn't coach anymore.
Sealy.
Yeah, all of these men that fell in love with volleyball owe a lot to the sport. They wouldn't be here without men's volleyball. And so Knight keeps saying, like, hey guys, you're on the women's side. You guys got a lot of money. You got to generate. Let's try to do this together. Try to help us out. So any women's coaches that are from the men's side and you're listening to this, let's get on the phone with John Spraw. Let's get on the phone with everyone. Let's try to figure out a way to try to grow the men's game, because we all know it's a phenomenal game and it's only getting better.
Yeah. Because that's our passion, right? Is to keep men's going, and we were fine until GCU just happened. It was a 24-hour kind of turnaround for everybody in shock. That was a big deal for everybody. But Tim Kelly's been on here for an hour, boys, and it's flown by quite a bit. We can still keep going. We can have him back at a different time. That's kind of up to you, because I guarantee after listening to Tim talk, how many stories he actually still has.
I got a question for him.
Perfect.
First time I met him, you're just a big presence, right? And I kind of got that feeling you're kind of an entrepreneur. Like when we were down in Columbia, you were making things happen. Kind of wondered where that came from. And then I remember you telling a story, and I don't remember it exactly, but like, how did you make money when you were at UCLA? I remember something, you got like all the players working and all that stuff. Can you go over a little of that as well?
Statute of limitations are long gone.
I found it fascinating.
Good. I mean, Sammy talked about drinking it right before they smashed Long Beach.
Just like Skate said, it was all in cash, remember?
Yeah.
I don't know where it came from. My dad was a Navy guy, and ended up at Raytheon. That's how I ended up in Santa Barbara. He was an engineer. Me and a buddy sold Jolly Ranchers and other stuff in junior high, made some money doing that, to buy heavy metal cassette tapes at Rock Power Records, 2 for $7. I remember those days. And then just kind of happened. I was into baseball cards as a kid. And in college, my college girlfriend was kind of a bigwig with Adidas as the World Cup was getting ready to come to Los Angeles. And so we ended up just involved in everything for the 2 or 3 years prior to that, including getting some resale licenses with Upper Deck and some of their companies to deal with World Cup soccer cards. And there is it used to be basically the stock exchange of sports trading cards was in Pomona, a place called Frank and Sons Warehouse. It's now turned into like manga and Asian toys and whatnot. But back in those days, it was all sports cards and tickets and signed stuff. And I would have a table out there. I was running consignment for some folks. And because we were invited to all these Adidas parties and games and friendlies, and I ended up even helping translating for some of the teams. And so I could get stuff signed all the time. We just got really into the soccer card world, which kind of blew up into a bunch of other stuff. And I had a handful of guys on the team over sorting cards and opening cases late into the night. And I'd pay them $5 an hour plus pizza. And the only 2 names I'll name are Paul Neapoli and Stillwell, because they still bring it up all the time. And we just have so many laughs about my roommates I never roomed with volleyball players. I roomed with other friends. And my senior, or my 5th year, I guess it was my real best friend from childhood. And then our really good high school friend that were both NBA guys from UCLA. And so I was living with them. And one of the nights he goes, hey, when is this fucking sweatshop going away? Like every time I walk in the house, there's 8 guys in here eating 4-hour-old pizza, and I can't walk anywhere because there's stacks of baseball cards everywhere. And I'm like, don't touch anything, because it's all like it had to be open in certain order. We had all the tricks to figure out where the expensive cards were, and if you touched anything, it would just destroy the whole thing. So it was pretty fun. Yeah, we had a good time.
That's awesome.
That's amazing.
I couldn't quite remember all that. Yeah, it's a great
story.
story.
Got anything? You're the story guy.
No, I mean I could sit here and talk all day with TK. Talking about all that he's done. What's next for you?
It's my older daughter. She just finished 8th grade, and it's really hard to take her out of school now. And she's been my little travel buddy forever. She's a trooper. We don't have a lot of rules in my family. Let's say they've been everywhere. They don't have a lot of rules when they're traveling, and so we're at this weird crossroads, or I am, where all these, a lot of the young women that have worked for me over the years are ex-players, whether they're European kids that played in the States and we got to know them and now they live in Europe and run tours, or they went the other direction. And so I end up getting a lot of them to nanny when I'm gone. So we'll have someone come stay at the house for 3 or 4 weeks, and my kids just fall in love with each and every one of them. And so there's some good things about me being gone, but I just feel so guilty and not being able to take Sierra with me, my older one. I just feel really guilty.
Yeah.
My little one is just as awesome, and we have a great time, and I can take her on stuff. She actually likes school a lot more than my older one, and sometimes turns trips down now because she doesn't want to miss crafts or whatever they're doing in 2nd and 3rd grade.
Yeah.
But so I'm definitely traveling a lot less. I find that when I am home, I kind of push foreign teams to come here more. We have a Czech team coming in August and an Australian team coming in September that I drove more than I normally would because I'm trying to force myself to stay home more and do more here. And I've been trying to reach out a little bit more to some of the local clubs and like figure out what can I do to be more involved at home. And then the main thing is just driving, some of these new places I haven't been. I've been only semi-joking the last year that my two goals right now, I want to take a men's team to Oman and I want to take a women's team to Uzbekistan. And these are places that people don't even know what they are. Oman is not Yemen, because I know people think Yemen and Oman and Saudi and Iraq are all the same thing. They're not at all. Oman they have their own sort of a Yellowstone, Yosemite region that is mind-boggling. We know the guys well because we see them in our facility in Maribor a lot, or the Drosh Center a lot, and they're great guys. They want to host us, so we want to build like a CNT or get a top club team or a really good college team to go there someday, and I will pull it off at some point. And then same with Uzbekistan. It's a country people haven't heard of or don't know what it is. It's the center of the Silk Road back in the day, and a lot of that stuff was never destroyed. So there's just some amazing stuff to see. I haven't been, and rather than go on my own, I want to get a team that's willing to go out there and see it for the first time with a team. Or we call that guinea pigging, and there's some clubs, VC United out in the Chicagoland area, and A5. We're guinea pigging A5 to Rwanda and Tanzania and Kenya this November. So any of that crazy stuff, I love that. And then if we can totally sidestep, I should have brought this up earlier. We're starting to work with a group called Let's Keep the Ball Flying. They're not very well known in the States right now, but we're going to change that. And it's a Dutch guy named Leslie de Jonge. His girlfriend's a Series A player in Italy, and they years ago started running this program where they're actually building sustainable infrastructure in third world or developing countries. And they have some real strong bases already going in Philippines, in Tanzania, and Colombia, and some other spots. But what we want to try to do, and what we've already started this summer, we dove in really head first with them. I flew down and went on a trip with him in Tanzania to some towns, Moshi and Mwanza, that no one will have heard of, but they're great little towns, and visited the projects that they're running there. They have local people on the ground that they're funding. They're run sort of through the schools, so there's a real infrastructure there. And we went and visited everything that he's doing, and all of it is actually working. And it's impressive to me because we've done a lot of this on our own, and especially in Nicaragua, when I was living there and when we were running 12 to 15 tours a year. So we were there all the time.
Right.
And now that we're not there, everything we started has kind of disappeared. There's other reasons for that, but we've done some stuff in South Africa, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and we bring. I've traveled with so many 70-pound bags of balls in my life. I've traveled with both of my kids. We'll get a first-class ticket on the way there just so we can bring 3 70-pound bags each, and we show up at the airport with 9 70-pound body bags full of volleyballs. And if we come back a year later, not one of those balls is in existence, and no one that was running stuff when we visited is still running stuff. It's new people. So I really love what these guys are doing. They are going to start working with us on our Botswana and Zimbabwe initiatives to make what we run annually more of a sustainable thing that runs throughout the year, not just the 1 or 2 or 3 times we're there.
Yeah.
And then we're going to start working, building teams and taking teams to visit the stuff that they already have sustainable in some of these other places. And I think in 2 to 3 years, we'll be running 10 to 15 years in concert with them. And these will be sort of nonprofit things for us where all the proceeds for those are going back into those projects.
What's the name of it again?
The name of the company it's called Let's Keep the Ball Flying. I actually adopted my own team when I was down there for BIP just to kind of see what the process is. And that's going to be our big push, is trying to get to the teams that come on tour. I was with Florida and Michigan and Notre Dame this summer were the 3 kind of teams I was with the most. I saw a couple more, and I'll see more when I go back after this. But, I talked to all the girls and the coaches, and I'm trying to get those teams to also adopt teams, and they'll be in this program that we're helping ensure that they're sustainable. If anyone's interested in getting involved in that stuff, please reach out. But so I think, and Corey, my business partner, is a little older than I am, and he's the same. We love what we're doing. We want to travel with our friends. We want to run the highest level volleyball stuff we can. That's kind of what started this all, is let's do high level stuff, make the volleyball great, and then fill it in with all the great, whether it's craziness in Colombia when we're playing, or more moderate conservative things that D1 programs can do. But, we a lot of yacht days, a lot of just phenomenal meals, a lot of stuff with the other teams. We try to keep it cultural, and we love all that, but we want to be kind of reaching out, doing more of this pet project stuff and maybe a little bit of giving back. And what I've found is what these guys do. Jordan, everyone in the States knows Jordan Thompson. She is an ambassador for Let's Keep the Ball Flying. And we haven't chatted actually since I learned that. But when I learned that, I hadn't really heard of the company yet. And John Kessel, as I said, the trip that I went on, I spent 7 days with him, and John Kessel was there. And this guy's got a magic bag of barbecue ball nets and badminton nets and 1,000-meter ropes and stuff. So he can build a court anywhere out of anything, whether it's in the dirt with some sticks. We can cut trees down and build this, and all of a sudden there's 100 kids doing drills on a 50-foot long net and giggling and having the time of their lives. And I saw that day after day for 7 days in some of the most beautiful grass areas, dirt fields. And I already knew I wanted to kind of get into some of that, but I said, I want to do as much of this as I can. And we're also working with Chris Reams at Slunks, a company that I didn't know about beforehand, because that's more of a men's world thing. And I mean, this guy, he's helping fund a lot of it. And that was his first trip with them. And, we live right next to each other and are going to end up doing some stuff together on that. But so I'd love to give him a shout out. And what I've learned about what's happening with Slunks. And,
Jaden's a part of that, Slunks.
Yeah, such good stuff. So yeah, that's kind of what's next for me, is just trying to get more into that, and a lot of it's for my kids, my children, and a lot of it's just to do something new and keep the blood pumping.
That's amazing. I mean, we've talked about it already, what you've done for so many, and what the sport has given you, right? Yeah. And just the foundation of playing volleyball after just being forced to go as a freshman in basketball to run, to you talking about helping people around the world through the sport of volleyball it's pretty incredible. And that's why we're doing this show, right? To tell stories just like this. Not stories about guys jumping off high dives or walking over beams. By the way, 21st birthday. Yes. TK hosts a party for me. It's the night Michelle won the national championship. That's weird, against Long Beach. That's weird, but it was December 21st, 1991, my birthday, the night they won. Yes. He hosts a party for me. Again, talk about different schools, different people. Winslow was there. I mean, there tons of folks from each team, and what a great night. But to go back to what I was saying is just what it's done for you, what it's done for us. And I mean, I've seen you in places all around the world, some not even knowing till I see a little boat coming up, but good for you, Tim. Congrats on an unbelievable run, and keep doing what you're doing. Yeah. You're helping so many, helping yourself, helping your kids. And it gets me, I get to hear great stories, and hear them all the time.
Yep. So everybody, I'll get all those links down below that TK just mentioned, and you guys can check out everybody's website and get informed as much as you can. But Tim Kelly, TK, appreciate you coming on Set the Pipe. It was
before we go, I want
pleasure, but go ahead.
I just cut you off. I want you to go back and say it again. So I just want to get a commitment from him that you do this again.
100%.
Okay.
2 or 3 times would be great.
Parting words. I want to, just with what Coley just said, I want to give a big shout out to Reed Sunahara. He was my assistant at UCLA.
Good guy.
One of my best friends. He just got a job. He's coaching at Hilo now, which I'm thrilled for.
That's right. Yep.
I will get out there this fall. But I remember when I first started realizing there was a business in this, he was coaching at Cincinnati, and I went to the convention in 2001 and also went to a Vegas tournament. And that guy just started introducing me to people and telling everyone, hey, go talk to that guy. And he was such a big part of would kind of open the doors for me. And it's so great. Another Bruin, he's not in my class, but he was there for 3 of my 4 years, and just such a big part of those formative years, doing camps together and stuff. One of my favorite people. Yeah. So if we're going to get all sentimental here.
I've sat down with them at a girls juniors tournament. We talked for like an hour, and it was the first time I met him. Just engaging, really looking at, it was just an engaging conversation. So
it's one of the best out there for sure.
So Reed, I'm going to echo what he said. So we'd love to have you on the pod. Yep. We're calling you out. Talk a little about Hawaii Hilo volleyball, your journey.
His journey.
There's a lot to tell about your journey.
It is.
But, something you mentioned, Tim, and I want you to give the closing again, Sully, in a bit, but just what we've talked about in the past with mentors and folks that we've looked up to and people that have helped us out. I mentioned the great Marvin Hall. Without him, I don't play volleyball. I don't.
And, without, Reed helping you and becoming a friend and a mentor, maybe you go a different route. Maybe you decide to become a lawyer, like you said, or get into something else. And, volleyball, what I love about this sport and this culture, and I don't know if there's someone I can have someone say this isn't the case, but everyone pays it forward. Like all the athletes that I've ever met that played way before me and even after me are all so have the gratitude for the sport and for the journey of it. And just to hear you say that about Reed is awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. Are you done, Coley? Just kidding.
Give him a second.
Yeah, no, TK,
Yeah, I'm done.
it was great, man. And like I said, we'd love to have you on Set the Pipe, and because there are definitely more stories. So again, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
My
TK.
pleasure. Thanks
Great
for having
seeing
me.
you. Great seeing you.